What's up, Sam? What's up, goalie? Yep, we're about to get that reveal in about 10 minutes here. Very hyped. I'm gonna grab a drink, guys. I'll be right back. Alright guys, we got a couple minutes to make a bingo card. What are we putting on here? Underwater Abyss Boat League with the Marines. Well, Dole, thank you for the 3 months, man. Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna have to put Cyclone buffs. I'm gonna throw on here Strength Stacker nerf, because that's been a long time coming. What else can we expect? I mean, we got to put Abyss 2.0. I'm gonna go ahead and throw on there Screen belt core drop. New crafting system. I'll just put new crafting system. We can add on here probably. I want to say something along the lines of, oh yeah, new gems. I'll just put new, I'll put new transfigured gems. Hype train, crazy. That's true. Mirage alt currencies. I was trying to think about Mirage. What would be the angle for that besides the belt? Mirage, alt currencies, core. I'm gonna put Mirage, League, Mirage, League, alts, core. What's a better way to phrase that? Mirage. You got boats, minion pack dead, KF dead, Cyclone buffs, strength stack, nerf, Abyss 2.0, screen pelt, core drop, new crafting system, new transfigured gems. Oh, you know what I'm gonna put on here? New fishing stuff. Because it's a water league. I don't know what else should go on the... What I meant by Mirage alt core was like... Yeah, but you could also assume, Chris, that they're going to kill Minion Pact and KF, so should that be on the card also? That's kind of a give me, right? But I guess it's not technically confirmed. What's up, Al? What's up, user? What else can we put on the bingo card? Ooh, I like that. Fairgraves, endgame, boss. I'm gonna put delve updates just because it's copium. Ooh, I like that syndicate rework, even though they kind of did that not too long ago, but thanks, Mrs. Kim, for the follow. Last league of the year. It shouldn't be, but it's only August. Last league should be in the fall. New All Flames. Hex Blast saved. That's a good one. Scarab update / rework. Huh. Fairgraves supporter pack. Put that on there. "25 seconds. Drops are always on my channel, yeah. You should be getting... I'm always enabled into drops. New Astrolabes.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director.
Ooh, campaign improvements is a good one.
Welcome to GGG Live. We have massive changes to show you today with Path of Exile, Curse of the Oriflame, which is coming out next week on July 25th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Abyssal Soul Shatter rare finisher effect by following the instructions.
It's quiet. We can fix that.
Let's not keep you waiting though. Roll the trailer for Path of Exile, Curse of the Oriflame.
The Oriflame calls
Let me know if that gets better.
us to the sea. to a lost wreck that still draws ghostly breath. A curse down below.
Alright, let's see what we got
With
here.
my lanterns, we can explore the sea floor. We must find the source of the Orflame before the brine rot.
Dude, it's looking like something dope.
Somewhere in the blackest depths, bounty and death await.
Here's the Abyss rework. We knew that was coming. New Abyss boss fight. They improved Legion. Dude. They're bringing back mercenaries. Oh, dude.
Come find your fortune in the depths of the sea.
In today's stream, we'll be walking you through all the details of Path of Exile Curse of the Orflame, where you'll comb the ocean floor discovering sunken artifacts of forgotten origins, fight the horrors of the deep, and do your best to keep from being crushed by the waters above you. We're revisiting some familiar mechanics to bring new life to systems that have begun, perhaps, to show their age. Abyss and Legion will both be receiving significant upgrades, including a new pinnacle boss for Abyss and a new chase crafting system for unique items in Legion. In addition to revamps of the existing leagues though, we're also bringing back some old friends. The mercenaries of Trathus are making their way back to Rayclast. Then we'll explain our new endgame system, where you'll join Kirak in investigating anomalies appearing on the Atlas. After that, we'll discuss the character and skill balance coming in Curse of the Orflame.
Docket colors reworked.
Finally, we'll cover our new set of supporter packs, after which we'll have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will interview Path of Exile's game director Mark, as well as game
Are they getting
designers
rid of socket
Octavian and
colors?
Andrew, answering your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT.
There's no way.
So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Curse of the Orflame, a long-forgotten mystery has begun to stir beneath Rayclast seas. Hidden in the icy depths lie strange and immensely powerful treasures, waiting for those bold enough to claim them. Meet Valerie, a dangerous Corsair captain who needs boots on the ground.
Dude, I told
and
you
on the
guys, it's a
seafloor
pirate
to
league.
help her
I said it
retrieve
was
these
water and
treasures
pirates.
and unlock their potential. This is where you come in, to help her find the charts scattered across Rayclast. Then, use those to guide her ship to the patch of brine that holds loot for the taking. In return, you'll get a cut of the profits. These lost charts are guarded by the undead, rival corsairs, or horrible creatures of the deep. Each of these monster encounters will also have a custom bonus for defeating the enemies. For example, successfully defeating the accursed undead that guard this treasure chest will cause the grateful trapped soul inside to grant you its power, possessing you and granting you ghastly power for
Yeah,
the
there'll be
rest of
patch
the
notes
area.
today.
Once a chart is in hand, you'll board the good ship, the Sovereign, Valerie, or Val's reappropriated Oriathan naval vessel. Here,
Dude,
Val
boats.
introduces you to the heart and soul of her ship, quite literally. Vesper, another Pondium native like Val, is bound to this ship. His soul burns with the Orflame's curse, and were his comatose body to be removed from the ship, he would surely die. The silvery apparatus that lines the bows and eaves of the vessel allow him to steer the Sovereign anywhere in Rayclast's waters. Using the chart you've brought, Vesper can navigate to a location so you can scout it for Val, and while doing so, claim whatever treasures there might be. How, though, will you avoid a watery grave once sunk below? Vesper controls a spark of the Orflame, a powerful and mysterious magic. which has been imbued into a number of devices aboard the ship. Chief among them, the bathysphere. This entirely safe and well-tested contraption of rivets, bolts, and metal will be your ticket beneath the waves to explore and plunder. While scouting the depths, in order to not need an ample supply of air, we're instead going to place all-flame lanterns. These are conduits of the power that keeps Vesper alive and bound to the ship, and give you the temporary safety you need to do that exploring. Without them, you will drown. The first of these is strapped to the bathysphere and activates on landing, rushing the water away to reveal horrifying monstrosities,
Dude, this is so
lost
dope.
treasures, and a strange luminous coral growing from the corrupted dead in the oceans of Rayclast. These strange growths are the real reason Val has asked you to plumb these waters, as the coral can be broken down into dead man sulfur.
This is so
the
good.
fuel that keeps Vesper's
I guess we're
light
not
burning.
doing deep delve, guys, because this is a
As you
mapping
get to the
league.
perimeter of the safety provided by an all-flame lantern, Val will drop more down at your request. There's also an option available to have new lanterns fired automatically for you as soon as you need them, if you prefer speed over fine control. Explore and claim what you can while you can. Lost fortunes of gold, chests of valuables, and lurking threats all lie in wait for you beneath the waves. You might even find the odd lost missive, waylaid on its travel to its intended recipient. But
Okay,
hey,
so there you go.
finders keepers, right?
Mirage
Beware though,
currencies.
as Vesper can only power so many lanterns at once, and that power is finite. On placing the last of your lanterns, they will begin, one by one, to flicker and fade, and the creatures of the deep will rush in as they sense the vanishing of the light. You'll have to rush back to the safety of the bathysphere, escaping the cold clutches of creatures that
Oh,
despise
dude, this
the
is going
light
to be
you
rough
bring.
on hardcore.
You'll want to place every lantern though, as exploring to collect enough dead man sulfur is the only way to successfully chart the area for the next step, planning a voyage. Val will keep a record of the areas you've charted, storing details in her journals. Once you've charted enough areas, just talk to Val, place your charts on Val's board, connect them together, and create one giant seafloor excursion. Each area you chart will reveal a special modifier that applies when it is used as part of a voyage, applied to either the charts adjacent to it or the whole voyage. Here are a few examples. This modifier causes all equipment dropped by monsters in adjacent charts to be converted to gold. This modifier will spawn friendly jellyfish alongside every pack of monsters in your voyage, which you will promptly slaughter for extra loot and experience, we're sure. This modifier causes all monsters in adjacent charts to be empowered by wildwood wisps. With 9 positions on your board for charts when constructing a voyage, these can stack up fast. There are also charts which can take you to specially rewarding areas of the ocean floor. Fields of anchors strewn with treasure chests full of loot, Calguran shipments lost at sea, and sunken abyssal pits teeming with monsters, to name just a few. There are even some ancient artifacts you might find and resurface. Additionally, the edges of the voyage board track the currents of corruption flowing through the waters of Rayclast, with randomized effects being rolled with each new voyage to affect the charts placed adjacent to them. These add even further rewards to your voyages, and can shake up the way you choose to place your charts. Stack all of that together, and a well-planned voyage, with a bit of luck, can be a very profitable endeavor. But with so much loot to claim, how are you going to get it all to the surface? Val has a solution for just that problem.
This is them reassuring everyone
In each
BD
of
is
the
good to
charts
go.
that comprise your voyage, there will be a capsule waiting for you, sent down by Val, which can store about an inventory worth of loot. Stuff these full, send Val a signal, and she will pull it back up to the surface, safe and sound. Since voyages are built of 9 charts, that's a lot of opportunities to send back plenty of valuables. Once you're satisfied with the plunder from your well-planned voyage, find any of these capsule locations and call the bathysphere to it as your ticket out. Val will send it down to your rescue, as fast as you can. You just need to survive until it gets there. Good luck. Once you do, don't forget to empty all those capsules full of loot. Now, back to all that dead man sulfur that you've been hard at work gathering. Is that just to keep the Sovereign afloat and Vesper alight? No, it's not. Once you've got a bunch of it, head below decks, and you'll find the heart of the ship at work. Whilst Vesper's body remains above deck, burning away in a contraption of tarnished pipes and corpse-stained glass resides Vesper's soul, and you'll find him to be a pretty crafty fellow, if a bit melancholy. That's where this league's item crafting system comes into play. Give
What's up,
Vesper an
hero?
item
Welcome.
alongside a currency that you could normally use on that item, and an ample supply of Dead Man's Sulfur. That item is then split into a multitude of ghostly forms, each of which will be the result of having applied that currency to the original item. You can then pick which of the ghostly outcomes you like best to keep for yourself.
That's
others will
disgusting.
go up
Look at
in
that
smoke,
belt.
as Vesper can only reify a single outcome. This can be done with almost any crafting step you'd like. Want to see a few outcomes for that influenced exalted orb?
That's crazy, dude.
Perhaps you've got a particularly expensive fossil combination you want to get maximum value out of.
That's so good, dude.
Do be wary though, as the more potent the craft, the more sulfur Vesper will require to see it done. That's not all, however, as the seafloor hides some yet undiscovered potential in
It's
the
very
form
good
of
for
rare
SSF.
and valuable ducats.
When you have limited currency.
These can be consumed by Vesper to warp and twist items in ways not seen in centuries, such as Kishara's Ducat, which creates 4 ghostly copies of an item, each of which will keep one mod from the original,
Wait,
perfect
what?
for creating powerful crafting bases.
Wait, what? It doesn't split the item?
The Gentile's Ducat, which can solve item or gem requirement problems by changing one attribute to another,
That's crazy.
and Brine Hook's Ducat, with which you can become an emissary of the gods of Rayclast.
Yeah, but it didn't have the split
Who
tag
knows
on it.
what these aspects might do? These Ducats come from special types of charts, so keep an eye out for them on your travels throughout Rayclast. You may even find some that lead you to notably unwelcoming waters. So that covers the new league, and for the first time in Path of Exile, we're finally going under the sea. Some might even say this is the first real boat league. But
Dude.
that's not all. Not even close. Next up, we've got an old favourite making a return. The mercenaries of Trathus are once again roaming Rayclast, looking for hapless fools to duel.
Dude, are they good though, or are they shit?
Mercenaries will start appearing from Act 3 in San. Before beginning a duel, you'll be offered an overview of the mercenary
so
you've
good.
encountered.
It's so good.
Here, you can see the gear they have equipped and the skills they employ.
This is such a win, dude. This is
As
such
per
a
the
win.
Trathan Code, you have the right to wager for an item the mercenary is carrying. You'll stake some of your gold.
Dude,
and
we
the
can get
duel
determination
commences.
aura back on the build. Oh my god. Just auras in general. Free auras.
If you lose, you forfeit the levied gold, and the mercenary will teleport out, repulsed at such a poor display.
Dude, they're so good though.
Win,
as an
however,
aura bot.
and to the victor will go the spoils. In addition, if you win the duel, the mercenary will aid you as an ally for a number of areas. Trathan mercenaries are powerful allies to have
Number
in
of
Rayclast,
areas. That's
assisting in
the-
a number of ways. Some mercenaries can provide you with powerful auras and buffs, while other mercenaries can do all the killing for you. While in map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers,
That's
you have
an
the
L.
ability to
That's a
request
loss.
their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date. A call to action that calls that specific mercenary to a future map, with the same set of skills, but a new set of items. A mercenary will only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area. Warrants also allow you to trade specific mercenaries to other players. It is important to note that unlike in Mercenaries of Trathus League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member. So having a mercenary does not increase monster life or the quantity and rarity of items dropped from monsters.
Nice. That's good. That's good.
Given that, you may be wondering, but what if I really like a mercenary I found?
Yes.
They have a great personality and
Yes.
powerful skills.
I don't want to give them
Is there
up.
really no way I can keep them as an ally permanently? Well, you can, but only if you are a Scion. For the second time in 6 months, the
what the
Scion is
fuck,
getting
dude?
a new ascendancy class. The
They gated
Luminary.
it behind a fucking
The
ascendancy.
Luminary
That's
is a natural
terrible,
leader,
dude. That's a
lighting the way
bad
for others to
decision.
follow. Becoming a Luminary immediately lets them allocate the Noble Blood passive, allowing them to permanently hire any mercenary they find in Rayclast.
That's a big L.
Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 as an active ally in combat. Unlike with regular mercenaries, you can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up innumerate potential build possibilities. By default, permanently hired mercenaries cannot be equipped with unique items, but these passives enable them to equip specific types of uniques, while the legendary arms passive empowers mercenaries that have many different unique items equipped. Luminaries have the flexibility of becoming a support character to their mercenary, or having their mercenary support them. The Oath of Fealty and Golden Glory passives empower your mercenary by using your link skills on them.
That's
The
cool.
Loyal Bodyguard and Bestowed Knighthood passives enable your mercenary to protect you in combat, as well as enhancing their aura skills. As with any old league that we add to the core game, we have added full Atlas Tree and Scarab support. Here are just a few examples. These passives allow you to much more easily target the specific types of mercenaries you want showing up in your maps.
You can't
The
play
Loot
them unless
and
you play
Pillage
Luminary.
passive
It's like
gives
garbage. Why do
mercenaries
you want
a
to
chance
cycle
to
through a
drop
new
all
merc
their
every
items when defeated,
5 maps?
instead of just the one you selected. The Trathan Scarab of Renown makes it so the spawned mercenary is covered head to tail in unique items. And the Trathan Scarab of Infamy forces a more powerful, infamous mercenary to spawn, accompanied by 2 other mercenaries for a truly unfair duel. Unfair for them. There's even a few entirely new mercenary types, one of which is found exclusively on the seafloor in rare Curse of
It
the
could be really
Oriflame
good for
encounters.
SSF with the scarabs, yeah, for gear procurement. You're not wrong.
Sellswords of Trathus won't be the whole of your problems in 329, however, as the denizens of the Lightless are getting some much-needed updates with the modernization and rework of Abyss.
When we brought Abyss over to Path of Exile 2 and Rise of the Abyssal, some functional changes to the mechanic were made to improve the gameplay significantly. In Curse of the Allflame, the majority of those changes will be making their way back to Path of Exile 1. The existing Abyss content had some notable problems. Aside from being very dated, it also required the player to follow a crack as it opens, often backtracking throughout already cleared areas. Now, as you approach an abyssal pit, and the cracks leading up to it, you will find that it is already open and spilling forth abyssal energy into the surrounding area, subjugating the souls of enemies unlucky enough to be within its influence. Slaying these enemies will send those souls spiraling down into the pit, drawing the attention and ire of the minions of Kulamark that dwell beneath. Slay enough of them, and the Abyssal Legion will spill forth from their domain to tear you apart. The upshot of this rework is twofold. Firstly, there is now much more visceral feedback in the moment-to-moment gameplay of Abyss, with audio and visual cues drawing the player along. And most importantly, you'll never need to chase a meandering abyssal crack around a map ever again. No more backtracking. However, be on your guard. The abyssal minions of Kulamark have some different tricks up their sleeves in PoE 1, and many employ entirely different skills to those of their PoE 2 counterparts. To be clear, there are still some aspects of the existing abyssal system that we will be keeping. Abyssal jewels and items with abyssal sockets will remain. In fact, we have given Abyss a similar treatment to what we did with Dell fossils in our last release, moving abyssal rewards out of other areas of the game to make Abyss the exclusive source of abyssal jewels and Stygian vices.
That's a big win
This
for
will
Abyss.
also come
That's
with a
good.
complete
That's
refresh
a
of
W.
Abyssal Scarabs and Atlas passive tree investment, with some truly dangerous and wild new ways to take on the lightless hordes. Lastly,
That's
for
a win.
Abyss, but
Abyss
definitely
jewels
not
are
least,
super
Abyss is bringing an
sellable.
entirely new endgame pinnacle boss, with its own set of brand new unique items. This boss has a very unique way of accessing it. What does this eyeball do? Good luck figuring this one out. Let's move on to our next league
It
being
says be used in a
reworked,
map device,
Legion.
so
Every league should have distinct and interesting rewards that are exclusively available from that mechanic. This allows players to specialize in certain corners of the game, rewarding those who engage with a given mechanic. Legion is next on our list to receive this treatment.
Despite having a unique combat mechanic, we felt Legion didn't have interesting exclusive rewards outside of Timeless Jewels. While incubators were technically exclusive to Legion, they effectively granted the same rewards that you could get elsewhere. So, what are we doing about it? Firstly, incubators are being removed. No longer will you have to remember to apply incubators to all your equipment every few maps.
that's a W.
Instead, we will be adding a new type of reward exclusive to Legion, vestigial unique items. Legion generals and maps will have a chance to drop a new type of currency item, enshrouding crystals. These can be used on your unique armors. You can then take the enshrouded item to the domain of timeless conflict, which might look a little bit different to what you remember. A giant crystal emerges from the center of the domain, and there appears to be some sort of entity trapped inside, potentially the reason that these armies are engaged in eternal conflict. At the base of the crystal are a number of smaller crystals. Clicking on one allows us to place our enshrouded item inside. As we then kill monsters in the domain of timeless conflict, our gloves within the crystal begin to transform.
This is very cool
And
and
once
thematic.
you've killed enough, the
like
crystal
this.
becomes volatile and looks ready to fracture. I wonder what will come out. Our Shaper's Touch transformed into a Malagero's Virtuosity, but now the Malagero's Virtuosity has a trace of the original enshrouded item bestowed upon it, in the form of a vestigial implicit modifier. As you can see,
Wait,
enshrouding crystals allow you to transfer powerful modifiers from one unique item onto another.
You can combine
Here
uniques.
are some more examples of vestigial unique items. Helmets, boots,
Wait, what?
gloves,
You can put
Shields.
Stampede on something else.
and body armors.
We can put Stampede on something else.
In addition to vestigial items,
We can
are
apply
also making a
Stampede as an
number of
implicit
small
on another
improvements
pair
to
of unique
Legion.
boots.
You no longer need to kill every last monster to begin the Legion encounter. Breaking out all the key monsters, chests,
Or we can put
and the
another
majority
implicit
of
on
monsters
Stampede.
will be enough
So that
to
way we
start
still
the
keep the
combat
double annoyed.
automatically.
You want the double
No
annoyed.
more cheeky single
we can
monster
put
hiding in the
something else
corner,
on
preventing your
Stampede.
encounter from starting. Legion monsters drop fewer splinters, but in larger stack sizes, resulting in fewer clicks in each encounter. Unrelenting timeless emblems have been removed,
That's pretty
with
crazy.
regular timeless emblems absorbing many of their effects, causing the domain of timeless conflict to become harder, but more rewarding as you kill monsters. Your reward progress in the domain is now tracked by charging up these small purple crystals, rather than flooding your screen with hundreds of reward icons. The rewards are still the same, just not obscuring your screen with symbols.
Talismans were introduced back in 2015, but over
Bro,
the years
they're updating
they've been long
talismans.
neglected and lack a meaningful
Nobody uses
place or
talismans
purpose.
anymore.
We are making a number of changes to bring talismans back to relevance.
Firstly, talismans are now exclusive rewards from Bestiary. Every red beast
Of course
has a
they are.
chance to drop a talisman specific to that beast. For example, the Krashik Croaker can drop the Croaker Talisman. What makes these talismans special? Well, you'll notice a couple of changes compared to old talismans. Firstly, talismans
Yeah,
no
it's no
longer
longer
drop
corrupted.
corrupted, making them far easier to craft once you find one.
That's huge.
Secondly, the special modifiers on talismans are now enchantments, rather than implicits. This means they compete with blight anointments, allowing their effects to be significantly more powerful than before. Here are a few more examples of new talismans. Talisman unique items have all been improved, and now have a chance to drop from all bestiary bosses. Check out the new Eyes of the Great Wolf Talisman, which has some crazy possibilities.
So that is everything covering the new and reworked League mechanics in 329. Now, that's already quite a lot of in-game content, with Mercenaries returning, an upgraded Abyss, Legion's new reward mechanic.
I don't like Mercenaries
and of course,
being on one
everything
ascendancy.
the Curse of the Allflame League
It's
has
good
to
for
offer.
current, like,
But
gear
even
farm.
with all of that, we're not done.
It'll
Because
be good
what
for
about
farming
the
gear in
Atlas
SSF, so there's
given
that.
Zana's actions to try and destroy it in the last 2 expansions?
Zana's actions are causing the Atlas to become ever more destabilized. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas, many of which seem to be bleeding over from familiar places in Rayclast. Kerak has labeled these as anomalies. When you complete maps affected by a Voidstone, there is a chance that when you next open your Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Like this one, the Mana Foyer. Like regular maps on the Atlas, you can select them at your map device, but unlike regular maps, these don't require an item to enter. It looks like this area is the abode of Cadero Perandus. Cadero is willing to offer valuable items in exchange for our gold.
Oh,
If you
okay.
don't like what is on offer, you can reject it, and he will immediately offer another item. The next offer will cost more gold, but hopefully is much more valuable
That's
to you.
pretty crazy.
If you
I
don't
like
have enough
that.
gold for the offered item,
It's like Nameless
don't
Seer,
worry.
but better.
Cadero is happy to wait for you to replenish your coffers. You can return to the area at any time. The anomaly will not disappear from the Atlas until you either purchase an item or reject all his offers. Anomalies are unique in this regard. Unlike other locations on the Atlas, these areas can often be revisited.
Dude, this is all these changes are
Let's
great for
quickly run
SSF.
through a few of the anomalies that can manifest.
back
Reflecting Mists
Calandra?
and the Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps, but instead now appear in their own anomaly areas. Scrying is no longer the domain of the Nameless Seer, but instead can be done through the new, tradable Scrying Orb.
That is a
Some
huge
anomalies grant a
fucking
taste
W,
of League
dude.
mechanics you might not normally run,
What a W
without
that
having
is.
to be fully invested into them. For
That's
example,
so good.
this anomaly creates a random, fully revealed heist blueprint wing, with random rogue companions. This anomaly has a version of the Sacred Grove, where the plants have fully taken over.
Oh,
This
that's cool.
strongbox seems to have a strange mechanism. Atlas anomalies are unaffected by your Atlas skill tree, and you can't augment them using any fragments. Therefore, they can be run at any time without feeling like they have to be saved for later to maximize the potential rewards. There are many more Atlas anomalies to discover for yourselves, each of them tied to a specific Atlas quadrant.
That
It
is the
therefore
Gambit
worth
Strongbox
discovering which
from
ones can
PvE2.
spawn in each part of the Atlas, as it may influence what Atlas strategy you wish to pursue.
So that is a heap of new challenges to encounter, from the League and the in-game. But you may be asking, what new tools do we have to face these challenges? In 329, we are giving a bit of love to spellcasters, specifically those that cast spells themselves. But first,
Ooh.
let's address the elephant in the room that astute players may have noticed. Yes, I'm talking about those socket colors.
So,
Alright,
after the
here's
better
the-
part
here's
of
the real
2
stuff.
decades, in 329, we're making a fairly radical change. Sockets, at a basic level, don't have colors anymore. You can now put any colored gem into any socket.
Oh my dude.
We're doing this to address a long-running issue for both new
Oh, it's
and
so
experienced
good.
players. I'm sure almost everyone who has played before has run into the issue of finding a notable upgrade
Oh,
and have
dude,
struggled
this
to
is
find a
so
way to
good.
equip it. Maybe you find an amazing body armor, one that would give you a substantial
gosh,
boost to your
dude.
defenses. But you just can't move your skill or support gems over
What's the
because
caveat?
the colors of the
What's
sockets
the
just
caveat?
don't match, and you didn't luck out with your chromatic orbs. It's not fun when you have to unequip a bunch of skills or supports just to use a better item. This can still happen with the socket numbers and socket links, so it's not like it's just purely trivial, but the colors were just unnecessary. And not only prevented upgrading gear,
They just
it
straight up remove
limited build
colors. There's
experimentation.
no.
So, given that, what do the colors on gems with regards to sockets even now mean? Well, The colors on gems for sockets are still relevant, just as an upgrade system. You can still find items with colored sockets, and you can craft them onto items. They are just rarer and more powerful. Most importantly, they don't restrict what can be socketed into them. So how are they more powerful? Well, if you were to find an item with, say, a green socket, you can put a green gem inside of it to get an additional quality bonus to that gem.
What the fuck, dude?
This allows socket colors to be a
It's all
purely
an
positive
upside.
outcome on an item.
It's all
while
an
not
upside.
just simplifying the system away. You can also still change the color of sockets on your items using a chromatic orb, which now guarantees at least one red, blue, or green socket. This change will make it easier for everyone to upgrade
And you can
items
still put
and
gems in the
maintain their
wrong
build,
colored sockets if
especially
they're
while
colored, so
progressing.
it's just a pure upside.
Speaking of builds and gems, we wanted to make sure we improve some of those.
Oh, this is
specifically
so
for
huge, dude.
spellcasters. Let's
This
get
is
into
so
that.
huge.
Spellcasters have a large number of different skills to choose from, but often many skills play and
Dude, I'd be
scale
so happy
in
to play
similar ways.
Incinerate. Incinerate's
We
my
have done a
favorite
pass
spell
through
in the
existing
game.
spells, differentiating spell damage types from each other.
Please tell me you buffed
For
Incinerate.
example, Shadow's physical spells, like Ethereal Knives and Bladefall,
Yes.
now have a much higher critical strike chance than other spells at the
They do-
expense
well,
of
yeah.
damage.
Maybe they buff
Pure lightning
Cyclone.
spells
They still might
now
buff
all have
Cyclone.
generally higher cast speeds, but they cost more mana per second than other spells. We noticed that some of the Ascendancy classes for Shadow, Witch, and Templar were lacking options for general spellcasting, so we've added a new notable to the Assassin,
Dude, they added Pewee too.
the Occultist,
Rockiatas. Is it Rockiatas or Gruthgol?
And
Something
the
in
Inquisitor.
Gurkhans?
We are also introducing a new skill, Mana Infused Staff, that infuses your staff with arcane energy, raising your block chance and reducing the mana cost of your spells. In addition, when you are hit by an enemy, you retaliate with a wave of arcane lightning, dealing damage based on your
Dude,
maximum
that's
mana.
sick.
One of the struggles we noticed with certain self-cast archetypes was that they lacked a scaling option in the endgame. In 329, we're adding a special new set of exceptional
Dude,
skill gems
I can do
called
my Arc Ignite
pacts.
build now.
Each pact is themed around a specific Beyond Demon and Lycia. You can make a bargain with these demons to empower your spells. But
Wait,
at
what?
what cost, you may ask? Well, these spells don't have a typical cost, but instead cause the player to gain a special affliction debuff. Don't worry too much though, the rewards will be worth it. For example, Pact of Baydat causes many of your different spells to just cause a ruckus, while Pact of Gore is for dot builds. Using this pact will plague your enemies. Just cast it and watch everything around you melt. I wonder what Pact of Lycia and Pact of Katash do.
We won't go into the specifics of all the balance changes we are making here, but there are many more caster improvements, including buffs to specific spells and supports, buffs to caster unique items, as well as more and better ways to solve mana. Check out the patch notes later for all the details.
Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Curse of the Allflame. Today, we're launching two new series of supporter packs, the Plague and Remedis packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Plague series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. Equipping the Plague weapon skin replaces the default appearance of your staff, sword, mace, or shield with a weapon that has been submerged in corrosive toxins. The Plague Rat Pet is the result of a nefarious experiment. When a unique enemy is nearby, it faints as a defensive mechanism to protect its fragile body so it can continue to spread disease. The metal of the Plague Bearer armor set has corroded, and the cloth has begun to disintegrate from being exposed to such toxic elements. It includes the Plague Bearer back attachment, which spreads disease across the ground in town areas, maximizing the chance of infection. A diseased swarm infects your weapon when using the Plague Bearer weapon effect. Use it alongside the Erupting Pustule's rare finisher effect to spread vile and devastating disease to monsters you kill. Activating the Plague Wraith map device causes the plagued energy to flow from the chained being. Given the goal of spreading such illness is to end the lives of as many as possible, the map device tracks kills in kind, showing you the number of enemies killed in each map, sorted by rarity. Feel free to even pin the count of enemies slain in a map to the leaderboard at your leisure. Pair it with the Putrefying Portal to fully immerse yourself in the Plague Propagator experience. Both the map device and the portal emit such a potent putrefaction that even the birds flying overhead cannot survive, as they plummet to the ground around it. The Remedis Pack series also contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Remedis weapon skin changes
Self-cast
the
arc is
appearance
gonna
of
be
your
legit.
staff,
Yeah.
wand, scepter, or shield, with relics once used by the Order of the Remedis Knights against the plague. The Medi Roa pet is kitted out with all the supplies necessary for healing in remote locations. Strangely, these Roas seem to have a particular fondness for goblin meat. The Remedis Knight armor set is bestowed upon those tasked with travelling through Rayclast to purge the sick of their diseases. The matching back attachment cleanses the disease left behind on the ground in town areas by the Plague Bearer back attachment. It's an important job of a Remedis Knight to not let disease take over. Help by doing your part. The Remedis Knight weapon effect funnels the divine power of purification into your weapon. Return to the Saints' End Monastery hideout to recuperate from your purifying duties. Once a thriving centre for curing ailments, this monastery has slowly wasted away while lying unused. If you're feeling brave enough, there's even a platform to dive into the purifying waters below before washing back up at the base of the hideout. Last, but not least, use the Reservoir of Benediction Affinity Stash to store all of your elixirs. This stash opens to your stash tab with the Flask Affinity set. Additionally, all microtransactions from the supporter packs are available for use in Path of Exile 2.
Dueling MTX
We're
packs.
looking forward to seeing which of you choose to become the
Will the
plague
Roa eat
and
the drum
spread
goblin?
disease across Rayclast.
They already introduced
or
a
those
pet that
who
will
wish
kill
to fight against it
goblins,
by
so
becoming
probably.
a Remedis Knight. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile.
Yeah, we're gonna have to
Curse
review
of
the patch
Orphan
notes today when they
at
drop.
11 a.m. New Zealand time, 4 p.m. Pacific.
2.5
With
hours.
release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
The only thing I did not like is that they're getting mercenaries behind an ascendancy for permanation, like permanent, you know, like, I guess they couldn't make them permanent, they were too OP. From an SSF perspective, you just farm them for, like, for an SSF perspective, you just farm them for gear. Like, they're gonna be fantastic to spec into, to, like, farm for gear. So, like, if you're playing trade, you could just buy the mercenaries you want and always have a companion. But on SSF, I think you just spec your Atlas into farming them for gear. Like, that's the play. Because they generally have good items. Yeah, we're not going to watch the whole Q&A. I'm going to play some PoE in a bit. Yeah, that was a very good... That was a very good reveal. The league mechanic looks good. And looks very juicy. Damn, I don't think I want to deep delve, dude. I think I want to play the... I think I want to play the league mechanic. Could you make your mercenary Cyclone? The problem is that the entire ascendancy for Scion is about using mercenaries. So if you're going to play Scion for mercenaries, you have to make a mercenary that is build enabling, right? Like how people use the lightning coil stuff. Like you can't... Like the whole point of that is to use the mercenary to, like, you don't get any DPS or damage gain playing that ascendancy outside of your mercenary. So you have to, like, scale the mercenary to scale your damage, or you just play an inherently powerful build that doesn't rely too much on, you know, ascendancy power. Yeah, being able to put another implicit on the boots. Keep in mind, Chris, they said it's an enchant, not a, or it's it doesn't compete with annoyance, right? Like, it looked like the implicits that it adds to one another isn't like the new talismans that are enchantments that compete with annoyance. So I guess we can still anoint Stampede and have an implicit of another unique on there. Yeah.
G'day Exiles, and welcome back for another Q&A for 3.29. We are joined here by, it's a little bit cozier here than usual. We have game director Mark Roberts,
I got the bingo
along
card
with lead
here.
game designers on Path of Exile 1, Octavian and Andrew. And Andrew, welcome. This is your first time joining us on the Q&A. It's good to have you here. You have been on some other podcasts.
We won't know about some of this stuff until
it's exciting to have you
the
all
patch
here
notes.
For the podcast. I kind of want to give people a bit of a lay of the land of like what it is that each of you, like Octavian and Andrew, work on for Path of Exile, so people can kind of understand where your expertise lies, maybe.
Yeah, so for Path of Exile 1, I've been working on it for like primarily for quite a few years now. And typically I'll dip my hands into everything and related to the expansion. However, in the last few expansions, Chris has been handling the majority of the league stuff, and I typically handle most of the other bits and bobs. So yeah, for example, in this one, things like Mercenary and Legion and the balance, I would have had a hand in.
Yeah, you certainly did a lot on the balance side of things. It looks like you did 150 skills or something.
When the patch notes come out, you'll see the changes there. So.
Oh god, the
That's
patch
all I
notes are going to
didn't,
be massive.
And what about for you, Octavian? What do you kind of focus on for people who are not familiar?
So the last few leagues, Mercenaries, Mirage, and now Curse of the Allflame, I've been, sort of leading the design on the league mechanic itself. And then basically wherever else I'm needed. So this time around, I did the new Abyss Pinnacle boss. So you can blame me if he kills you. I did a bunch of new uniques. Some transfigured skills that'll be in the patch because I just
Ooh, there it is, guys.
Mine. I really like
New transfigured skills.
And probably some other stuff I'm forgetting. But yeah, I mean, mostly the league this time. It's a chunky one.
Yeah. I mean, that was where I was originally planning on starting, was like talking about Curse of the Allflame, where we collect chat's questions and then dive into some of the other things: Mirage, Abyss, Legion, balance crafting. There's a lot of things to talk about today.
The change to sockets is so good.
Obviously, the biggest news is the socket color change. It's the one everyone kind of seems to want to know about, from what I've seen. It's a weird one because it's such a long-standing tradition, and there is like, I felt like the initial I feel like I should be mad or something, but I was like, but I'm not. I'm curious, like, how did this one come about after being unchanged for so long?
We actually discussed this change on Mirage launch day. So
Okay.
often on just to give some history to it. So on launch day, when there isn't a burning fire,
Nice.
we're all sitting there designing, like, okay, what are we doing next? What are we starting on Monday? Like, I know people think we have a long plan ahead. We don't. Launch day is when we design the next set of content. And a thing that we decided is we worry the message now is that PoE 2 is for the new audience and PoE 1's for the existing audience only. And it is obviously for the existing audience, obviously. But we also want to make sure we're bringing in new players. And we want to make sure that that audience is growing. Because if you aren't growing the audience, it's only got one way to go, right?
Right.
That's down. Now, hopefully, you can... It'd be naive to assume it can just sustain the exact same numbers forever with the exact same players, right? People do eventually move on.
Yeah.
Whatever. So we want the audience to grow. And so when we actually go and look, well, when we were discussing this in Mirage, we're like, let's actually think, why are people, getting into the game and then stopping playing? Like, what are the points of friction and where we're losing the audience? And sockets is a huge one. Now, we had already discussed this for PoE 2 because PoE 2 removed skill gems off gear, right?
Yeah.
So we kind of already were a bit educated in this, and we're like, but the line we drew, like, some people were like, why not remove them entirely off the gear, like you did with PoE 2? But there are, I would say, I feel this way, and a number of people feel this way, when first playing PoE 1, or fifth, sixth, whatever, long time ago.
A decade and a half ago.
There were two things about the game that really caught me and my group of friends and propagated along, and maybe you guys feel the same way, I'm not sure, which was, I opened the passive tree and fell in love, and I also was like,
holy, skills are in your gear and the links are in your gear. That is like, that's awesome. That's so, the innovation behind that is so cool. So not wanting to lose the skills and sockets in gear in PoE 1, I think is, you know, it's a personal line, sure, but I think a lot of people share it, of not wanting to lose that entirely, but also it doesn't need to be so having so many layers of friction. And so obviously you got the numbers, you got the links, and then you got the colors. And often what we're finding is that, sure, seasoned players, veterans, they work around it, sure. But, or honestly, they don't even necessarily, I talk about the gear upgrades, sometimes you don't even need the gear upgrades. You know, you can just, once you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing. But yeah, we're finding a lot of players early game who are struggling, who are trying to get those gear upgrades, just can't, and often it's because of the colors.
Yeah.
And so we're like, well, we want to remove that friction, but also we don't want to just like simplify it down to nothing, because we still want in-game players to have an access of itemization that's important. And so we're like, we still want the colors to come in. We still want it to be important for upgrading your gear. We want it to be a chase end-game thing players can do. And we honestly think that this hits both of those, and it now allows a lot of people to get into the game easier, make upgrades of their gear without going, I don't know what to do. Like my gear's been the same since level 3 because I can't replace this, or like one piece of gear or another piece of gear. And because they don't want to break their links or their skills or their support. So yeah, honestly, that's where it came about. And but the broader discussion is like, we need to get people in the door. We need to get people to stop quitting. And we need to have
you know how hard it's going to be to work my brain around not looking for certain links and colors.
And this was part of that.
After training myself to do that for so many years.
I wouldn't expect this to be the last change along that axis of us going, let's remove these barriers of entry. You know, in the future we want to make more. But yeah, honestly, I think, you know, generally speaking, almost everyone internally has been pretty positive, but everyone has that, whoa, you're changing this sacred thing. And even we had it. When we were in the room, we're like, oh, are we doing this?
Are we allowed to do this?
What, do we need to... You know, like, hold on, do we need to like call a council of the founders here? Like, do we, what are we supposed to do here? Like, can we make this change?
That basically did happen.
Yeah.
Like, you guys called around to some of the other people.
Yes, we did, yes. Yeah. So it was, even we were like, are we allowed? But then also I think it is really important that we can reassess these fundamentals and actually go and say, no, this needs to change. Now, hopefully it's amazing, and hopefully everyone finds it to have less friction and late game get better itemization and all of that. But you know, these things, if they don't quite land, we're always just going to make another iteration and change it. That's what we do.
I was like, so I've done a playthrough of the campaign while here, and
What's up, Benny?
I with this in particular, because I had that feeling like, oh, it's so sacred and so ancient. I feel like I was coming at it from an angle of being hypercritical, looking for any potential issues with it, but it felt like it was just so much easier to change gear and swap my gear around. Like, ultimately, that's the thing. You talk about this for a lot for new players, but I see this as like a huge win for long-term players, because playing a game for over a decade, you start to notice these kind of points of exhaustion is kind of what I think of them as, where you're like, oh, this just grinds me down a little bit each league.
That is something I did. It was intended for a newer audience, but 100% all the feedback from Alpha, from internal, you know, our designers and QA generally has been like, hell yeah.
It just makes the campaign smoother. I'm using a greater variety of gear. I'm upgrading my gear more often. It feels good. And the quality one surprised me a bit, because that is actually like you don't usually interact with quality at all in the campaign. You're not going to get any GCPs until end game, right? But that I was actually kind of looking at the quality on my gems, and you know, I was like, oh, this really benefits from that. I'm getting an extra spark on my spark while I'm leveling. And
I think it's a bigger conversation, Benny. I think they might change
getting one
more core things in the game down the road, not just colors or sockets.
Really nicely as an axis for still rewarding getting, you know, some of the correct colors.
Yeah.
Because quality innately is much more powerful on your active skill than it is your support gem.
Yeah.
So it's kind of okay if you only have a few of the colors, because you put your strongest skill in the you know, you put your strongest gem in your links, which is your active skill, into the color that it matches. And then it's nice to get the other colors correct, but you know, getting the other colors correct is like 5% increased damage. Whereas getting the one color you really need correct, which is quite easy to do, is, you know, potentially an extra projectile or 10% more damage or something like that.
Yeah, every time a chrome dropped, I was like looking for a good base to drop that on, so that I could, you know, chuck my spark gem or something else in there.
It has the added bonus of there's another currency that's like you know, it's
Well,
not
I
like
think this is a
divine
change,
orb
Benny,
level
that I don't
ding
think
when you
any
drop
player
but
would
it's
have
nice
against
to see.
it.
You know, you're
Like,
excited to see a chromatic now and
I
then.
don't see
It
an
was kind of
argument
weird
to
that,
why
like,
this is a
chromatic went
bad
from being, like, less
change.
valuable than, you know,
I
jaws and
think
fusings
anything
to
in the
be
game should be
the most
changed that
valuable
makes it
now.
more accessible and
just to
fun.
clarify,
I don't care if it's been in the game for 20 years. If it's
I won't say
if there's something in the
exactly how
system,
rare they
if
are,
there's
but
something in the
we've
game
made
that's
changes
just
to, like, for
annoying to deal
example,
with,
if you
like having to deal with
render a
socket colors and
six-socket
chromes when
item that has
leveling,
chromatic colors,
just
you
get rid
won't
of
get
it.
seven
Like it's an
jewel orbs, you'll get a
arbitrary
chromatic
thing.
orb.
Oh, I was wondering if there was some sort of recipe. I thought you guys might keep it secret or something.
Oh no, that's the existing chromatic recipe. That still works.
Okay.
But it has higher priority than the jewel
Our list,
one.
our list of recipes, if it meets two conditions, there's always
I see.
it has an order of precedence. So we moved the chromatic above the
Because
jewel.
it's more valuable now. I see. That makes sense. Did you guys have to mess with quality at all now that there's going to be kind of 30% is just going to be somewhat wildly available now? Like, does that break anything?
No, it is basically a bit power creepy. But
Yeah.
I think we had to make a number of changes to existing uniques that interacted with socket colors. But I think the only one that really got a nerf was Diala's Malefaction. Instead of granting 30% quality to green socket gems, it's now 20%.
Okay.
But if you put a green socket gem in, it's 30%, which is what it had before. So.
And that's my follow-up question is there's uniques that interact with
No,
socket
Mark
colors?
said at the
Have these
beginning,
sorts
like
of
the
things been
whole
updated?
thing they
I was,
like about
wondering, does
QE1
anything
is
tell
putting
you what else,
sockets
or just
and
kinda
gems in
leave
your
it
gear,
until
so I don't think they're doing that.
Didn't need to change.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
that kind of just
six-link.
works, doesn't it?
Six-link, still a six-link, yeah.
Still six-link.
Yeah, what Skin of the Loyal and Lords, they just generate with 6 coloured sockets.
Yep.
So you still want to get the right colours, but
Yeah, but it's much easier to actually use them now.
what else did you do? Pariah.
Yeah, so
If they didn't
we
adjust it in the patch
audited
notes,
all of them.
Chris.
Some of them we were like, this is not a good unique, we should buff it. So Pariah, for example, is one that is now much stronger than it used to be. Yeah, there's subtle changes, but in general, like the design of the uniques didn't really need to change at all, like Triad Grip and the Untouched Soul, those type of things.
I just realized this makes like a favorite thing for me is like early league buying like a corrupted 6-link and finding the right colors for that was sometimes tricky, but now like you can use any, right? Because you can put a blue gem in a green socket, you just don't get the bonus.
Yeah, Skin of the Loyals early league is going to be
I'm hoping
far
they
more
buffed it,
accessible
let
than-
them, but we'll find out in the patch notes.
Interesting. So that inadvertently kind of makes 6-links much more available early league, it seems. It's like something maybe you wouldn't even really think about with this, but there you go.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Yeah, all right, cool. Volobs did a thing with sockets, so I imagine that changed, right?
Well, to clarify, when you do get a socket color, so for example, if you're using like a strength base type, you still have, when a socket generates, it's still got a much higher chance to be a red socket compared to a blue or green socket. So
Yeah.
it still rolls socket colors based on the attribute requirements. Now, a Valorb does what it used to do before, where when it's generating socket colors, it can still re-roll socket colors.
Yeah.
I think instead of granting white sockets, now it does the inverse and it grants a colored socket.
Yeah, so I was
but that colored socket
Okay.
will just be a random red, green or blue. It won't care about the attribute requirements of the item.
So a way to get off colors or something, maybe. Interesting. I imagine the crafting bench probably changed. But then again, with chromes being more expensive, maybe it didn't need to.
So a chromatic orb guarantees a colored socket,
Yeah.
but we also have crafting bench options which guarantee 2 colored sockets and guarantee 3 colored sockets.
They probably don't
But
exist anymore, Chris.
for
What's the
varying
point of a white
amounts
socket
of chromatic orbs. I can't
when you can
remember the
socket
exact
into
amount.
Now that they're
anything?
gonna be
They
much
probably
more
removed it from the
valuable
game.
as well. That makes sense. It almost kind of solves itself there. Well, super interesting. I look
Unless
forward
white
to
sockets are
seeing how
special and
people
give
feel
some
about
other
that
kind of
after
bonus.
They've had a chance to play around with it.
Like they do something else now.
My impressions of that have been pretty positive so
You
far.
still have the benefit of
If
betrayal or
anything,
whatever.
like, I guess if there's any negative, I could probably nitpick about it. It seems that maybe like it removes some of the identity from those items, mostly more in the campaign where you're not seeing their colors come up all that often. So like armor, energy shield thing is not necessarily as distinct from an invasion thing since you can change them around a lot more. Was that something you guys were worried about at all with this?
Not really.
You think they
A
get
little
enough of
bit.
their identity
I
from
understand
the
that it is, especially from the visuals.
Yeah.
But like the item holds itself, you know,
Yeah.
and with respect to its defense type, its mods. But yeah, I
The
mean,
bases
I get
still
that.
influence
Almost everyone. I was just thinking about it
the
now.
color that can generate when you chrome. So if you
I play
chrome
with sockets always
a
shown.
strength-based item,
I don't
the
think
chance
I've
that it's going to
seen
be a
anyone in
red
a long time not play
is
with
stronger
sockets
than the
always
other
shown.
two.
So I was just thinking that, like, generally when you're looking at an item, in fact, you're not really seeing its item art. You're just seeing some combination of colors. So, yeah, generally you're going to be like, hey, this doesn't look like how it used to look. But I would honestly say that that doesn't need to be part of it. So it shouldn't need to be part of its identity.
Nice.
Even though I get that it will feel that way, for sure.
I would have to think this
I know
stuff's in
was
the
main
patch notes,
change for this
guys.
expansion,
Like, they
but
probably
on
have
the
addressed this
side,
in
in your
some way.
spare time between working on Socket Colors, obviously you made this thing called Curse of the Orflame.
No, chromes are not
this is a pretty
100%
unique and,
RNG,
I
Benny.
think,
They just said that
delightfully goofy mechanic.
if you
It's like-
chrome an
it's
item
definitely- it's
that
definitely
has
a
an
weird
attribute
one.
requirement, it
At
is
first I
still
thought,
the
you know,
same.
it's
It could
still
roll
a
a
bit
green
moist, but
more
then
if it's
that seems
evasion
to be
based. If you
oversimplifying
use
it
a
little bit.
Vow Orb,
'Cause
it's
it's also
100%
got
RNG.
a little bit of a blend of other
Vow Orbs are still
ideas, and
100%
it definitely
RNG.
seems to very much be
Not
its
chromes.
own thing. I'm curious, how did this idea for this like Subnautica League come about?
You know what? Strangely, it actually didn't even start from the point of we should go to the ocean floor. What I wanted was a league where, you know, you're exploring in similar sort of to the Wildwood, because I like that mechanic, but
Yeah.
like a league mechanic where you're exploring and trying to uncover things as you go. And it was originally going to be, I believe, like bestiary adjacent, where it was going to be in like the spirit realm where all the bestiary bosses are and you're like clearing
Okay.
spirit fog. But that was not a thing that we had nearly the assets to be able to pull off nearly as well as like an ocean themed league, because you can, you know, go look at half the monsters in the game that pre-existed and they're on the coast or they're near the shore or they're on an island, and therefore, you know, it's crabs and horrible squid creatures and starfish and all that. And so it just made a lot more sense.
Always
to go with
Cyclone
an ocean-themed
buttons, always
league. And
Cyclone.
from there, everything just kind of exploded into being.
Yeah, a lot of that also inspiring. It, like, the same mechanic can often be applied to many different themes in different ways, and so a huge part of the win there, he's talking about ocean biome assets, creatures. Well, we had just done Act 4, right? You know, so, and PoE 2, so all of a sudden we have islands and sea creatures and everything there, and it's like, okay, well, we like to reuse stuff and port it back and use so we get to use all the modern art. The other thing is the environment artists are familiar with those assets, so when they're trying to put together all these things, they know exactly, and the level designers, they know exactly where everything is. Makes it way easier, and then you don't have to like look through and find 13-year-old assets and stuff trying to go like, okay, how can I reuse this? And then, yeah, it's nice to have full art sets of modern art, because when you mix old things that aren't what we call PBR and non-PBR, when you have the old PoE1 assets intermixed with the new modern assets, they stick out like a absolute sore thumb.
Yeah.
So yeah, going in, obviously it's when you're picking a theme, it's often good to look, what art do we have? How can we use that or reuse that?
Guys, I was
because
just
then you get to
thinking.
make
I was just
a
thinking
hell of a lot
about
more
Legion
content for
rework,
significantly less.
binding
cost.
Headhunter and
So,
Mage Blood into one item.
That's kind of
Headhunter
what helped
implicit on a
inspire it.
Mage
And I
Blood.
also like, oh, I was like, and he doesn't necessarily know what's being
How
made for
ridiculous
PoE2,
would
and that's
that be?
like where I'm kind of the bridge, and I'm like,
Yeah, because you're fully on PoE 1.
Yes.
Yep.
and he's like, well, what monsters? And I'm like, oh, well, let me
I think
give
the
you that. And
limited
it's like,
Merc map amount is going to be great
massive
for
list.
Uber
I'm like, go to
farms.
this area, go to this area, go
I
to
think
this
the
area,
Mercs are going to be great
any
for
of these
farming
will work.
gear.
Big starfish and all that stuff, and so
Sea otters.
yeah,
I love
the
otters.
otters.
So, very-
yeah.
The otters
so,
definitely caught me by surprise.
we had a task that we hadn't finished called Demon Otter.
Yep. Yeah. You didn't even point me at that. I went and found that one.
Yeah.
I felt slightly bad blowing up the otters. They're kind of cute.
Well, you
Little-
can get one as a pet from
nice.
the upcoming mystery
There you
box.
go.
I feel like
Dude,
I'm like,
Headhunter and
how
Mage
did you
Blood
find that? Are you
combined is
just
fucking
going into
insane
a
to
issue
think
tracker
about,
and
dude.
typing otter every 3 days and like
So
waiting for
cracked.
something to appear. It's like,
I refresh the issue tracker at the start of each day because I'm curious what's being worked on, and I saw otter like years ago,
Control F otter.
and it stuck in my head.
He's just got a script that just checks for him every day and alerts him, pings in the moment it goes in.
Hundreds of these things getting made per day. It's like kind of to just know to search for that is like really weird. So I don't know.
Or
I'm
replica
sus.
uniques? Who knows?
So, I mean, so you had some assets for it, but also like if you'd done the Wildwood Einhari sort of thing, that sounds cool, but it wouldn't have been quite as unique as this. I think. Like, I don't think we haven't had this like exploring the ocean floor thing before.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Is this a real boat league?
I was wondering, yeah, because like you go into a boat, but we're not like what makes a boat league? Do you have to be? Does it just have to have a boat in it? Because that's a pretty low bar.
You have to be at ocean. Do you have to be
Fighting on-
I think some people draw the line at sailing. I think it has to be moving. I think you have to. I think
Fishing?
They would say. Hold on,
Hold on, we'll get to that in a second.
Oh, you're rolling.
Dude, are
I
they doing
think
fishing?
that,
They
a
doing
true boat
fishing?
league to some people is one that
we
must
getting
induce
fishing?
seasickness.
That's,
As in with like
that's your line.
screen wobble and like.
That is not what I thought you would
We
say.
have not done that this week. To be fair.
Thank you
Dude, are we getting
for
fishing?
not doing that. I feel like the true boat league has to have combat on a boat. We're gonna have some boarding actions or something, like some boat to boat cannons and
Noted.
blowing up.
Third axis, yeah.
Isn't it a town area? I guess you can't like spawn specters or anything. And
In the Deepwater hub.
Yeah.
Sorry, Deepwater was the working name. In the Curse of the All-Flame hub area on the Sovereign.
You
is
can
the
drop
name of
items
ship.
on the floor on the boat.
It
so,
is technically a combat area, so you
Yeah.
could
in theory.
spawn specters there if you wanted to.
Shoot projectiles out to sea.
Yeah.
I guess you can.
I guess.
Boat PvP.
Sorry, but it was mentioned though, like, does this also count? The same question could be asked of fishing. Does this count as fishing if you're on the ocean floor killing fish? Does that count as fishing? And does this tread on the toes of the existing fishing mechanics, obviously, as well?
I wouldn't-
You would have
I
had to
wouldn't
have considered that. Did you confer with the fishing team when you were?
I think that going down and killing fish is not fishing. I think that's.
but what if you're holding a spear though? Oh, but we don't have spears, so it doesn't matter.
Perfect. Problem solved. So you're basically saying like dynamite fishing doesn't count as fishing then for sure. It's 100% cheating.
It is important for us to clear up this because, like, we need to always be just almost delivering boat leagues, but not quite delivering boat leagues. So I just wanted to make sure we succeeded in our goals here.
There's this like grand plot of stringing along the PoE community for as long as possible for a boat league. Is like,
That's true. When I pitched the re-theme, Mark was very cautious. You know,
like, oh, we don't want to give him too much. We got to keep him coming back for the next potential boat league. I see what's going on here.
Yeah, it's like there's this tick box of league must have boat, and then indented boat must not move. You know.
Okay.
No. All right. Anyway.
Anyway, so this is a pretty big change from Mirage, which was in map and heavily intersected with like all of the existing mechanics. This is the complete opposite. This is a mostly out of map mechanic, and it's not required for you to understand how it intersects with other mechanics. Is it? I imagine there's like a good reason to kind of like alternate between the two almost as well.
yeah. So one of the benefits of Curse of the All-Flame is that it's a very straightforward theme to understand. It's something that, you know, you don't really need to have a lot of grounding in the all of the minutia of Path of Exile to be able to understand, ooh, go to ocean floor and find treasure in a submersible. That's just a cool concept, whether you are, you know, a PoE veteran or not. And it's also just kind of me liking to jump between things and work on very different concepts. Like, you know, I can't say any specifics, but we already do have a very rough plan for what 3.30 will be, and it's going to go in a completely different direction as well. So, I don't know. I just have a lot of ideas.
You did say
that go
submarines.
all over the
You did
place,
say
and
submarines.
Good.
You're not wrong.
Very good.
we like to alternate these things, right?
Yeah.
Like often out of league, out of map leagues are, you know, they have room to be a bit more immersive. They have there's a whole world there.
Yeah.
You know, integrating things into map constrains what they can be.
Delve. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They
Like
renewed
having
bestiary,
a pocket
Benny.
of ocean in a desert.
They reworked
is a
talismans.
bit weird,
Doing
you know,
bestiary
like,
now
so
rewards
certain things can work,
talismans,
certain
and the
things
talismans
can't.
drop
I mean, in
not
the same
corrupted.
sense that kind of
so they're
having a
easier to
desertless
craft.
mirage in an
And there's some other stuff. So it's technically not a full rework to bestiary, but they tied bestiary to talismans.
It allows you to create a more immersive world, submersive world,
I see what you did.
submersive,
Yeah.
immersive. I don't know. I'm silly.
They saved the best for last still.
There are
Yeah.
some lessons that have been taken from previous like out of league mechanics, where
Yeah,
obviously
okay.
the biggest one is that the Atlas tree is this method of investment that can, you know, lead to in Atlas content being able to be juiced to the gills, so to speak.
Yeah.
And we need a system that's, you know, at least in what's the word I'm looking for here, an analog to that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the voyage system, which we can get into in specifics a little bit later, but it's got multiple axes through which you can juice the content that you're doing to get, some quite rewarding voyages. And it's kind of meant to be the one-to-one allegory to that. Analog.
Yes. Yeah. That was going to be one of my follow-up questions is because you have so many like axes to juice things.
I'm going to ask about delve updates.
Make sure that something like this has like a nice long tail to it. That is something you can get as invested in. So this has like some nice ways for you to be able to juice it.
And I mean, one of the other things is we have much more gradation in the level scaling. This is maybe getting too into the weeds, but like the mods that can roll on charts.
Yeah.
There's a whole tier of the highest tier of rewarding mods that can only show up on I-83, I-84 charts.
Oh, okay, cool.
So if you are at the end game, then you get access to like even more rewarding, both charting and voyaging. And then there's some border mods that can only roll at the super high levels as well. And then, those border mods can amplify with the chart mods, can amplify with the adjacency mods, can amplify with the chart locations, which I'm getting too into the weeds now because we haven't really discussed any of that. But I like, I'm a PoE1 player at heart. I like lots of axes that all intersect and overlap and turn into a crazy encounter.
Yep. And when you make something like this that is out of maps, there is like, I feel like you guys expect and fully kind of know ahead of time that, this is going to be more divisive than something that is in maps typically, right? Like this is something that is for the players that are going to love it is kind of the way that I view it.
I asked, is there going to be any potential delve updates in the near future?
So I imagine then, how does that kind of like shape the design of this? Like, I imagine you're like able to take more risks or something with it, be a bit more crazy.
In the new mechanic, Benny, you're using a submersible to explore the ocean floor, and you drop down more like air pockets things. And then after a certain amount of time, they start to expire, and you have to fight your way back to the submersible as you're killing stuff and more stuff spawns. It's kind of like Heist, where at some point something triggers, and then you got to fight your way back out.
We imagine a lot of people would enjoy it. And yes, we definitely understand it's going to be more divisive. And that's why we make sure we alternate these types of leagues, or at least we thoroughly try to. And as said, 330 will be an area mechanic in map.
One of the other things that I'm definitely making sure is the case in 330 is there will not be a loading screen to do the league mechanic. I like Mirage, I like Allflame, but they have both now, to go to the hub area for Allflame, you need a loading screen because obviously it's out of map. And then Mirage needed one too, which was unfortunate.
To be clear, charts are fully tradable.
Yep.
You don't have to run them, you just stockpile them, right? And then go, like you can do days of mapping and then go do days of charting. The crafting system's kind of crazy. Powerful.
The crafting system is ridiculous, dude.
The way that it can be thought about is you get in a chorus.
Let's talk about those fusings. You don't want to drop 800 fusings RNG and hope that you get your 6th link. Dude, Nameless, these are such like talking about SSF. Everything in the reveal is like just W's for SSF.
And hopefully people
so you get to use scrying orbs now. You don't have to farm Nameless Seer forever.
We like to, even when we do out of area. In this case, it's not like you find it, you have to do it. You can find it, you run it later at your leisure, right? So you don't have to break your mapping flow all the time.
Get
the chart, move on, map, and then maybe start the next day with let me go do a bunch of charts, do a bunch of voyages, right? Like, that's fully at your leisure. You can, that's generally how people play, and it's generally how I play. At Alpha, we're seeing the same thing. It's like, just... you have those people who might want to chart as they find them. You might have people who are like, okay, get to end of Act 1, do a bunch, just talking about a campaign. And having the freedom to be able to do all of that is pretty critical for the out-of-area leagues, I'd say.
Yeah, it seems like it's very free for you to determine your flow about how you engage with this. And for the map blasters then, who maybe like, I don't really want to go do the charting and stuff too much, it has something for you in maps as well. Like, I think that's easy to miss.
Yeah. I mean... obviously the bulk of the mechanic is the undersea exploration, but there are 3 different encounters you can find in maps that are what grant the charts. And importantly, I wanted each of them to feel like they were, worth engaging with, even if you didn't want the chart. So there's the Cursed Treasure Chest, which we showed in the live stream, that possesses you with a random tormented spirit when you complete it.
That's a fun one. I like that.
For the rest of the instance. There's a Brine Rot Pirate one, and when you complete that, you get a buff that gives you a chance for any gold you find for the rest of the instance to be duplicated when it drops. And there's the Crab Nest, and when you defeat the Crab Nest, whenever you kill rare and unique monsters for the rest of the instance, you spawn crabs,
You spawn crabs.
which may not sound useful, but it's very good in Beyond maps.
It's a bunch of extra crabs popping out as you do it. And I mean, more monsters popping out of monsters is definitely some people's jam for sure.
Crabs.
Crabs.
Yeah,
Lots
right.
of crabs.
Oh man, there's a crab themed unique that we're going to show hosts in a teaser that I'm really excited for people to see. I'm sorry, I'm just baiting people by bringing that up. It'll be soon.
I was just thinking, I got to make sure to equip the crab armor set when we play this.
Oh yeah,
That's my-
for sure. It's got to be done. Yeah, I saw some pretty cool looking uniques there, but we can leave those for your teasers and stuff
Sure.
because there's some pretty. You're definitely pushing what uniques can be in Path of Exile 1, I think, a bit, which is exciting to see. But you mentioned this like the crafting system. How does the reward structure for this mechanic works outside of maps in the actual charting and voyaging? Do certain charts have like certain reward types? Are you able to target farm specific things?
So again, this is another point where I wanted to make sure there were multiple axes. So there's the Dead Man's Sulfur, which is the coral green glowing stuff that's in every single chart and voyage that you do.
Yep.
And that's the fuel for powering the new crafting system. And that is fully tradable. So that's like the baseline. This mechanic just rewards this all the time. And then there are special charts that you can find that lead to special things on the ocean floor that can give, any number of, arbitrary rewards, whatever we decide. So there's one that just has tons of chests of currency, which I'm sure people will like. There's one that spawns
the
as
scrying
you
orb
saw on the
change
live stream,
vow
a new kind
is
of
now
mercenary
you
that
can just
only
get a
get from that
scrying
realm.
orb that you
There's
use to
one that leads
scry
the,
one map to
the new
another.
boss
It's no
of the
longer a
league.
farm nameless here.
There's probably a bunch that I'm forgetting. There's a dozen to 24 of those at least, and we do have some that might not make it into the patch, and we would put in a week later if they don't. So there might even be more coming soon after launch. And then the third thing is there's what we call a scattered object system in the league, and this is why I'm personally really excited to play, because it scatters a bunch of predetermined random rewards, like chests of currency, or a chest with a unique, or the message in a bottle that we showed on the stream that you open and it just gives you some random valuable unique, or potentially I think a reflecting mist is what we showed. Essences, strong boxes, golden lanterns that give you permanent rarity for the rest of the instance, tons of stuff. We tried to get dozens of outcomes in there, and those are just scattered on the ocean floor, and they give you the feeling of exploring to try and find stuff. You're not going completely blind though. Every lantern that you place has a little indicator on it, and that indicator will point towards the nearest scattered object, nearest reward you might want.
Thanks, Katie,
so
for
you
the
know
follow.
where to go to place the next lantern. To
There's
find
your
a
answer,
treasure chest
Benny.
or
When you're
whatever.
doing the new league mechanic, when you place lanterns, they'll
something different
indicate
to
the
say
next
wild
area
wood
you should
where
explore
just go,
to place your next
I'm going that
lantern.
way.
So it kind of shows you the
This
right
one at least
direction.
gives you a guidance to go, I'm going to find something if I go over here.
Yeah. Now you don't know what the something is necessarily. It could be an essence monster or a strong box or a chest with a unique in it, but it will be something that you would want. It doesn't. Technically, there are also mines on the seafloor that explode when you step on them. They're not very frequent. The
haven't seen
lanterns
any of
don't point
those
at those.
Okay, you're not getting fully
I
baited.
thought
by
that's what
those.
you're getting. I was like, they better not point at those.
Yeah, you're implying there's some sort of reward to get.
No.
Yes, some sort of reward, sweet release.
As again, the comparison to Wildwood there is that it ensures a minimum. You're getting something out of it.
Yeah.
As long as you follow it. As opposed to like place a bunch of lanterns, you're like, I just RNG'd and got nothing.
I mean, for me, it's the most addicting part of the league. Like, I love going in and, you can do a chart in like a minute, maybe two, depending on how fast your build is.
they're really fast.
They're quite quick.
Yeah.
And so you go in, you find 2-3 chests, and then you rush back out, and you do it again, and then suddenly an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours has gone by.
Yeah, and I very much noted and appreciated that you did the week 1 quality of life patch before release with the auto placing of lanterns if you want. So you can manually place them, or you can just run into the water and it.
That was
Pop
done
ones down.
months ago. That was done well before release.
We're trying to do that though every league. Like always think, okay, what are people going to ask for on day 1, day 2, day 3, or week 1? What do they need? And like, let's get ahead of it and do it now. We don't catch everything, but
Yeah, you can't do an
Get
extent,
a
can
lot
you? Yes, but you're definitely getting better at that, though. Has it been a bit tricky to kind of get the feel of this right? Like, so you've got this thing where you're like pushing these lanterns out, and then you've got the bubble collapsing thing for the extraction as well. Like, it seems like a challenging thing to kind of get the feel for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's had a lot of iteration. The collapsing part, I do want to specify because, you know, it's something that comes up a lot in conversations I've had with, you know, journalists and people at the office and all that. The lanterns will never start just randomly collapsing on you. Like,
Yes.
you know when they are going to begin to collapse because they only begin to collapse after you place your last lantern.
Yeah, it's not like flares and delve.
Yeah,
Like
so
that's the
you
big
have-
distinction.
You know, you have infinite time to explore the areas that you've placed lanterns in
Yeah.
until you place your last one, and then you have to get back to the bathysphere.
Yeah, and it's not really like a rush, clear, speedy mechanic. Ultimately, like you can,
No, I mean,
you can do
you
it
can go
fast.
fast.
You can go fast, but it's not like
Like I said, people on Alpha generally are doing a chart in like a minute
Yeah.
or less.
but it-
Pretty forgiving.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
which it kind of has to be, right? Like, if it is, if it's overwhelming for any of us, we've probably got the balance wrong because someone's going to come into the game and just be like, I don't know what to do. Like, it is a thing where, you know, rewatching the live stream, I'm like, oh yeah, I could see people being worried about just drowning all the time,
No.
and yeah,
Drowning is not meant to be a significant part of the mechanic. If you're dying in the all flame encounters, I would hope that you're dying to the monsters
yeah,
and not to drowning. And that is generally the case whenever, you know, I've died when playtesting and also when I've seen, you know, players playing on Alpha. and
Yeah,
stuff.
you don't have to worry about them collapsing
Drowning
randomly.
is really, it really only ever happens.
They only auto drop
if
Benny when you get to the edge of the
are
bubble.
being, like, playing
So
real
like
dangerous
it isn't
and,
like it's just gonna keep
you know,
plopping down
trying
lanterns
to
well
go
ahead of
out
you.
far into the water
It
to try
auto
and get a
drops when you get
chest
to
or
the, I believe, the
something,
edge of a
which
bubble.
is
It'll just drop
part
it for
of
you
why
versus you
we
putting
have
it somewhere.
Those lanterns pointing at things, so you know
So I
where
think
to
you can
place the
still
lantern to get
control
the
by
chest.
not, you know,
so you
advancing
don't have to be
too
trying
far.
to do like rippy dangerous stuff by going out into the water a whole ton.
you'd have to have a serious panic, which to drown is what my perception. Like when I'm like, how would someone drown to this? But it will happen.
probably
I'm
die to
sure,
drowning
but
first.
I think you'd have to be having a little miniature crisis in order to have that happen. I'd say.
I feel like you'll do it once and then you'll learn from it. But if you're a hardcore player,
Yeah,
I guess
I
you'll
only
lose
drowned-
one character and then
I only drowned once, and I was like, oh, that was a bit silly. I won't do that again. That seems like something to learn from. There seems like there could be a bit of a risk of backtracking with this. Like people don't really, you know, enjoy long backtracking. But I noticed with the charts, you can kind of a lot of the time you're placing your things in a circle, so you're not really backtracking so much. You end up where you started anyway. But with the voyages, there might be some backtracking or maybe not, depending.
Well,
So,
I'll never use auto in
feel-
hardcore, Benny.
I don't.
That's
I
a
don't wanna
softcore
sound
problem.
Like I'm overemphasizing.
I'm not going
this
to do
too
that in
much.
hardcore.
But the charts are quite small. Like by the time you've placed all, you get
The
you get
monsters
7
having drowning
lanterns once
orbs,
you
that would be
upgrade your lantern
insane.
count. By the time you've placed all 7 lanterns, you are maybe a couple screens away from where you started. Maybe
Yeah.
a little bit further than that if you go out in a full straight line. So the charts are meant to be like really bite-sized encounters. So like there is technically a small amount of backtracking there, but that is with monsters spawning as you're going
Yeah.
back, and it's a couple screens worth.
There's a big difference between combatless backtracking and just
Yeah, you're fighting monsters as the bubbles are collapsing around you. It's like
Yes.
it's an actual kind of
Yeah.
exciting gameplay thing, and it's not even necessarily always the case. I noticed because in the voyage sometimes you're extracting basically where you are as you're leaving.
Yeah, so the voyages, they're built out of 9 different charts that you kind of stitch together, and each of them at their center has a place where you can leave. So you don't have to backtrack to where you started in a voyage. That would be insane and terrible. You get to leave at each of these individual chart locations, and like I said, the charts are relatively bite-sized, so that means you're never really more than, say, a screen and a half distance away from a place where you could leave when you want to go.
Yeah, yeah, awesome. So this all flame crafting, how did you
Aquaman.
arrive at giving players like 4 Hinokora locks per craft as your crafting system for this league?
Well, actually, originally it was going to be similar.
Ooh, I wonder if your mercenaries
I
can
want to say similar to
drown.
Harvest. I don't want players to
Mercenaries are
interpret that
allies,
as,
right?
like,
I wonder if they can
you know,
drown
similar
because
in
the
power
AI is
level.
dumb and they
It may or
just
may not
stay
be.
out of the bubble too long.
But I mean similar mechanically.
would be so
as in
stupid.
List of specific bespoke crafts
Right.
that you can do for list of specific costs of that craft.
Yeah,
But the problem with that is it was just too similar to things we've done in the past. You
Yeah.
know, it is essentially Harvest but wet. And that's not
Harvest, but wet.
we had actually gotten relatively far along in the development of that, and I was just like, this is lame. We shouldn't do the same thing again.
yeah.
And so, It actually, the idea for the all flame crafting splitting into different forms came from the fact that originally we were using the terms all flame and ghost flame kind of interchangeably in development, and ghost stuff gave me the idea of what if you split into multiple
Yeah,
ghostly
Octavian,
versions of
the
item?
guy
What
that's
would that
speaking,
mean?
he's been a huge
Yeah,
boost.
right.
He's been
Kinda
around for a
came
few
from
leagues
first
now.
melodic
The guy
second,
knows what he's doing.
Thematically real cool.
That's
Yeah,
why I think the
when you
last
came
couple
to me and
leagues
you're
have been
like,
so
this
solid.
crafting system sucks. We need a new
He's
one.
been one
and
of the
then you
guys
have that
behind the
shit.
last couple
Like,
leagues.
This is a good thing. Like,
yeah.
some people get very caught up in their original designs and just try and see it through no matter what, and you just get you go down into
Yeah,
a
he
vortex
knows
of
he knows his
deep,
stuff.
and
Yeah.
you're like,
Yeah.
oh, loss aversion kicks
They hired
in,
the
and,
right
like,
dude.
to be able to, as a designer, to be able to just be like, nah, gone, starting again, even if you're like 3/4 into the cycle, if that's what's best, that's what's best. And most people fail at being able to do this. So it's like,
Nice.
when you came to me for that, I was like, wow, okay, this is cool. I'm happy.
I did feel bad telling our lead programmer for the league, Jeremy, that your work, we're actually going to be changing it. Though a good amount of the infrastructure was able to be kept because it is still UI-wise very similar, where you like put in item, click craft to go. It just changed to now you also put in a currency with the item that you want to use it on or use on it.
So the main part of it is this splitting, so that you can use an exalt or something, and then see 3 or 4 different potentials for that, and then choose your best one. And that's obviously very powerful, especially for some of the bigger graphs. The intangibility system is kind of the counterpoint to that, like some sort of limitation on that. How does that work exactly?
Yeah, so not every single crafting step, but many of the crafting steps you can do, for example, in Exalt, will add some amount of what we call intangibility to an item. And it's just a value that will be shown on the item and ticks up. And
The fact val that you can essentially
item
use
is
like a
equal
Hidden Core's
to a
lock now
chance
with the new
when
crafting
you
mechanic
do
to
another
see
offline craft
what the
on that
outcome
item
of
for it
a
to only
hunters
have
is
one
going to be.
result,
It's
which
pretty
effectively
crazy.
means you just did the craft with no extra bonus. So basically, what it boils down to is the more you all flame craft on one specific base, one specific item, the more and more and more difficult it becomes to continue to all flame craft on that item. And there are some ways around this that clever people in QA and Alpha have found, that things like recombination, because if you take the mod you're trying to chase on the base that has high intangibility and you put it onto a new base that doesn't have that intangibility, now you can keep going, but there's some risk in that at least. And then, Awakener's orbs do a similar thing where it's, creating an entirely new base as the output. And there's also a Ducat, which is the new currencies that we've added that interact only with all flame crafting, that has a 50% chance to remove all your intangibility and a 50% chance to destroy your item.
Gotta have it.
Gambling is fun.
Yep. I guess on that note, the gambling side of things, it seems like the Varlorb won't work with this.
No, it does not.
What's the reason for that?
It's both a case of balance, because it's one of the ones that would be most insanely strong. We've tried to limit it as little as possible. I would say 95%, maybe even 98%. I don't know the exact numbers. Something like that. High 90s% of currencies work with this. But also for me, I understand this is very subjective. Some people may disagree with this take. For me, it's a theme thing as well. Like, I really don't like this super special Vol magic just kind of working with weird ghost magic that doesn't hew together well in my mind. But that is very much me alone who is holding that subjective take.
Even just taking that whole random unpredictability and turning it into, like, for normal mod, like Exalting, for example, sure, there's going to be some good outcomes. But for the fact that you can take that whole risk out of the Varlorb, or like most of it, it's honestly just a bit demeaning. Like, I'll tell you, you would never use a Varlorb
for sure.
aside from this way.
Yes.
With this being the case.
I'm going to play
So
Cyclone Slayer, Lokes,
that in itself is kind of bad. Now, however, I was like, if we had time, which we didn't, I was like, have it do something else. You put it in here and the two
crafting
magics
system's
collide,
cracked,
and
Val.
who knows what
It's
crosses.
absolutely cracked.
The Varlorb just says it modifies unpredictably, so you won't be lying if it did something unpredictable in some other different way. But that was hopes too high kind of situation.
So
It was too
prices are going to be
One
insane.
other,
For
I know
sure.
this isn't pertaining to a specific question you asked, but one other thing I want to make sure is getting across, because it was too in the weeds to go into in the live stream, is it is performing that craft on the original item X number of times, which means the outputs are independent of one another. So if I have an amulet that I'm trying to annul, for instance, I could have each output, it's unlikely, but each output could annul the same mod. Like the outputs do not care about one another.
Right,
So
yeah.
in theory, with an exalt, you could exalt the same mod on all the outputs. That's
You already
stupid
just said,
unlikely,
Val.
but it could happen.
So if
There's
that
a chance
happens,
that
don't
if you
add
use
us, it's not
an orb of
broken.
annulment, it might give you the
That
four
is how it
options
is
with the
meant to work.
same
It is
mod
doing
annulled.
the crafting step of the currency item on the original
Yeah, it
item
doesn't-
X
Well,
number
to
of
know if we
doesn't
can
mod
cancel
block
it. I don't know if we can,
itself,
Chris. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. What's so the main
might
part
be
is
part of
this,
the
this
risk
like
is
splitting
you
into
have to
separate
accept one
things,
of
but
the
there
options.
is some unique stuff to it as well that can occur to items. Like
Well, that's mostly the Ducats,
Yeah.
Which you
But if
can
it
kind of
works
just think
like
about each of them as
A
a new
lock,
bespoke
then
individual
you should be able to
currency.
cancel
So
it.
there's the one
just
that
works
like
with this.
yeah, there's the one that's like you take an item with an attribute roll and turn it into another attribute roll.
I wouldn't
You
be
know, strength
surprised,
becomes
Chris, if
int
it
or
uses
whatever.
up the resource to give
So
you the
those are
options,
basically-
and then if you choose not
we
to
had
go
a
with
bunch of
it,
ideas
you
for the
lost the
original
cost
Harvest-esque version of the
using
system,
the thing. You
and
know what I
some
mean?
of them had been
So you have to
implemented, and
farm
some
up
of them were just
the-
cool ideas, and it's
whatever
like,
it's
where can we
called
keep that?
again, the
Okay, we just make
resource
new
to use
currencies
the
that
thing,
drop
the
from the league
device.
mechanic that work
Nice.
with all flame crafting.
Nice, there you go. Transported them over. There's a question from chat about reflecting mist with the new crafting system. I imagine that'd be like Varlorb and that it wouldn't work, but
Anything that's actually one of the few limitations. Anything that outputs more than one output does not work with all flame crafting because it simply can't.
because it would do, you did
There's
like,
nowhere to put them.
you'd need like a bunch of 2 items
Yeah.
things.
You'd have inventories all over your screen.
You put a mirror of Kalandra in, and then you only get one item back. So
Okay.
Technically, this is not something that anyone should do, but technically a scouring orb works
Why?
if you want.
If you want, I guess so. I'm gonna do that.
Sure.
Why not?
Send some sulfur for just throw away sulfur because you're
Yep.
rich.
That
Just
base
burning
type,
money.
that's exactly the same as that base type. Look, no, this one looks better than those ones.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna take number 3. Maybe. Can have anyone as you want as long as it's scoured. A side note, thanks for the attribute swap mechanic as well. Like I saw the
Sure.
Ducat for that swaps attributes. One of my favorites is the resistance swap. But just like fantastic addition for like gear puzzle solving and for making it easy to like swap your gear with stuff you find as well. Like there's a lot less gear lock in with the resistance swap, and I think attributes will help that too. I kind of wonder if there's like other things like this that might exist. I can't think of any, but
Isn't there in PoE 2 something that allows you? Maybe I'm wrong and this didn't make it in. Which, in that case, I'm sorry. But something that allows you to swap like cold damage on a weapon to being fire damage.
Yeah.
yeah, there
So
is.
that would be the one other case. That's not quite the same though, because that is more
Yeah.
changing the identity of a build than it is
Yeah.
just solving a problem in a build.
Yeah, I kind of view the attributes and resistance as that problem solving sort of thing for sure.
no, the attribute one is actually slightly more interesting because what it
Yeah.
allows you is if you have a strength body type, then you can swap it to dexterity or intelligence, which is like technically something you can't actually do.
See, I would have
At the
expected
moment?
it to obey the rules still, where it like
Oh, no.
can't do that, but you can actually just swap them to any.
Nah, it's the all flame.
It's like older
Yeah,
combinators.
the Flame doesn't care about
No
the rules.
rules. Aside from
Except the rules that it has.
Except for Valorbs and yeah.
I guess the one caveat is that it doesn't work with hybrid attribute rolls. So it won't do anything with all attributes because there's nothing to swap it to, and it won't do anything with things like that give plus 10 strength and dexterity. It only works with giving one attribute, turning into giving one of a different type.
Yeah. So let's change topics a little bit here to Mirage, which was announced to not be going core in 3.2.9. But is it something that you'd like to go core in the future? I don't know if you already announced anything about that.
Short answer is yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you seemed pretty keen when I was talking to you about it.
We
before.
almost always let a league simmer. There's a few reasons for that. We like to have our, this is a more production internal thing, but we like to have our live realm be as close as possible to our internal realm,
Yep.
right? And so if we've, let's say we're having to make fixes to the live realm, we have to be open to be able to make fixes to the live realm. So if all of a sudden we've redone the code base to not be a league and instead it's now core, we've made all these changes and everything, the capacity for us to then fix things on live becomes significantly harder.
So, yeah.
So that's like the production. So that would, generally that doesn't matter in the latter 2 months of a cycle, but in the first 2 months it would be like, we don't really want to do that. Otherwise we don't have the capacity to respond to things going wrong on live. It's safe to say after 2 months, not as much goes wrong. But then you've only got 2 months to now do all the changes on top of the fact we've got
That's smart,
this
Benny.
to prepare. We've got all the other content coming in. So like adding that in itself just causes some problems for us where we're like, oh, now we have to, how can we figure out how we can make these changes and get them on live without having what we are committing to internally be even close to what's on live. And so that's a more like, it's something maybe the players don't really often think about because it's really a problem exclusive to us internally. But yeah, like the league worked. I think the other problem you were mentioning as well, I heard you bring out, was like the fact that it's multiplicative with everything and affects every league. It's
I
like,
think it's interesting that they did that with Marks. The problem I have is that
but more.
I guess
you're gonna have to play very
I do
specific things
want
to get the value
that
from those
maintenance.
mercenaries
I
because you
want
don't get any other
Mirage in the
skills
game,
with that ascendancy
but I
that
want to
increase
do
your
it in a
damage
way.
or
I want to
defense.
make sure that we have assessed it so that it's done in the way that is the
I'm probably going to
least
farm mercenaries,
hampering to
Baba,
future
for gear.
development.
It sounds like being
Because
able
if
to
every
juice
league
mercenaries
going
and
forward
farm
that
them from
appears in
gear
maps
in
needs
SSF is
to
going to be
interact with
really
Mirage, which it will need to, because
a
it'll
good
feel lame if
play.
it doesn't. Then we need to make 100%
Mercenaries
sure
typically
that however
have
we're
good
implementing
items,
Mirage
so
now
being able to farm
doesn't,
them early on in
continue
maps
to pester us
is going to be like a good way
bite
just
us
to
in the ass for the
generate
next,
gear, and you can also
15
use
leagues
the
that
new
we make.
Atlas tree
So I think
to
it's very important
force
that
certain
we,
types of mercenaries to
carefully take the
spawn
time
that
with
have
its implementation.
better
There's
statted
even the
items that
question
would
of
work with your
should
build.
the active league get
That's true, actually.
manipulated by Mirage, or will that make
Only as a
Mirage feel
Scion,
100%
Benny.
mandatory? Because
Yeah.
the active leagues in every area, and so you're kind of like, oh, it's getting into that realm of like when we had passives for the active league on the tree and they felt mandatory because it was always there, and it's like,
Yeah.
oh, got to be careful with that. So probably not, unless you can do it in a way that's flavorful and not necessarily rewarding. But it will come. There's some decisions we need to make and time to do it, of course. That's
Yeah.
always the main constraint, time.
There is another question of if Mirage is even like an investable mechanic on your Atlas tree. Like we
Yeah.
could implement it similar to like the Asmeri Forest, where it's just something that randomly appears in your maps, and then
It almost sounds like that might be a better idea for this one, because like it's really good news that it's going core. People seem to really like Mirage quite a lot, but it is one of those things that it seems like it has a danger of becoming like there's an issue in PvP at the moment with like cities feel like they're mandatory. Like you have to have like if you're going to do your juiced content, you've got to do it in this thing because it's just so much stronger. So I could see the same thing being with Mirage. It's like, oh, you're crazy to not do that, and then it becomes another tier 17 kind of.
I started doing some
issue where it's
updates to the
like, oh, you need to do your juiced in
POB,
that, or
so
you're just
I would
wasting it.
expect
Yeah, I feel
a
like
build
the Asmeri
update video with me
Forest
with a new
sort of
POB
avoids that
sometime in the
problem
next
'cause you don't
day.
know about it. And if
Yeah,
you're
maybe
investing
Saturday at
lots
the
of,
latest.
like,
It depends.
very
I have a pretty
expensive
long day at
scabs
work
into it,
tomorrow,
then it's not like
so
you're going to just keep fishing maps until
I'm going
you
to try to
find
do
it.
it tonight,
and
but
it's
I
just
also have to record a
it's
bunch
just
of footage for
super
the video,
exciting when
and
it
that
does
takes
happen.
time.
It's not something you can
So
plan
it's-
around
it might be more
necessarily.
like
I
a.
imagine
We'll
that's
see.
probably the
I
route.
suspect
you
most
wanna
people
go.
really just want to know.
I
when
might
they're
cut
getting
stream
their
off
shrine
early
belt
today and
back.
spend time
so
working
that
on the
was my
video.
follow-up questions is like with
I
that
gotta
not
record
going
a
core
couple
just
hours,
yet,
like,
but maybe in the future.
When I record a build
in the
update video, it takes a
meantime,
couple
there's a few
hours to
things that
record all
people
the
are pretty excited
footage,
about.
edit
We'll start
everything
with streams
together,
just
update
ahead
the
of them, like,
POB,
So-
publish the video.
The uniques will not
So it
be
usually
going to
takes
core just
like 6 to 8 hours.
There are a few
so
other bits and pieces from Mirage that will be going to core, though. Just earlier this week, I added Atlas passive support to Heist for the blueprints that have the special implicits.
I also can't
that,
record the video
guarantee
until
certain
really
rewards at
late
the
at
end of
night
Blueprint
because I have family around during the
I
day
think
and there's
Andrew
just
did some
background
stuff
noise and
as well.
stuff. So I
Yeah,
usually can't
so-
record for another.
And
I
sort
won't be
of
able to
where, like,
start
volatile
even
valves are super
recording
cool.
Yes.
I wouldn't
the
wanna
narrative part of the
just-
video for another 6 or 7 hours.
I think what we'll do is we've currently moved them to Sanctum, so it's a way of making Sanctum more rewarding.
a bit more unique as well.
And I feel like if Mirage goes core, we will probably keep Volatile Valobs as a Sanctum exclusive reward.
Right, yeah.
The
There
other
you go.
one
Volatile
that we
Valobs or
moved
Sanctum.
was the Crystallized Rancor. That
Okay.
was the one that enabled all the new, like, the minion harvest craft that comes from a new Atlas anomaly.
You just buy them
I
on
think it was
trade,
one of
Chris.
those
You
things,
don't.
like, the big harvest is returned. So when you get a boss in one of those, they always drop the Crystallized Rancor.
Nice, cool. And this is letting you kind of make these things a little bit more distinct as well, which has always been a goal to give each thing their own rewards.
I mean,
We
thematically, the
are doing
volatile
more and more
Valor
and
should
more
have
of that,
gone
and
to.
people-
You
can
know
see
what they
that
need to
with, like,
rework
Legion
is
and stuff
Alva
like that.
and
So,
Temple.
by the way, and I
That's something that
we
also
have
needs a
goal
rework in
there,
PoE 1.
which is ultimately two things. One of which is certainly more ambitious. But the idea would be that every single league that you can invest into, as opposed to ones that exclusively randomly spawn necessarily, every single league you invest into has exclusive rewards.
Yep.
That is goal one. Goal two is every single league you can invest into on the Atlas in particular has a pinnacle boss. And that's the way more ambitious. We will see if so going there with Abyss now as an example, and the idea that eventually we will add more and more and more and more of them. That one, of course, is significantly more difficult to achieve. So I would expect more leagues to get exclusive rewards, and I would expect less leagues to get bosses in the short term, but eventually that would be the ideal goal.
Awesome.
Some already have them. Some, and by the way, I wouldn't consider Beast Series 4 Spirit Beasts a pinnacle boss. Like, they're just some animals that are ghosts. Like, it's not, because it's too dated, it's too old.
I mean, there's even some more recent leagues that don't quite live up to that. I would love to explore what a Mercenaries of Charthus pinnacle boss means.
Ooh,
No promises anytime soon, but just personally,
see.
I would love to see what that even is.
Yeah, of course. I've got ideas.
I'm looking forward to seeing what those are. Refracting Fog is getting asked about for Mirage as well. Is that something that's going core in some way?
Unless you did something along those lines, Andrew, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of the other Mirage exclusive currency is cooling off for a league. So the Refracting Frog and all the Coins of Power, those type of things.
There's a waiting until kind of Mirage goes core.
Yep, and we'll reevaluate then if we want to.
Imbues are out until
keep them in the game or move
imbues
them
are out.
I know we had a bit of a track record of saying things will go core, and then they, we got now we've got Mirage on the list, we've got Harbinger on the list. Then the others that are we had Mercenaries on the list.
Toda, maybe.
Toda
I
was
don't know.
one.
Sort of. But the idea is, we were like, okay, we're getting too many things that we're saying we will eventually do. Let's actually try and do some of them. And then we're like, okay, Mercenaries is the one, so that at least we're getting that done. I want people to be reassured that we're not just building up an eternal list of stuff we're never bringing back. I will at least say we are actively working on Harbinger, right? I don't want people to think that's
Harbinger,
ignored,
baby.
so just before everyone.
Maybe that's the rework for 3.30.
Just saying.
New Harpy
These
League.
things are coming. We're not just doing a soon TM situation.
You touched on Abyss as well, and so that's getting a pretty major rework with some nice gameplay updates there. But something that you touched on was that rewards are PoE1 structure, though. Like, they're not being copied over from PoE2.
Yes and no. So Abyssal sockets, Stygian vises, Abyssal jewels, those all still exist and exclusively come from Abyss.
Great.
However, the chests that spawn at the, rise up out of the ground when Abyss is complete, those are more varied now. So it's no longer just like, here's a rare chest that drops stuff. It's, it's a currency chest or a scarab chest or a, weapon chest or an armor chest or a jewelry chest. Like, it's more defined each time. So you get, and that's just better.
I wonder what a Harpy rework would look like.
Having the more defined rewards gives you those moments of, oh, I got a scarab chest. And even when it isn't the case, maybe when you're leveling, you might Act 6 or something, be excited to see a weapon chest when your weapon is kind of crappy.
And did I hear there's like a bunch of new uniques with this as well?
There are 6 and a 7th that people can find.
Some secrets.
I think
So wait, the 6 can't be found?
No, a 7th that people can uncover how to get. Let's put it that way.
And just to be clear, I realize this is a little bit confusing in hindsight. There is a new Pinnacle boss. There are still the Liches.
Yep.
They are still there. And they still have their drops, so it is entirely new Pinnacle means new uniques, and a mysterious one.
And the Delve, this is maybe a little
Secret one,
hyper specific, but the Delve Abyssal City still has the old Abyss monsters. If you're feeling
Brought up
nostalgic.
Delve.
Oh, okay.
That's my Delve question.
Nice. In case you missed those. I did feel that about Breach a little bit at one point there, so that's nice to hear. People are a bit worried about things like invulnerable snakes and weird smoke cloud mechanics coming over as well with this change. That's kind of that's the potential downside of what is like otherwise a very exciting thing. Is that going to be the case here?
I arguably spent too much time, not arguably, definitively spent too much time on the Abyssal monsters as we ported them back, giving most of them new skills.
Yep.
Entirely. Like,
okay, yeah. It's
I just really like making monster skills, and I was like, hey, I can do this quick because it's done in, paying this out in 2-3 weeks. It was not 2-3 weeks.
You came to me one day and you're like, I've made a mistake. I've spent too long on the Abyss monsters. I'm like, okay, wrap it up, stop, move on. Right? Like, what can we do?
But they do have new skills. There's no breakdancing invulnerable snake woman, which is the sentence that I get to say as part of my job. And now you get to learn what the new skills are that the Abyssal monsters will have for you in PoE1.
That's excellent news, and that's making the games more distinct while like taking some of the good stuff from PoE2, but keeping PoE1 its own thing. That's really cool.
That was kind of the original impetus. That, and I do personally like working on monster skills, but I personally very strongly feel that when we're taking from PoE2, which is a thing we should definitely do, if we don't, then we're not going to have the resources to deliver big enough, cool enough leagues. We should do as much as we can to make it feel distinct in PoE1.
So you might see a monster that looks familiar, but it's going to do all different things.
Oh, yeah.
That's exciting.
Reuse the art, adjust the game design is generally the philosophy there,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? That makes perfect sense. Absolutely. So another I was kind of surprised about just how much stuff was going on in this, because you also have a Legion kind of set of improvements as well, with a whole new reward system for that, which is exploring something that you've been doing a bit of lately, which is being able to modify uniques, which is always kind of exciting and interesting. So what unique modifiers can be ported over to a new item with this new Legion unique crafting system?
Drew's territory.
Well, to clarify first, there's 5 different crystals that can drop. Each of them is associated with one of the Legion factions.
Okay.
So, for example, the Marraketh faction drops one that allows you to enshroud your unique body armor items.
Okay.
So it's only armors. You can't do it on jewelry, you can't do it on weapons. So you have shields and gloves and helmets and boots as well.
Yeah.
But you can enshroud any unique armor in the game that isn't corrupted, I don't think. So you can take boss uniques, like...
You can't create boss uniques.
No,
No.
you can't create boss uniques.
Yeah, that
You
would
go
be...
from
consume
boss
boss
unique.
unique.
Yeah, you
You
wouldn't
can
want that.
take a mod from a boss unique, and it's effectively like you applied an ancient orb to the item. So
Yeah.
it will randomly transform into a new core droppable unique, like a lightning coil or something.
That's so cool.
And the implicit will be the boss unique.
That's so cool.
Or one of the mods, yeah.
And that is an implicit, so it competes with Val orbing.
Yeah.
This is an alternative to Val orbing.
Yeah.
Unique.
I might be jumping ahead here, but I will say, well, I'll say at the moment we've done a big pass on Val implicits. So Val implicits also are much stronger than before.
We will explore that a little bit in crafting
So-
for sure.
It's not entirely super duper power creep, but you'll definitely there'll be some combinations of these unique items that you'll be really looking for.
Cool. Don't worry. We'll touch on that in a bit.
The balance of the vestigial uniques, the balance is not. It's not like 1-to-1, right? It's
Where we can keep it 1-to-1.
Oh, yeah, of course.
We try to keep it 1-to-1. But for example, something like Comb's Heart, we aren't sending 1,000 life across to the new item. I think
No
it's like
1,000 life lightning coils.
I think
Still
it's
a lot,
like
though.
it's
Yes.
like 250, I think.
Yeah.
250 life lightning coils, pretty good. That's
good.
kind of juicy.
I mean, I'm excited for Facebreaker with Doriani's touch.
Right.
That's my build.
Yeah.
Decided right there.
So it seems like this is only taking the definitive mod off the unique, not just like some
it's
random.
Usually
thing that's
a
lame.
single specific mod. So if an item has like 5 different mods, there's only one specific one that it will port over.
So you'll kind of know.
Yeah, there's a few cases like Shaper's Touch and 3 Dragons where they've got like a cycle of 3 mods
Right. Yeah.
where it will randomly pick one of the 3, but generally it's just one specific mod.
Yeah, that's fun. So the flavor, the main thing, the thing that you care about typically is going to be the thing that comes over there. That is very exciting. I quite like this unique crafting stuff. It's good to see you exploring that.
I guess it's somewhat similar to Elder's Legacy, right? Like a little bit.
The funny thing is, I think we designed these independently because we figured this out pretty early on in League development. So this would have been like 4 months ago or so that we figured out this
Yeah.
is what we're doing for Legion vestigial items. And then I was talking to David, who's one of the PoE2 designers, and he's like, oh yeah, we have this really cool thing where you can put a rune that takes the unique mod and puts it on another unit. It's like, what?
You
We're
stole
doing
our
that in
idea.
PoE1. But it does feel very different, to be fair.
Yeah, so I feel like this same concept is like all of a sudden being explored from a bunch of different angles by different people, which is kind of cool because you're going to arrive at a bunch of cool ideas that, eventually you can.
It's the actual literal case of the great minds. Well, just minds think alike. I won't say we're great. We're just we're just minds.
Come on. So that is like a pretty exciting new thing that you can do with Legion.
Patch notes go
But
live
with
in
incubators
about
being
an hour,
removed,
Benny.
which is kind of like a lot of the baseline reward for Legion, doing Legions in maps.
I do a majority of them,
do you
but
feel
it
like
depends
the
on how
raw
I'm
reward value
feeling.
of Legion will still
I'm not
be
really
there?
a
Is that
guy
being
who
kind of
enjoys just
compensated
doing
in some
pinnacle
area?
bosses all the time.
Well, personally,
I
last
do
week I
several of them.
actually ran a lot of Legion, so I knew like
Usually just for the
pain points
challenge, and that's
especially.
it.
Yeah.
And I was flooded with so many incubators. I literally had to filter out like 95% of incubators.
Yeah.
Very few of them I felt like actually gave much like value, and I just was annoyed that every few maps I needed to apply 10 currency incubators.
Yeah, I think this is a good change.
So I don't
for
think
sure.
you're losing too much. You still have all the other reward icons. Like, another thing to note is, I think it was mentioned.
Doesn't
is,
work
like,
on belts base.
Celestials
What's
are now
up?
exclusive
It's
to Abyss.
only armor
Yeah,
bases,
Talismans are now
so
exclusive
helm,
to Talisman.
gloves,
So
body armor,
Legion
boots,
has
shield.
a smaller
Bestiary.
pool. A smaller
rings,
pool
not
of rewards
amulet.
means you are seeing things like
Not
currency
weapons.
rewards, scarab rewards, unique rewards more commonly because
Yeah, they're
we've
not-
removed those other rewards.
Right, they're
from
not
the
being
pool.
replaced
Except
with, like,
army.
instead of a random incubator that you're
It does
filtering
work on
out,
boots
it's gonna be a
base.
currency box or something
There
instead,
is
so-
no
okay, that makes sense.
updates
it's a nice
on
side benefit of
screams
this whole,
yet.
ongoing effort to get each league mechanic to give its own special thing exclusively.
Yeah.
Because it kind
Good.
of incidentally buffs the rewards of other league mechanics too. Like, were you ever really excited to see an abyssal jewel from Tujin when you rerolled his shop? You won't see those anymore. And now you might be excited to find a high level abyssal jewel from Abyss because the market isn't flooded
That existed
by
back in
1,000
Settlers,
people clicking
Chris.
reroll
You
on
were able
Tujin
to
every
put
day.
Yeah, that's
unique
absolutely the right move. It
modifiers
gives
on
people
rare
their
gear.
niches,
That was
their
like
little thing to be proud of. Like,
that was like the Settlers crafting mechanic
When
that
it comes
did not
to
go
like
core.
conceptualizing this, I know
So they've done it already.
Andrew came in, he's like, I got these pain points. I want to improve some leagues, and I think the thing we're trying
I
to
had,
do here.
I had
and hope,
Headhunter essentially on my staff back then when I was
instead
playing
of going
Cyclone.
fix a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there across all the leagues, I'm like, nah, let's just go all in on a league.
Cyclone
do the
always army.
exclusivity, give it an identity, be it a pinnacle boss or a reward system, upgrade it to uniques, fix all the problems with it, full fresh coat of paint across the board, and also quality of life, any just like, the whole you couldn't break out, you had to find the last monsters when breaking out a legion, and now you don't need to, is like honestly a huge difference.
Yeah, that was me lastly. I'm just cycloning through
I
the
think
whole
there's a
Legion, and
couple
I'm just
things
going
that
back and
shine.
forth over it multiple times, being like, why won't you start? Because I haven't.
Mostly
found
the thing
last
I'm thinking
monster
about
hiding
for our
around the
build
corner.
is
We're
getting
trying to just make like quite
another
good packages
implicit
out
on
of these
Stampede
upgrades,
would be pretty
as
nice.
opposed to just like, it would have been really easy to just fix the few, like that problem and a couple others with
Like getting
Legion,
another unique
getting rid of the
modifier on a
icons,
pair of
just,
Stampede
just
boots
have
would be
those
pretty
arcade
crazy.
style reward icons covering your screen and domain, all that. But then we're like, well, while we're at it, new reward system needs it.
The problem with porting
and,
Stampede bays
with
is
the
we
Burst, we're also
lose
like,
the
new
extra
pinnacle, why
annoyant.
not?
Like
'Cause
one
it
of the
needs
things
it.
I like about
And,
Stampede is we get a second
and then we
annoyant.
kind of hinted towards
Running the
some
boots.
ominous
So yeah, we can
mastermind
put
of Legion,
Stampede on
there,
something
so you can
else.
already
That
see we're
was
heading in a
something that was in one of the
direction towards
graphics, but you lose the second annoyant.
But
Oh,
I hope players enjoy
Second
the
annoyance pretty powerful.
more grander reworks as opposed to like what would just get lost in a few almost bug fix patch note style things across the board. So even though some leagues, because I know a lot of people can go, what about this league? What about that league? What about, like, our idea is to just, we've got a new league. Here's a couple of leagues we want to improve by giving them identity, fixing everything, addressing the gameplay concerns, and we're just going to cycle through them. And I'm sure by the time we get to the end, we have to go back to the start. So, Legion rework to 2029.
.com. There was a weird question from chat there. Can Foulborn unique mods become vestigial unique mods? That would be
Windscream
kind of
Stampedes,
cool.
interesting.
I think that's the other restriction of the system. You cannot use the currency on corrupted uniques, and you cannot use it on Foulborn uniques because it's sort of like a different sort of magic. You
Right,
can't-
yeah. Okay.
They've been defiled in their own way.
Yes. You're not crossing the streams. Things would start to get pretty complicated pretty quickly with that sort of thing, wouldn't they? Another thing that's been reworked and indeed come back is mercenaries.
Can't do anything with jewelry,
There's all
AVs,
sorts
so
of
no
stuff going on in
amulets.
this match, isn't there? So to clarify, the base mercenary mechanic is now that you fight them in a zone and then they help you for the rest of that zone, not that you can
Yeah, if you
then,
can
like,
put Windscream
hire them
on
permanently
Stampede,
for
that would be
any character,
huge.
right?
Like
So
Windscream
they'll
on
start showing up in
Stampede
Act
is pretty
3.
crazy.
There is a change that we want to get in. It might
What
not
I'm
get
wondering
in
is,
for the
does it
patch,
work on
but in
league
the
specific
campaign, we do
items?
wanna
So
see
you
if
can
the
take an
mercenary can
item,
follow
like they
you
said,
from
you
multiple
can't
areas.
generate boss uniques,
But if
but you can take a
in the
boss
campaign,
unique and
it's
put
like
its
you find
implicit,
them in-
its
You
mod
wouldn't
on
want that-
another
you wouldn't
item.
want that in endgame, would
I
you?
don't know
But,
if you
like,
can
it
get
doesn't
the
really work because
Stampede
they have
as
to
a
go from a
generated
combat area
item
to a
from
combat area.
Legion.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's
You can
one
only have
way.
one
You have to
temporary
take the
mercenary at a
mod
time,
from
so if you
Stampede
find a
for the
mercenary in
movement
one
speed
area and then the
base
next
and
area,
move
you
it to
don't have,
something
like,
else.
you aren't
I
taking a
don't
full party
think.
with you.
So I guess you could put it
Yeah,
on.
undecided if that
Like
will
I
get in
don't
time or
think
not.
Okay.
Legion's going to
I
give you
did
Stampede
definitely
with some
notice
other
that you have
implicit. It
buffed
might be a
them, like,
one-way thing.
Because they're now this limited
I think its
thing,
output
seems
will
like
be
you're just like, well, let's
generic.
make them ridiculous.
I think its
Well,
output is
it's probably
generic
me.
global
The main thing with
uniques,
temporary
but you
mercenaries
can
is
feed
you cannot tweak
it
their gear.
Yeah.
And because you cannot
content-specific
tweak their gear,
uniques.
we can make them much stronger than before because we don't need a balance around you giving them 1,000 DPS axes and
that-
Doyani's prototype and whatever else.
Yeah, they seem to be
So,
powerhouses.
The
I'm
good
like,
thing
oh,
is we
man.
can balance permanent mercenaries and temporary mercenaries completely separately.
Yeah, and that's really cool. And that's the other thing. So you can now get permanent mercenaries through the Luminary.
boots,
and
we
I
can't,
feel
yeah.
like this is the most interesting, unique ascendancy possibly ever.
I feel like I maybe lied last time we added the last Scion class, where I said we'd add another one after 13 years.
You did, yes.
Turns out it was 6 months. My bad, give or take. So sorry, apologies for the dishonesty.
I'll forgive you on this one.
But yeah, as you were going, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's like so the Luminary allows you to permanently hire a mercenary, and then there are like it's scaled back a little bit in that you need to say, oh, I care about them having unique gloves, so I'm going to allocate that point, or I'm going to mix and match those guys. So it seems like you've put some kind of effort towards making them a little bit more balanced, but this is like a super, I don't know, this is a super interesting ascendancy because it's got like a really long tail on it. Like you can keep finding new mercenaries as you go long term,
Yes,
right?
it's also interesting if you're not a luminary, because if you find a really good mercenary in a map, you can itemize it and trade it to a luminary. So there'll be a market for farming mercenary for other luminaries, assuming you know what the very
I like
valuable
all these little
mercenaries
micro
are.
markets developing.
I can't wait for someone to buy like an ultra expensive warrant, because that's what the tradable thing's called,
Yep.
the warrant. And then they're like, yes, I get to hire it, and then they just die.
Oh no!
I'm like, no.
You're evil.
I thoroughly love where the Scions now ended up.
Yeah.
The 3 classes it has. You've got the Reliquarian, which we teased yesterday, day before or something.
Yes,
the new
we've
set.
shown the new ones.
You got this, like all 3 classes.
I
They're
haven't
seeing
heard
it
anything about
obviously as
cord
a bit
belts.
More,
Like, I haven't heard
there's still
anything yet
many
about cord
permutations.
belts.
It's still
Yeah.
3 very unique classes.
Yeah.
Insane build variety. It ended up just being amazing and special, and the Luminary just is the icing on the cake there. Honestly, I'm looking forward to playing it. That's definitely my.
Yeah,
I'm gonna make a luminary. Like, I think the idea of having a build based around your mercenary is fun. The question is, like, what gear do you feed it? Like,
There's stuff.
Yeah.
it's essentially like group play.
I was gonna say wait.
So you play
Andrew
something that
has
is like
adjusted
decent but
over
doesn't really
150,
require
100
ascendancy
skill
power.
gems for
Yeah,
this
I
patch?
think
I'm
still got a
curious
few
what
dot
like would be
buffs
really
to do,
good as
but
a baseline thing to
everything else
play.
should be in the notes.
That just
literally our next
synergizes.
topic. I've just got a couple mercenary check questions.
Or do you
before we
build an
move on.
aura bot
Will
that just
mercenaries
buffs your
revival likely
mercenary
change
that does all the
after changing
damage? Like
zones, or
maybe
do they need
the
to be
whole
revived with gold still?
the end game state is your
They
mercenary
still need
does
to be
everything
revived
and
with
you're the
gold,
aura
and
bot.
The same system as before, where they'll turn up in the next area.
Yeah. Okay. Did you guys like? I can't.
But their survivability has
Yeah,
been...
we're thinking the same thing, Val.
No, I don't think it's been messed with too much. I think it should be all good.
Okay.
You will need to, like, put defensive gear on them, I think. I can't remember. It was too long ago when I looked at the balance for the...
Figure it out.
Did you guys like improve the UI or something like that? I feel like it was like a bit better or something. I don't know. It's hard to recall exactly.
We have added extra panels so you can see more
Yeah.
information about your mercenary.
Yeah, there was
So,
like a passives
yeah.
and defenses and stuff.
So the
Tabs
defenses,
for them.
I think, used to be there, but we've added a new panel for their passive stats, which will show, because mercenaries in the back end, they have effectively a fake passive tree,
Yeah.
which you couldn't see before, but it's very useful to know like how many damage increases they're getting, how much crit multi they're getting, like those
You can
inherent.
actually build them
yeah.
a bit more because you know what they're going to scale properly. Yeah.
There's 2 things about the Luminary that I think are worth. You're talking about passive stats, and it reminded me. There's 2 things about the Luminary. So the first thing is that what we found is people were playing the Luminary and then they'd find no mercenaries. So the campaign has how many fixed spawns? 3.
4 areas, yeah.
Yeah. So some guaranteed ones. You're still,
Yep.
and the random ones are still there, so that you can't just like, I've played this class and I can't do anything. And then the second thing is in the campaign specifically, because you can't guarantee them with scarabs and invest into them always being there, they level up with you.
So, yeah.
So that the ones you do find earlier on will sustain for, well, their skills get better, their passive, they get the passive.
Yeah, so when you're in an area, it's just matching their passive stats and their skill level to the current area level. But what it doesn't allow you to do is you cannot equip a like high level item on a mercenary you found at level 30. So you can't give them high level items, but all of their passive stats and skills. I think this benefits spellcaster mercenaries a little bit more than the attack ones.
Yeah,
Okay.
but without that, honestly, it was a little bit dire. Leveling up as well.
Yeah, I ascended and I immediately found one in Scepter of God, which was the very next zone I went into. So I was like, and then since then I've done like 1 or 2 extra acts, and I found like another 5 of them. I found one of the like the higher end, whatever the next tier of the mercenaries is called.
Infamous,
Yeah, I found an infamous kineticist, and it's like,
Oh, that's the big money right there.
yeah. And then I went into another zone, and there was one of the temporary ones. And I got those guys, and I was just like sprinting through the zone, and he's like slamming, teleporting, and she's throwing bolts down everywhere. I'm like, nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty fun. It's gonna be fun in endgame when you like get a good temporary recruit on top of your already luminarious.
I get to be a
That is the
support
interesting
character
thing.
without friends.
Is as a luminary, you can have 2 mercenaries, your permanent one, and then you gain a temporary one that stays with you for a few maps or zones. So you essentially have 2 mercenaries, one that you can specialize and one that's just an extra body in the party.
Move them back to mercenaries so they no longer drop
That's
them.
kind of a neat
That makes
thing.
sense.
It's kind of
The only
like
thing
you
I was
always
thinking
have
through
a
was
gang of
after
2.
Will there be a forbidden flame and flesh jewels for luminary ascendancy nodes? Oh, I imagine not, right?
Nah, that won't be. Because
Wouldn't make
most
much
of the nodes
sense.
don't work unless you have the node that enables
And
you
then
to
there's
have
that
the
one that
mercenary.
would just be completely busted.
So it's similar to Reliquary, and neither of those 2 ascendancies. You can still use the Ascendance ones, but you can't get the
Yes.
Reliquarian or Luminary ones.
Scion
makes
and
sense.
being a weirdo with her ascendancies.
Yeah, she's an edge case.
We were fun little thing that I'm sure. Well, so we were just discussing this before because you experienced it out here, where a lot of players probably have forgotten. But for those who remember the first time players have to actually go and unlock the Scion to be able to play the Scion.
Yeah, I had a fresh account here, so I was all of a sudden like, wait, what? I forgot about that.
You guys have removed the Scion? Because who actually remembers
Yeah.
that from whatever a decade ago?
Oh yeah.
So obviously when we announce a class like this, a lot of people who are going to start playing the game are going to be like, I wanted to play this thing and I don't know where it is and I don't know what to do. Almost certainly after this, we're going to go and make it so that the Scion is just unlocked by default at this point. We should be adding new interesting discoveries and unlocks, not like holding on to that when people might want to play this and come play the game and actually engage with the Scion straight away, and they don't have to. A new player shouldn't have to play to Act 3 to then reroll to do it. I know this is a thing that like isn't a huge deal
Most of
because
us unlocked it 15 years ago or something.
everyone just has done it, but like, yeah, it's easy to forget that even was a thing. So hopefully, yes, they don't have to play to Act 3 to then re-roll in order to play the class that they want to play. Which is a little bit sad because it was a funding at the time, but honestly, I forgot about it for 8 years or something. I don't know how long it's been.
Most of us did, indeed.
We want
So,
accessibility league.
Andrew,
Yeah.
you did some work on skill balancing. It seems like hand casting, aka self casting, was a big part of the focus. What was your kind of like goals with skill balance this time? What have you been working on here?
Yeah, well, it's a couple of words that keeps cropping up over and over again. So we sat down and had a look and figured out like what are the problems with hand casting. It's like what are all the different things we can change. I mean, the general thing from my point of view is I think hand casting is like not bad in the campaign and like early campaign, but I think it falls off quite a lot in the middle game. And it comes back online very, very late game.
Thanks, Evan, for the
because
follow.
you have a lot of very unique interactions like life stacking, that type of thing, which can then push it to be like very, very competitive. So a lot of the focus here was adding more scaling into that mid game, especially.
Yep.
But also the fact that we have like hundreds, I think it was like 180 spells that were like viable, damaging spells that we could like were candidates for balance effectively.
Yeah.
So it's like, you have so much choice. Why would someone pick one spell over the other? So we've also done a focus of like trying to differentiate the spells a bit more based on like their inherent damage types.
Yeah.
So for example, like blade spells now have like 10% crit chance instead of 6%. So they're massively crit focused. Whereas fire spells have lower mana costs than other spells, but they have higher damage effectiveness, which sort of leans into them being very good for Ignite.
Yeah, I noticed you were doing more elemental distinction as well. Yeah, so like I saw similar kind of reasoning behind cold and lightning as well. Like lightning is faster, but higher mana cost.
Yeah, so lightning will be interesting because lightning has like all of the cast speeds are faster, but the mana cost is also higher. So
That's like a double whammy for like how do you manage the mana on that, and then if you're doing Archmage things as well, especially. I mean, that can be a good thing. It's a good thing to have the higher mana cost potentially.
Yeah, I mean, Archmage doesn't scale off. I don't know. There's not a huge amount of things that scale off current mana cost anymore. I think there are a few, in which case that is actually a buff for those. All those lightning
It's like
spells.
unique or something, right? Yeah. So that's a bit stronger distinction there. I saw you're also kind of like, any kind of pure ice spells are getting a chance to freeze, and I saw a chance to shock going in. It's like, why doesn't this skill have 25% chance to freeze?
Yeah, the annoying thing that I found with freeze is that like, it's such an inherent part of a cold build's identity.
Yeah.
But most skills just can't freeze unless they invest into critical strike chance. So having a bit of like chance to freeze inherently on some of the very basic cold spells will make freeze actually be something that you'll notice early on in the game.
Cool, yeah. And it's not just that though, like I definitely noticed some pretty substantial damage buffs for a lot of these skills too, which is important to like give a bit more diversity. I even noticed in the early game, it's like, I don't feel necessarily like I have to rolling magma quite so hard.
Yeah, I think there weren't a huge amount of, like, to be honest, a lot of the changes were to the growth of the spells. Like, for example, channeling spells because they don't have a huge amount of, like, different axes for scaling.
Incinerate, let's go.
We've increased, like, the damage growth on those. So their damage isn't, like, hugely different at, like, level 1, but it ramps up quite a lot more throughout the game. But we deliberately just nerfed Magma Orb very, very early game, just so you don't feel compelled to use that one spell. Please try something else.
The the curse of Magma Orb is finally over.
I mean, there'll be a new curse.
But
hopefully
weird, awkward.
we'll
This is the
change it
Cyclone Bus
more
per
frequently than we
stream.
have with
What's up,
Magma Orb.
Legend?
Curse of the All Flame.
Sorry.
Like
Along
regen
that
and leech are
line,
two different
there's the
things. I don't
classic,
think it would be.
Meta nerfs, so to speak, that we like to do every league. But Andrew's a specialist at just give me a giga spreadsheet of numbers, and he is the king of just change all the numbers of all the things. Like most people are like, there's multiple hundreds of things to do here, like, and they're a little bit reserved. And Andrew's just like, all good. Let's go through every skill in the game. Let's do it.
Oh man, there's a long list of. It's going to be some long patch notes this time around for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not to say there aren't any like nerfs related to. Well, one of the things is because we're buffing a lot of the spells, I don't want to just buff every channeling spell in the game and everyone's like, oh no, I'm playing totems. No, I'm playing mines. Do note there might be some like counterbalance there.
Yes.
That's a good thing. Otherwise, you're not even necessarily then making people want to handcast, right? Like, obviously. So.
Yeah. Do you think that there might be a need in some areas for any sort of like mechanical changes to handcasting and channeling in particular?
Well, there is a dream, and the dream is cast while moving, but that is... I don't know if we'll ever see that in PoE1.
So that's a tricky one,
It
isn't it?
requires the new rigs, I assume.
We will someday.
One day.
One day.
That one's
Cast
an
while
actual
moving.
long time away, though. That's not like a... But it will come. We've explained that a whole bunch of times. It's the exact same reason why there's no WASD.
Yeah, I see the question, and we've answered it before, the WASD question, but that's the same thing.
We understand
it
how-
kind of needs the rigging to work.
We understand how popular those things will be, and it will happen. It's just taking its time, and not due to us like not caring. There is a whole department actively working on aiming towards this goal.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah. So ironically, with the discussion and like a lot of the focus being on hand casting, self casting, and
What's
trying
Dark
to
and
make those
Slight
better
Boots?
comparative to like triggered another means of getting spells out, which have been dominant in the past. There has still been a lot of questions about cast on crit and cast while channeling, and those feeling weak. Interesting. So it's especially like cast on crit players seem to be like lamenting the loss of awakened cast on crit, for example, and feeling like they're a lot weaker now, or that's a lot less viable. Is that something you've considered or looking at in the future at all?
There is this new node on Assassin, which is sort of insane for cast on crit.
Interesting.
If you're familiar with bifurcation, and I don't know if it was shown in the live stream, but if you're familiar with crits bifurcating in PoE 2, we pretty much ported the exact same mechanic back to PoE 1, which is especially effective on cast on crit.
That was a whole can of worms,
Interesting.
that thing. I'm surprised you're opening that one again.
Yeah, cast on crit, I'm like, sort of just ignored this patch. Cast while channeling, though, feels a little more like you are casting it yourself, although you can Cyclone. Cast while channeling has received some buffs. I don't think cast on crit has really
Oh, he said the
apart
Cyclone
from maybe
word.
something with
He
assassin.
said
Apart from
Cyclone.
Assassin might be very, very strong for it.
Yeah, I'll ask more about Assassin later, although before there was the exceptional support. We should probably touch on that. So you did the removal of the Awakened supports and then the new exceptional supports. And now that we've had that for a league, I'm just curious. I've seen some questions here and there about it, and I've seen people saying, especially like dot builds, maybe poison builds, I feel like they lost a lot from the transition. You know, they had a bunch of damage now before that they don't have now. They were kind of already something that was a bit capped in terms of damage.
The problem that a lot of those non-ailment dots have is there's very few mechanics that you can do something like super interesting with.
Yeah.
And previously, a lot of the old Awakened supports were just pure damage multipliers.
Yep.
All the supports they used were like Awakened Burning Damage, Awakened Deadly Ailment, or not that one, but Swift Affliction or whatever. So, yeah, they certainly did lose a little bit of damage at like the super
Good to go with those, Chris, for guaranteed frenzy
hopefully
charges on bosses.
I'm undecided. Like I said before, we've still got some like... I've got a specific list of spell dot skills, which I haven't exactly figured out how I want to buff yet, because it could just be damage growth. But I think the correct answer is we add more different... It could be support gems. There could be just some in-game itemization that like adds extra axes of scaling.
We have to wait a week to play. Yeah.
It was shown in the live stream, but one of the packs is very focused towards these.
Yeah.
The Pact of Gore, depending on like how many different types of non-damaging dot skills you use, you'll get like a huge bonus to their like damage and...
So there's still some stuff that's going to come in the patch notes as probably early next week. So the dot skills, as he mentioned.
Oh wow, this patch then.
Maybe, unless he decides not to. And we were even working on some. We're working on some keystones for casting that we haven't quite figured out. But the hope is to be able to do them. Like kind of one for fire, one for lightning, one for cold, something like that.
Wow.
No promises, but they're close. We're like 80% into solving it, and there's just a few bits left. But we didn't want to add something too kind of convoluted, and so just trying to find out how to simplify them and make them feel a bit more fundamental, as opposed to just like a confusing mess. And if some of that can just be a matter of descriptions, which... Oh my God. Also, I don't know if people noticed, but we have the hypertext system now in PoE1.
Yeah, the tooltips. Yeah. I definitely noticed. I love tooltips.
I just remembered. I was like, we didn't talk about it.
I was like, wait a second, that's a tooltip right there.
On that note, though, we don't have everything. The system's there.
That's going to take time.
The new stuff has it. The old stuff going to require
slowly
it's a lot of
updated.
Finding all the cases where it's necessary, writing all the text.
Yep,
linking
them all.
You can automate some of this once you have a keyword, which is what we call it internally.
Auto-highlight.
You can go look for all the places in the game that use that word that you're trying to keyword.
Yep.
But the actual writing of each individual keyword, that needs to be done manually by people who understand the systems, and is also very exacting, because Path of Exile is a very precise game.
Exactly.
And so if you have slightly different wording, it can mean a wildly different thing.
We only let a few people in-house actually write these things because we want to make sure they're very consistent.
Yeah.
You see in some games where you've got descriptions and it's just, you look like each developer wrote their own variation of it. So we generally try and make sure these are done very precisely, because misinformation is way worse than almost no information, right? Like it just confuses people. So they're going to get filled in, but we're needing those specific people to be free to do it. But it's a good QOL addition to the game, and good for onboarding as well. And so that's just random pivot, but I just remembered that when we were talking about the keystones and describing them.
I see chat bringing up nearby. Did we get that nearby?
Oh yeah,
Andrew?
I was going to mention
the highlight, the circle.
Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a restart patch, like a content update, maybe a week or two after release. And for that, I have a plan where I'm going to unify all the nearby keywords. So nearby, close, present, proximal, all of that stuff. And then it will all be keyworded, and you'll be able to highlight the keyword, and you'll get the nice little ring around your character.
I just want to clarify, because people got confused about last time. When he says restart patch, it just means a patch in where the realm goes off and then back up. Just to be clear.
Not resetting.
I saw last time people going, what do you mean there's a week one league reset?
As in, there are some changes that won't work unless the client has been restarted. So it just forces everybody off the game.
Eternal terminology leaking
It's
out.
about client server synchronous.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, the
But
ads are
that's
pretty
good news.
I've
egregious.
seen us.
I don't remember them ads being this prevalent.
internally, and I see some people, rightfully so, misinterpret that as a economy restart or something. I'm like, no.
You don't need to do that for a tooltip.
No,
Not usually.
the new league mechanic tooltips.
So we've had the Assassin rework, and how do you feel like that landed? And there was also kind of like linked questions about, well, we talked about cast on crit, but also like elusive, not feeling very good to build around. But I think before you could refresh it, but not anymore.
Yeah, I feel like when we reworked it, it landed a little bit too weak, which is
Yeah.
why we're making changes this patch.
Yeah.
Not just, well, it's mostly because it's an intelligence ascendancy, and so we can like put it under the umbrella of self-cast buff. But do note that the death marked node, the one that is applies assassin mark, that has also been massively buffed. So
Oh, cool.
if that node is much stronger for attack builds, then hopefully assassin is also viable for them too.
Control F Assassin in the patch notes then. That's good news. Yeah, because I was doing a little bit of research on that, just kind of see where it landed, and ultimately it was like 2%. It seems like the Shadow Ascendancies in general are all a little bit low.
Yeah, I mean, we do sometimes look at PoE Ninja just to see like the
not
one
the
or two
absolute authority
ascendants.
on this.
Yeah, we often have our like, we make sure we address the least played class or two, but because some of these, we just instead went with more of a like, well, not to say they aren't, but folded into the hand casting thing and do spell casting adjacent stuff instead. So.
Yeah, related to the assassin questions, a few people have been asking about daggers and claws. Daggers in particular feel like they lack a bit of an identity. Like you would expect them to be the highest crit thing, but in many cases that seems to not be the case. And a lot of the times it's like, unless it's a unique, it's like, well, I should just use a claw instead. That's going to be better.
One of the things that's going to be in the patch notes is quite a lot of caster itemization changes, particularly to like staves and daggers and wands and scepters. So one of the things with daggers is they're implicits. We just had a look at them compared to like wands and scepters, and it's like you're kind of weak.
Yeah.
So all of the crit chance on dagger implicits has been buffed.
Nice.
And then the changes that were related to wands and scepters generally proliferate to daggers as well. So rolling caster daggers will have a bunch of improvements. As attack daggers versus attack claws, the only real change there is that daggers have slightly more crit chance.
Yeah, I imagine that's a bit out of the scope of this current one, since it's not the focus now, but something to look at in the future.
It's the
maybe.
same thing where we try and pick a package similar with the league reworks,
For sure.
instead of just bits and pieces all over. We're like, what's something cohesive? So when you go hand casting, and then you kind of let it spread and affect things that are somewhat adjacent, but I mean, the players will then tell us what the next, like we almost always go off, as he said, when the word hand casting or self casting keeps coming up, that's how we ultimately decide here's what we're doing next. So ultimately we just keep paying attention to what people think is not in the right spot, and then we go, okay, how are we going to turn that into a package, a rebalance package, and that's kind of how we go about doing it, to be honest. So let us know is the answer.
Well, I mean, that's the next question is about defenses on ranges. Obviously not in the scope of this patch, so no one expects anything in that regard. But it's maybe a good one for the future to look at. Defenses on the ranger build archetypes, especially with bows, it seems to be, is kind of the topic here. And I had some prolonged discussions with a few people about this one. So I have some extra context on this if needed, but the main takeaway seems to be that range defense suppression, namely, was nerfed as a result of other classes heavily investing in it, which is like a good thing to do because you don't really want like the build checklist of like, oh, I have to get suppression on every single build was obviously a problem. So that was like nerfed in, I believe, 3.2.7, and there was some stuff before that as well. So while probably good for other builds balance, Rangers seems to be lacking
like
in
the
their
supporter
own way
packs
to make
exactly
up for that.
map shit. Like these are the
evasion
supporter
seeming
packs.
kind of increasingly weak with less benefits to stacking it than other things like armor and energy shield, and other defensive layer options in that kind of
Like they're quite
archetype seem to be
literally
highly conditional, or they have some really
aqua-themed.
big downsides. And the ascendancy options are really high in point investment typically. A lot of them are 4 pointers, where other things
Well, maybe
cost like
not.
2 points. And also highly conditional.
Nah,
Don't get
they're kind
hit
of
while
random.
You don't have any
Yeah, I
defenses
can agree
kind
with
of
that,
thing.
Benny.
So I was wondering if that's like an area that you might be interested in looking at in the future, or something.
I mean, he kind of looks a little crabbish.
I mean,
but
if
it's
the
more
player base
poison
agrees,
pestful.
and then we look into it, which I mean, you're primarily
Yeah,
correct,
they
yes.
they look. Yeah.
Then that will turn into our next package, right? Like we don't. we pay attention to it during this league, by the way. And then we go, okay, you got this, this, and this. What one are we going to focus on? Maybe we can do a second. So, again, that is a worthy candidate for sure.
Yeah, I haven't played an evasion build in like 2 or 3 leagues.
That might be a good
I
indicator.
can't remember how good the defenses were. I remember the philosophy of that change was basically that like a lot of the investment in the ranger area of the tree should be able to get suppression back to the level that it was pre-nerf.
Yeah.
If that isn't the case, we can probably do more there.
Yeah.
You'd want to adjust things that are like solely the domain of that kind of build, right?
Yeah.
So like pure evasion bases or maybe quivers, something like that. If you're talking about bow builds being a problem specifically.
It could be we do
be
it more
ascendants and
dex.
stuff.
Like if you dexterity focused kind of defenses pass plus weapon distinctions. Like if you're talking about attack claws and daggers, like I can already see this coming together and becoming a bit of a thing. So even if it's not just defensive, it could just be something to do with that.
Since we were kind of talking about like the daggers and claws and stuff, that's also in that similar area. So I wonder if that's like there's a package kind of in that area.
I can see that. I could see that coming together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's always going to be people that disagree on like what's the next area that should be focused on, but that's one that got brought up by someone whose opinion I kind of trust on that
Yeah,
topic.
I do agree that I don't think PoE1 has super good identity between different types of weapons, because like if you're a slayer, it's like what's the difference between using a 2-hand sword axe or mace? Really, there's like a few mastery options, a couple of different implicits,
And that's a fun thing to improve too. Like it results in things being more interesting typically whenever that sort of stuff is addressed. So
I mean, one of the benefits of having this, cadence where we have the split teams with, designers fully dedicated to PoE1 is we have the time and resources to address these kinds of problems.
Yeah.
We can do much more significant balance shakeups every league if we want to.
That's clearly evidenced by this patch with the gigantic delve into various problem areas. It's good news
For
sure.
the delve build, for sure.
Production
Moving that to a
scroll-
different
scroll
pair of
past
boots would
as
be really
well.
beneficial.
Yeah, a bit down further, thank you. Cool. Another thing that got mentioned that I don't know if it was mentioned at all in the... Well, okay, so you mentioned something about Varl orbs, and this is connected to this. So, synthesis. You mentioned something's happening with synthesis modifiers.
Oh yeah, we're just getting rid of them.
Nice.
That is the thing that's happening. Yes.
Good riddance.
Yeah, well, to be fair, the synthesis unique items are still unchanged. They still can get synthesis implicits, but they we've never really liked they're just like item bloat, and they don't really have a specific home in the game currently. So why have
They got rid of
implicits when you also have Val implicits, and it sort of removes the identity of implicits on like weapons, for example. So
the whole identity was you take multiple for those who maybe remember the league, you take multiple items
Long time ago.
explicits mods and put them as implicits on something. Like the whole idea was that you're turning explicit mod power into implicits, and then we removed that conversion process and then just had... So really what it just looks like is there's just a random amalgamation of different modifiers that are implicits on these items. But it's like, you never synthesized it. It's just an item. So even like just immersively, it's just like, or narratively, or in world, it's like, what does this even mean? Now that there's no actual crafting bench to achieve it that Synthesis had during its league.
Getting adrenaline would be really crazy, Baze, for sure.
Yeah, then it's just like, okay, now you've just got this amalgamation
Putting the
of
Stampede
so
mod
many
on
different stats that
boots
are
that
just
give us
contesting of
adrenaline.
designs, well, ultimately blocking design space, and they don't really have a purpose. So like we just eradicate it so we can free up some, make some of these other things more powerful. Or free up some design space to be able to do some more stuff in the future.
Which we then did immediately use, right, Andrew?
yeah. So
Tell me more.
well, I guess that's sort of like the vestigial items, but those are unique, so they don't really compete with synthesis bases. But the main thing we did is we took most of the interesting, powerful synthesis implicits and turn them into Val corruption implicits.
Yeah, so they're not
you
just
can
gone.
corrupt a ring and get +1 frenzy charge,
cool.
for example.
Well, that's a potential big buff to Varl orbs. Then it seems like that's a much more interesting thing.
You'll see it in the patch notes, but in doing like the Abyss changes, we've ordered all the mods on Abyss Duels, and we've removed bad ones, buffed weak ones. Same for all the Val
I think we got
Corruption
rid of the
Unplussed.
increased damage versus abyssal monsters one, right?
Yeah, I think
That's gone.
I think I petitioned you to
Nice.
get rid of those like years ago, and now I
Finally.
didn't even ask you this
Come on,
time. I
man.
just removed it.
Yeah, get rid of them. I don't know why I ever would have defended that. Fever dream.
Memory hole.
One of those days. Did you ask me before 10 a.m. and I hadn't had enough caffeine? It's, you
I
know,
remember.
You can't do that. I need
Anyway,
that
It's
for
a
a reason.
very long time ago.
that's the right answer.
Yes. I mean, that's a very juicy buff to double corruptions. There's going to be some fun double corrupting action
Yes.
coming out of that.
It also means you can no longer mirror the best items in the game anymore.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, this is the sort of change that affects, like, very, very pinnacle high-end crafting, because,
The
like,
only-
you can't get those crazy bases to craft on now.
The only small reservation is it sort of removes a little bit of the value from the leagues that actually did, for some reason, drop synthesis items. So, for example, Ritual
Which is everything
and
but
Heist.
synthesis, let's be clear.
Yeah. So those might be the next leagues in the future on the like. Let's order
It's all
their
about
rewards,
links,
make sure
Joseph.
they're
Like you
exclusive
want to, you
rewards
just want
are,
a
like,
3 link.
much
You don't
more
care what the colors are when you're
powerful.
leveling.
It somewhat balances
Like,
in the other
quality
direction,
is
though, because there's a lot
nice
of leagues that'll
on
generate
the on
corrupted
your
items
active
as
skill
outcomes,
for like
and now those
Cyclone
can
on
be
your
much more
chest
jackpot,
or
right?
whatever item, I guess. But
well,
like
also,
at the end of the day, now it's
question was,
just do I have a 3 link? Do I have a 4 link? It doesn't matter what the colors are. It's super nice for leveling. It just makes the campaign super easier.
Because that was always like one of my favorite things. Is like it's such a high variance, fun win thing. It's like, oh yeah, man, rings are
Dude,
dropping.
speedrunners are going to blast so hard now because they don't have that
So
restriction.
now
They're just going to be able to
obviously that's not
slap
gonna
everything
happen
on and
because they're
go,
not a thing
whatever the
anymore.
best item is.
Is there something that synthesis maps could get to make them have their own unique reward? Are they even a candidate for that kind of like? Are they a system enough?
Well, they're sort of under the umbrella of unique maps being very old and being not very good. And we would love to just like completely redesign all of them and
Yeah, they're
do them
They're
properly.
getting sad. They're getting real sad.
Yeah.
It came up as part of the Atlas anomaly discussion. You know, there was a point where we were like, should all unique maps just be Atlas anomalies? And should we then do a pass on all the unique maps to make them more worthy? And it was just too much of a rabbit hole of work at the time. You know, it was maybe a month before release, and that's not not the point in the development cycle where you can make that kind of decision.
Yeah.
I will mention one thing though. Doyani's Machinarium is no longer required for challenge completion. However, Doyani's Delusion, the unique boots that drop from the map, have been like, they always drop corrupted with an implicit, and they've been massively buffed. So
Oh.
they're very high variance. So you'll want to run that map to find some
Yeah, that's fun.
potentially crazy boots.
Awesome. So we recently had some of the bigger Chaos Orb sinks removed, possibly
Here you go, Chris.
causing, well, probably
Here you go,
causing
Chris.
the
Here's your
spike to
question
300
about
plus Chaos to Divine ratio that was
sinking
in Mirage
currency
compared
into
to the more
something.
typical 150-ish that we had in Keepers and before that. So what are the? I'm curious. Like, is this something you guys really look at or care about too much? Or are you like, the economy's going to economy? Like, what are your thoughts about it? What are the impacts on players of this sort of change? Like, if you have an economic shift like that, is it something you care
Yeah,
about?
too much.
I mean,
Not if it's too.
That's the
like,
impression I've got in the past.
If
Is
that
like
was
you
3,000, whatever, obviously, the magnitude matters.
Yeah.
It's, not to say it isn't a thing we might want to consider. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like, it's not a huge deal for sure. Not unless it actually spirals out, like, out of control.
yeah, there's this thing with the economy that, like, from your guys' perspective, I get the sense that, like, well, this is kind of like the player's domain a bit more. We don't want to necessarily influence it too much all the time.
Yeah, maybe the new de facto currency will be chromatic orbs. You never know.
Could you imagine? Oh my
Yeah.
Lord.
I don't know, not to be contradictory or anything, but like, I don't personally have much of a horse in the race of the economy part of this, but I really like there being sinks for things because I like things leaving the economy, thus allowing things to retain value over time. You know, it's
Yeah.
one of the main reasons that I like personally play hardcore trade over other leagues, because things leave the economy.
Yeah.
So would I want more chaos sinks in the game? Yes.
Yeah.
Do I want them in the game because there's a ratio of chaos to divines that's wrong in some way? No. It's just because it's good for the game generally.
Okay. Yeah.
It is sad when the Chaos Orb as a drop now feels weak,
Yeah.
right?
I think
That
that's
is sad.
That's the most compelling argument that I see when I'm thinking about this, because I usually ask people when people think about, like, have you seen the economy ratio? And I'm like, well, why do you think it's a problem? And the answers I get are varied and not always super convincing. But the most convincing one that I hear is that the players who are picking up Chaos Orbs aren't getting that kind of like incremental progression towards their thing. Like that's like that appeals to me. I feel for the normies being one
The
myself.
fewer items that are satisfying to drop,
Yeah.
like if it only becomes here's the only 2 items you care about that drop, that's bad. So yeah, we do have to keep as many drops as possible feeling satisfying, and that is the main motivation to go, okay, if it's crossing it's a grey line, it's like weird, but if it does cross the line, then, I mean, I guess it's not even really a line, it's just the more items we can keep satisfying, and thus you could argue, yes, this is something that we should push for fixing for sure.
That said, we have added a couple
I'm
of
bearing the
new-
lead. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've added 2 new crafts. Andrew did the balance on them, so
Oh, only the costs. That might be wrong. We'll find out.
There's bench orb crafts for chaos orbs now. I saw.
yes, they behave. I mean, if you're familiar with the PoE2 Chaos Orb, where it removes a mod then adds a mod, there's one that does that, and then there's one that removes 3 mods and adds 3 mods. So you can kind of use these to try and salvage items that have a really good mod that you want, but a bunch
That's
of other
huge.
trash. potentially.
Interesting. It's hard to tell the impacts or like how much that'll be used, but it's an option there. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, that's gonna sink a few chaos orbs. I saw that one of them was like 8 chaos or something.
We'll keep an eye on it. I wouldn't want chaos to become pennies, you know, which you could argue they're 1/3 of a penny right now, I guess, depending on what your
Do you call a divine a dollar?
Depends what your dollar is, I guess. Well, I would argue the divine is somewhat of a dollar, but we'll keep an eye on it as well. But again, the ultimate philosophy is we should be keeping as many drops as possible feeling satisfying. That's the goal. So anything that goes away from that is technically in the wrong direction. It's just, it can get a little bit away from it without us having to take action. And sometimes there are short-term things that influence, not to say that that's what's happened here.
Yeah.
And then they just course correct next league. And sometimes there are things that are needing addressing. I don't have an exact answer for it now, which is why I'm kind of being a little bit vague, because we need to discuss and figure out what to actually do. Hard to promise things at this point, but yeah.
Well, we've kind of touched on it a little bit a few times, but bestiaries had to have seen some changes to its beast crafting. You also mentioned like the specific beasts are dropping specific talismans as well. Side note on that, is that something you can target farm in some way since they are specific?
Yes, so every single red beast has its own specific talisman it drops.
Yeah.
So for example, if you want like a Rex talisman, then there is the node on the Atlas tree that increases the chance for like beasts from that specific genus to spawn.
That's a cool little buff for
so
those.
yeah, you can.
Birds.
A Rex just looks like a some sort
Patch
of
notes drop
mammal to
in
me,
half
but
hour
yeah,
bell.
it's
Bird.
Okay.
Is it a bird? It's a bird.
I
You
have
can
no
plus
idea.
birds. The more likely for the bird species, I'm pretty sure will increase the Rexes. But I didn't actually ever think about how clear the correlation between the genus and the actual monsters is. So I guess it's fine. Whatever.
It was one of you mentioned to me that beast splitting is gone. That's obviously a big change for some folks. It's a big crafting thing that was used for some high-end crafting projects or just getting extra value out of certain drops, I suppose, in some cases. So talk us through the removal of the beast splitting.
Well, the main thing is I feel like historically,
Cyclone
beast
isn't
splitting
the
was
best
never
thing
really
against
intended
Legion because it
for
doesn't have
support.
screen wide
It's never
clear.
really been used for its original intention.
I usually
of
don't recommend
splitting
it for Legion
mods
farming.
from one item onto 2 items. It's almost always just been used for I just found the most valuable base type in the game in Heist, and now I have 2 of them.
Yeah, but we don't need
I mean,
beast split
they
anymore,
came
Chris.
about
We got the
because we
new
were
league
looking at the
mechanic
fact
that
that
splits
we
an
don't
item
need
into
very
like
simple
fucking
examples to
18
become
billion things.
Right, like that. That was where this came in. We started discussing it, and we were just like, is this even healthy at this point? Like, just ultimately every base type that's of value becomes 2 base types of value. And I get that it's just taking away the
And
value.
they're going after the crafters, dude.
But it also just honestly
You can
isn't
no
necessary
longer
at that
mirror
point.
And worth noting,
the
fractured
really
fossils
valuable
also.
items from synthesis mods,
okay.
and they
Yeah,
got
that
rid of
doesn't
beast
separate.
splitting. They're going after the meta crafters
fractures the item
huge.
now, like the name
Oh, right.
suggests.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it just doesn't fulfill its original purpose. I could see people being a bit like, oh no, but I liked having 2 of everything I found.
Yeah, but-
I mean, there's also like what if you just doubled the frequency of them appearing and removed it? Not to say we've done
Like,
that,
even
by
if
the
you
way.
don't, it's like the thing you get now is worth like, 1.5 times as much or whatever the difference in the cost of the beast splitting was. Like, it was just priced into the economy of it anyway. Like, so it just became this kind of like obligationary step that you just had to know about, otherwise you were scamming yourself.
Yeah.
And in many ways, the new Orflame crafting is splitting items
Sure.
in a
Somewhat.
sort of
If
way.
you want to do the original intent of the
You can only
split
keep
Yeah,
one
it's
of them.
closer to the original.
There's a Ducat that's very
true.
similar to that,
That's true.
which splits it into a bunch of ghostly forms that each have some of the item or one of the mods from the original item, and then you pick one.
You can take the mod set you want. That's a cool idea. that
Yeah,
one.
so like that is closer to what the beast was originally intended to do.
Yeah. Okay.
Isolate a strong mod to then craft from.
But noting on the case of bestiary, I know Octavian, you share this as well, but both of us probably. I don't know how you feel about it. It's our top on our top list.
Oh yeah, even
So your number one. It's my number one for like.
Our programmers keep asking me when are we gonna get.
Oh God,
It's a dire rework.
it is a rat's nest, man, on the back end. Like when we added that scarab that added the new beast, the Black Morrigan, like that was just add a unique beast that has a few crafts, and that was like 2 weeks worth of going
Yeah.
back to it, fixing a bug, going back to it, fixing a bug, because it's
Sad.
It yeah.
It is
it's
the
a bit older, that
number
one.
one league that's in a dire need of a rework in our eyes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Monsters are old, the combat's old, the bosses are old, the crafting system has gone through so many different identities and different things to the point where I honestly think it's like kind of lost a bit of its groove.
I mean, what I will say is it's a very strong concept, though. Like going and
Yeah.
capturing beasts,
Yeah.
like wild spirit beasts,
Yeah,
is really
that's
cool.
worth
And that's
figuring
kind
that
of
out.
why the very original pitch for this league was like, go back to that theme. So we'd want to keep the strong theme, but
Yeah.
I know that one, we all agree. I don't know how players necessarily feel,
Well,
but
yeah, I mean, I definitely have had questions about that, especially on the quality of life side of things. And since you're already thinking about that, it'd be worth mentioning those now. So people like, particularly like just with hitting the limit of beasts and then like having to empty them out. There has been some improvements there, but it seems like it's still like just a big problem for people that are
honestly,
actually trying to engage with the mechanic.
we've been doing kind of weak level band-aids for a while there,
Yeah,
and because the actual solution is quite a lot of work, and we keep going to do it, and we're like, can we really afford to spend this much time on that instead of? And there's all this like cool content stuff, and every time we're weighing the scales, it's like, it's not quite there. And so this is where I'm like, okay, in order to actually do this, we have to make bestiary the focus. So we have to go, this is the rework, and then we'll be able to do all of this stuff. But it's surprisingly more work than it might seem.
because
Yeah.
if you do it in that way where you're making it a focus and you're, revamping a lot of the content as well, then you're not having to choose between do I fix these problems or make cool content. You're just fixing the problems while making the cool content.
Yeah.
Make
yeah.
league good.
Something that I saw kind of like asked is like proposing the idea is like, do yellow beasts even really matter and need to be a thing like they are? Like, what if they just kind of dropped a life force beast juice or something
Discussed
like
this
that?
recently as well.
Interesting.
Well, this was part of the original spec where we'd basically wanted to say that yellow beasts still appear in maps as extra monsters, but Ironheart doesn't capture them. And then all of the recipes just require a red beast, and he'll spawn some random other beasts alongside when you do an encounter.
When I imagine
But
it modernizing past, that's kind of what I imagine, yeah.
the only problem is that is a lot of programmer work, actually.
Yeah.
Every solution we came up with was like, all right, we've done all the like 1 day tasks. Now we're in the many day to week tasks, and we're like, it's just getting so. Again, it will be a focus
I
soon.
wonder if that makes it a candidate for more of like a bestiary 2.0, like a more substantial thing, since it is going to be so much work anyway, just to untangle that. Like,
Not necessarily as an active league, though it could be, but I'd say it's currently still probability wise, it's more likely for just a rework, similar to like Abyss and Legion this time round. It'll be here's the new league, here's a bestiary rework. Insert other things here.
we've got some rapid fire kind of quality of life and technical questions here. EU servers seem to be having some major issues each league launch and maybe beyond that from what I've heard. Any news on sources of that issue or potential improvements on the horizon?
None of us three know about that, unfortunately. So, Jonathan handles that with our more live ops and sysadmin team. So we just don't know, honestly, what's going on. Like,
I'll ask him about it then.
Yeah, that is the better thing to do for sure.
I'll get on it. We talked about the tooltips. Excellent. In-game price checking was added to PoE 2. Is that something you're planning on adding to PoE 1 as well?
Almost all of that. Well, yes. Don't know when. Same with like price checker, build planner, which I guess is a bigger
build
thing.
planner. Yep.
There's some complexities around it. Like we are trying to, as from the helper text thing, we just got that ported over, so we're slowly porting stuff over. But often the best person to do it is the person that implemented it, right? It makes sense to port it. But those people are working on PoE 2, big upgrades. So we've got to find these like windows where they're like kind of between tasks where they can migrate it over and make it work. Otherwise, you're having someone who doesn't know that code base at all trying to maneuver it over, and they don't understand the, parts of it that are less important and more important necessarily. And they can figure it out, but it would just take a lot more time. So we try and find these lulls between major tasks for them where they can go and port stuff back. And we just need to do some of that, really. So.
And those are the sorts of things that work towards the goal of like, you don't really have to install third-party software to play PoE if you're a long-term player. That's ideally the outcome there. And that got me thinking about that. There's two features of Awaken Trade that would keep me using it, even if you had the in-game price checking that was working just as well. And those are /hideout macro, the ability to like return to your hideout quickly. And the second one is the control scroll wheel your stash has without being moused over it, because that exists in game, but you have to mouse over it, which kind of defeats the purpose.
Interesting.
So I'm just wondering if those are things that could just become core behaviors.
Well, the latter one, I can just go and talk to some UI programmers and see whether we can do that.
Both are fully feasible.
Please do.
The first one I'm less certain of, but
we added it. Well, why not? It's just a chat
I think in PoE 2 there's a return to hideout button if you go to someone's hideout to trade. I don't know if that's in PoE 1 currently. So that might be just like a little gap.
Also,
to fix.
Similar to how we bound use town portal. Like
it could be a hotkey,
we could have
right?
a return to hideout.
That would be amazing.
Or just a go to hideout. Obviously, it won't always work. Like if you're in an area where hideout doesn't work, it won't work.
Yeah.
But
Awesome.
And maybe then do one for like, / King's March or whatever the one is that brings you to King's March. And
that's kind of the one I use the second most if I'm playing that.
Half your keyboard just teleports you.
Yeah, we've got a lot of hotkeys, but these could be optional ones, I suppose.
Some are more used than others, right?
Yeah.
So we'll start with those ones before we add a whole ruckus of.
Oh, that'd be amazing. If the control scroll wheel's possible as well, that'd be awesome, because that's just like when you're transferring stuff from your inventory, you're moused over there. You don't have to mouse over to change tabs and then back and forth. That'd be awesome. Oh, great. Awesome news. The Toto event caught me by surprise. Trial of the Ancestors. I think it caught a lot of people by surprise. How did that one come about? And just kind of like, just quickly, kind of, what are your thoughts on it? Any useful takeaways? Learn some useful stuff about.
Well, we wanted to just have like a variety of different events we can run, and it was like, we don't want to just keep doing the same thing. And so it kind of.
I think honestly, they'll just implement the option to bind it to a key like they did Town Portal.
Mercenaries be an event format, and we went through all the different options. And then I think there's been a bit of a because Trial of the Ancestors effectively got dismantled after the league.
Yeah.
And it was like, it's gonna be so much work to bring it back. Turns out, wasn't that much work.
Yep.
It
took a programmer like 1 day to revive it.
Yeah. Ended up being way quicker than we had expected. So we were like, well, let's just do it. Run it as an event. I know people have been craving it, but let's actually see if it's more nostalgia fueled or otherwise. But yeah.
It's one that I see, like, some people just like they tried it here and they're like, nah, I don't get it, I don't like it. But then I see other people, like I was reading a thread about it today, and they're like, I love this, like I want them to make it core. Like this seems to some people really fall in love with this mechanic. So is it something you want to make core at some point still?
We're on ultimately we were like, do we keep it as like a kind of event thing, and that way certain people play it because they love it and others won't, or I guess there is still the room to integrate it into core and do a bunch of stuff around that, as long as it's obviously, you don't have to do it, right? It's like, if you like that, similar to say Heist, if you are into Heist, there's always a crowd that loves these different things, then you can go do that, and if you don't want to do it, then just ignore it. So as long as it's in that format, because it is quite specialized content.
Super.
Like, it's just totem rugby.
The most of anything, I think, the most specialized.
So... it has a place. We just need to talk about it and figure out where we want it to be.
Could we scroll down a little bit, production, just so I can see those questions down there? Do the Ducats increased intangibilities? There's some random chat questions we have here. So
Depends on the Ducat.
Depends.
Yeah, every currency is just set by myself as to whether or not it does or doesn't. There are a lot of lower level currencies that you would use at lower levels more frequently don't. So like an alchemy orb doesn't increase intangibility, but things that you're using when you're finishing an item often do. So like an exalted orb, for instance.
Can replica unique mods become vestigial unique mods?
Yep.
Yeah, that seems like it would be legal, unlike the other
Those
ones.
are legal.
Yeah, because they're just they are just a unique.
There are some interesting things you can do, because you can take a replica unique, and then it can roll into the non-replica version of the unique, and then it can, in some cases, it can have basically 2 of the similar mod.
Interesting. That's kind of wild. I imagine you can't create a replica unique, though, because they're from a specific piece of content, same as boss drops.
Yeah, we didn't want to do the
You don't want to cheat that.
getting all the boss drops and no one's even killed the bosses.
It's no good.
The things it can create are the things you can ancient orb an item into.
Yep.
Nice. That makes sense. Can we get log into hideout? Or, so like that option that logs you back into your hideout. I think PO2 has that.
As much as no one's going to like the answer, no. Their logging into town is important for us.
Yeah.
And probably for reasons people won't like. But ultimately, like just to express it, it is ultimately we want the game to feel like a multiplayer game, and we want you to log into a hideout and see other players and be part of this universe where there are other players. And as soon as you can just bypass that, and again, I know people aren't going to like that answer, but that's just where we stand on it. And, not to say it, I used to say it a lot more, but my answer is kind of deal with it.
Deal with it.
Which, but I know that's not going to be a popular take for sure.
Will we eventually be able to switch out gear in the recently teased Animate Guardian UI? The teaser has locks in the UI indicating that we can't take items out. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, the Animate Guardian we sort of just got that in like a week or 2 ago. So at the moment, it's just very bare bones. You can right click the icon and you can see what items are equipped on your Animate Guardian.
Yeah.
You still have to go through the really jank process of dropping the item on the ground and using the skill on it.
Oh, this is going to make people unhappy.
We do want to actually change that so you can just drag and drop items.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if we'd want to allow you to remove items that are on an Animate Guardian.
No, that's fair. I imagine it'd be like mercenary. You can put them over. Yeah, fair enough. I think that leads to my final question of today, which is ExileCon is fast approaching, and I think in many people's eyes, it's a lot about Path of Exile 2. Like, it's a big event to announce the big stuff for PoE 2, but is there some stuff that PoE 1 fans should be excited about for ExileCon? Is that a focus? Is something happening there?
For sure. It's not PoE 2 con, it's ExileCon, right? We've got 2 main games, 2 titles, right? And of course, ExileCon will have a thing for PoE 1 and for PoE 2. And I actually saw some people, just before the stream was started, I saw a few people going, last PoE 1 patch for the year. And I went, no, it's not. There is a 3.30. It will be before the release of PoE 2. And so... it's crazy to think there's that many expansions.
I know, right? I was talking about this with Jonathan earlier. It's like there's been 30 expansions since the 3 series, right?
But yes, we will have another PoE 1 expansion. Already cooking up some.
Dude, it's not just a league; they're doing an expansion.
Saturday for us, we will.
It's going to be an expansion with a new challenge league.
Some pretty cool stuff in the works. Or to be in the works.
That's gonna be pretty dope. So we get a new expansion before the end of the year.
PoE 1, PoE 2.
That's dope.
Big end of year for us.
So they're gonna have a huge announcement for the PoE and expansion ExileCon. Basically, it'll probably come out in the fall.
Excellent. That's fantastic news. Exactly what we want to hear.
Winter, because
thank you very much, all of you, Andrew.
The last expansion was the one that introduced like the Dread boss.
Thank you very much.
Invitation.
Awesome job, you two, by the way.
Dread and Fear, those bosses.
Awesome job to use it.
That's what you would call an Atlas expansion. They do them like annually.
It's a banger of a patch.
Usually in PoE 1. Yeah, like Originator. Which I forget what was that did that come out with Keepers? So it would have been like 8 months ago by now, right? It didn't come out in Mirage. I think it came out with Keepers. So it's been around for 8 months now. So yeah, we've got patch notes in about 15 minutes. Yeah, so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to actually get some music going real quick, and then we're going to work on the POB until the patch notes come out. So some of the stuff I've been working on is based on testing from the last 2 days. I reworked the starting, like the leveling loadouts, so we go for a little bit more damage here. We've gotten rid of Sunder and the Bleed Tech, and I'm basically saying that we should level Static Strike. Yeah, so about once a year, Chris, is when they do it. It makes sense. So it'll be in a continuation of Mizana's story and the Atlas and everything. So yeah, reworked the leveling loadouts. We still start with Spectral Throw or whatever skill you want to use, and then I recommend Static Strike. We don't do the Bleed and Sunder anymore. Static Strike is just really nice because you hit a pack of mobs once, and then it just keeps doing AoE damage for several seconds as you run through stuff. So it's just, unlike Sunder where you have to stop and use Sunder, and then if you miss the mobs, you have to recast it again. With Static Strike, I can just hit one mob, and then it does a bunch of AoE damage for several seconds to everything around me. And it just feels really nice. I was doing it yesterday when I was leveling my hardcore character. And I'm probably going to level a character. Oh, well, I got to do stuff for the build update video today if patch notes are good. So probably not going to play tonight. I'll probably level a new character tomorrow, maybe. No, it's been in the game for a minute. I just haven't used it or tried it. It's an old skill. So yeah, we don't do the Bleed Tech or Sunder anymore. We just use Static Strike. And then when we do our swap to, patch notes come out in 15 minutes. When we do the swap to Cyclone, we actually don't have to respec the tree anymore. We actually use the same tree. So it's a lot more fluid with the specking early on. Don't have to do any respecking on the tree. And then we swap to Cyclone. Some changes I made to Cyclone leveling is we go for the AoE cluster early on here. Because this is just really nice to use with Cyclone to help out with the AoE. We're also taking for our first lab now, I recommend doing Impact over Bane of Legends, because Impact plus this AoE cluster on the tree gives our Cyclone really nice AoE while we're leveling. So I updated all these trees basically. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at them right now. Socket change means we don't have to compromise our bases to get colors at swap. Dude, the socket change is so good, dude. Not having to worry about socket colors. Let me fix the in-game staff. I just did. I did a delete unused, which got rid of anything that's not currently being used. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Just trying to be lazy. Can't wait to spin a win again, unless there are massive buffs to self-cast. I kind of want to try Shock Nova. I was talking about this. I would keep in mind that they did some thematic stuff with the spells, and all lightning spells now have a much higher mana cost. So they cast a lot faster, but they have a way higher mana cost that you're gonna have to deal with. I think this is the bad one. Yeah, delete that guy. How are we running precision with this setup? What happened to my gems here? I have my auras. I think precision is meant to be an off color on Helm. The warning was about intelligence, so I just ticked it up a bit on the helm. Alright, so both of these are adjusted now. How are you feeling about the league pre-patch notes? I'm feeling pretty good, dude. We'll see in about 7 minutes. So yeah, basically leveling loadouts have been streamlined for more efficiency. It was the fastest leveling I did on my hardcore SSF. I recommend Static Strike now. And I just adjusted some of the pathing a bit on these guys. The cool thing now is between level 1, when we start at level 1, all the way to level 90, we don't do a respec on the tree until we get to level 90. So basically, even when you swap from running Static Strike to Cyclone, you have the same exact passive skill tree. And you just keep allocating all the way through. And then at 90, we do our respec on the tree. It's pretty clean. No, chaotic. I decided, I was talking about this, actually Aloha dropped like 200 viewers into my stream last night, and we were talking a bit about this. I personally ended up not liking axes. While it was more damage and faster, like it was about 40 minutes faster playing axes for me during the campaign, the defenses are terrible, and he agreed. Like the defenses are actually terrible, and I had a really bad time at the end of Act 10 going into maps defensively. So I still think the play is to play, you can use any two-hand weapon you want through the campaign, but I am going to put in my guide staff still. I think staffs are still the play. I think it's going to feel more comfortable having the block, and then especially it's due to the lack of block. And then what's really nice is by the time you get to level 68 here, you have smashing strikes, which is going to give you endurance charge generation. So not having the block and not having the endurance charges feels really bad playing Cyclone. So in my opinion, for me personally, I don't think the axes is worth it. The only world in which axes make sense to me is if you're trying to not only speed run the campaign but do like speed running mapping or whatever. So like if you're trying and you're playing soft core and you don't care about dying multiple times. So if you don't care about dying quite a lot and just speed rushing content super fast, I would play axes, right? It is more damage. You're going to clear through the game quicker to include Atlas progression. You're also going to die a lot more. I just don't like characters that feel weak. You know, I don't like glass cannon builds. And I think one of the things that's always appealed to people that have played my build is that they don't feel weak when they play Cyclone. A lot of things that I've heard over the last 2 years from people playing Cyclone and following my build is that one of the reasons they like my build so much is that they don't feel weak when they play Cyclone. Historically, they've tried to play Cyclone and they've always felt like a glass cannon. They've always felt incredibly weak. I don't want that in my build. So I'm just not going to include, we still use an axe until we do the Cyclone swap, but then once we go Cyclone, I still think staff is the play for my build. All right, so let's import my current character. It should feel pretty good with some of these changes. Yeah, I was gonna say, Behret, I actually leveled a hardcore SSF fresh character last night to maps. And I'll probably mess around with that a little bit on stream after we look at patch notes. But the other thing that I'm thinking about incorporating into the build, I may not do this now, Chris, honestly, because with the new league mechanic, I don't know if I'm going to focus on deep delve on start. Like, I think I might, like, I was thinking about doing delve, but the new league mechanic looks really fun, and I think I might just want to play that. I was a little worried that they were going to cook up a really cool league mechanic, and I don't know if I can pass on the first underwater ocean exploration league that they're doing in PoE. I think that's something that you have to play, in my opinion. It looks too fun. My delve character was crazy though, guys. Like this delve character I've been working on. I mean, I might eventually do delve chaotic, but I think like the first week especially, I might just be playing the league. You know what I mean? Like I might just be barreling down the path of just speed, like playing the league mechanic as much as possible. And then maybe I'll swap over to doing delve later. So I might include this in the POB update. But yeah, my character that I was working on for delve is actually kind of crazy. The damage isn't crazy, but the defense is cracked on this guy. Yeah, I know. Well, I'm at like level, I'm at like 1500 now, Coulter. Like I'm about to hit 1500, and the damage could be a lot better, but I have noticed that like at least initially like defense is pretty huge. So my damage isn't too high right now on this. It's only like 73 million, which is, I guess isn't bad. This is simulating like being around a bunch of monsters and stuff, you know what I mean? But look at my defense. I have 180 max fizz hit and over 300k elemental max hit. It's pretty cracked. This is probably the most expensive version of Cyclone I've ever played. Actually, with Progenesis up, which is up all the time, I have almost 250k fizz max hit and over 400k elemental max hit. Yeah, this build is incredibly tanky. It's also the most expensive version of Cyclone I've ever played. But it's pretty good. No, that is with the Mortal Call. It's a lot less without it. It's about 43k max fizz hit. Yeah, that would be insane to have 250 like k max fizz hit without a guard skill. Yeah. All right, let's look at the patch notes, guys, and see what's going on. Very first thing I do is I search for Cyclone. There's not any buffs to Cyclone. No buffs to Cyclone. We got no Cyclone love. Anything to General's Cry? General's Cry? The support effect can no longer support skills with cooldowns. There is no cooldown on Sunder or Ground Slam. So no effect to General's Cry. What about Stampede? Nothing touching our boots. What else could affect core things in the build? Petrified Blood is now a thing we should look at. That's not in there. I mean, those are the core key components. A lot of these will probably just be channeling for spells. Yeah, it's Occultist, cast while channeling. Oh, that's pretty good, Benny. Yeah, I don't think anything channeling affected us. I think we're good, guys. Nothing got touched in the build. I wasn't worried about nerfs. I was interested if there was going to be any buffs, though. So it's basically exactly like the PUB has it for the most part, with the exception of some itemization with the new uniques and implicits and stuff. But yeah, well, that's good. The new league is indeed looking very good. All right, let's take a look at these guys. Let's see what we got here. Now I'm curious about the spell stuff. Archmage, I don't care about Archmage. Arc now has a cast time of 0.6 seconds, and the base mana has been increased by 25% at all gem levels. That's it? They increased it by 25% and gave you a 0.1 second? That's a buff? I guess the way haste scales, like, that's good. But you're basically giving... I look at that and I just think, okay, Arc already costs a lot of mana. Now it costs 25% more, and it goes 0.1 second faster. I don't see how that's... Does that break auto exert? It no longer supports skills with cooldowns. Interesting. I guess does that break auto exert? General's Cry no longer supports skills with cooldowns. Does that break auto exertion? No, it's fine because auto exertion works off auto exertion is automating General's Cry. General's Cry is only using ground slam of earth shaking. This tech is fine, yeah, because General's Cry has nothing to do with auto exertion in that regard. Yeah, auto exertion is just you automating General's Cry, so you don't have to manually cast it. General's Cry is only taking advantage of ground slam, which is not a skill with a cooldown. So the tech is fine. Yeah, okay. Tech is fine. Yeah, it'd be something with a CD, yeah. Dude, man, no love for Cyclone. Did they hit like, oh, you know what? We gotta check these things. Minion Pact has been reworked. It is now called Communion Support. It supports spell skills that hit enemies and cannot modify the skills of minions. Supports spell skills that hit enemies. Doesn't that mean the tech still works with Blade Vortex? Supported skills deal 20 to 30 added Biz damage for each permanent minion at gem level 3. Permanent minion. Each permanent minion. So you can't automate it with permanent minion. Are specters permanent minions? Does a specter count as a permanent minion? It should, right? We didn't get any nerfs. I don't know about buffed. Where did you see buffs? Where are you seeing those buffs? We didn't get nerfed. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we can put Stampede on something else. I do not like the fact that you lose the Anoint from the boots, though, if you do that. No, because General's Cry change, it makes it so that it can't support skills with cooldowns. We were just looking at this. So General's Cry. So auto exertion is not being used by General's Cry. Auto exertion is automating General's Cry. It's the other way around. The only thing that General's Cry is using is ground slam of earth shaking, which is a non-CD skill. So that change makes it so that if we wanted to use something besides ground slam, like another attack skill that had a cooldown, General's Cry wouldn't be able to utilize it. But auto exertion is not being used by General's Cry. Auto exertion is just automating us not having to manually cast General's Cry. So the link for General's Cry is just General's Cry, ground slam, and these supports. Auto exertion is actually not a part of its link. It's a part of the link, but it's not a part of the link that's being utilized by General's Cry. Yeah, I didn't see anything with channeling in the patch notes that affects us. All right, well, let's look at some random stuff here. Crafting bench in every town starting in Act 2. All sources of reduced cost of skills on the passive skill tree have been converted to cost efficiency at appropriate values. It's going to affect it AV, but I won't know until we get in game and test it. So that is, yeah. This does affect us. Reduced mana cost of attacks can no longer roll as a Syrian Exarch implicit. This has been replaced with mana cost efficiency. So whatever the math is for mana cost efficiency, we won't know until we play the game. It's probably going to throw stuff off, and we'll have to work with that as we can. That's a nerf in a way, Benny, because we lose a potential 6% life from that. So if it maxes at 12%, that's a nerf. It's an HP nerf. Yeah, I'm just saying, Chris, as a whole, that's a nerf to the like, that is a nerf to that mastery. It's not a nerf to maybe specific loadouts of our build, but that is, I would classify that as a mastery nerf in the game, because it was always a potential cap of 18%. So they've nerfed that. You do get more mana and life now, so it's like a balance of the two. I don't know. Hey guys, they didn't touch replica Alberons. So, yeah. No changes to replica Alberon. So I think our delve build is fine if I still want to pursue this. Does white sockets do anything now, or is it just a white socket? Yeah, they're just white by default. Oh, you're talking about Prismatic Eclipse, Chris. Now is 25 to 35% increased global fizz damage per red socket, previously 25%. 10 to 14% increased global attack speed per green socket, previously 12%, so they buffed it. They buffed it. Yeah, it still has the white sockets. Alright guys, I think, yeah. I think that's pretty much it for the POB. I'm gonna adjust the HP for the new value. Yeah, the socket, oh, the easiest way I can do this is just set the sockets colors in the weapon. Try, instead of doing weird math. So just 2 blue, even though we're not using that. And that'll offset the HP appropriately on everything. Yeah, I think that's probably it for the POB. That's pretty crazy, actually. That can help us out early on with block until we get a roomies. Yeah. Dude, Incinerate's one of my favorite skills in the game. How'd they buff it? 10 stages instead of 8. 20% more effectiveness of added damage. Way more flat. That's pretty crazy, actually. Yeah, their concern, Benny, was because they increased all the power of self-cast skills. If they didn't do something to totems and other stuff, everyone would just play totems and mines. They wouldn't actually use self-casts. It's a self-cast spell league, so they don't want to incentivize people to use totems with this shit and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, I would run the numbers because you're losing 10%. It's 10% less damage, but the spell, like, I don't know if I would say this is nerfed, Benny. Keep in mind that all of the skills that you would use with Spell Totem just gained major buffs. So it's 10% less damage, but all of the spell skills got heavily buffed in this patch. Like, we were just looking at Incinerate. It has 20% more effectiveness and, like, way more flat damage. A lot of these skills got major buffs, so I don't know if I would consider that a nerf, really. Like, look at Firestorm, 100% more effectiveness over 80. Base mana cost got reduced by 20% at all gem levels. It lowered. I just was talking. I literally just said this right here. Spell Totem. Right? So if you're playing a totem build, Spell Totem, supported skills deal 50% instead of 40, right? So it's 10% more, like you have an additional 10% less damage now. However, all the spell skills got buffed. All the spell skills got buffed. Oh, the Ascendancy got... Oh, what happened to the Ascendancy? I mean, I would argue, do the math. Like, is that still less damage? If you have 4 totems, right? So you lost 8% damage here, and you lost 10% and you got 10% less, like, added on top of the spell totem. I don't think you understand how much they buff these spell skills. You would need to run the numbers before you tell me. You need to actually run the numbers and tell me if it's a nerf or not, because I don't think, respectfully, you are actually considering how much they buff spell skills. I think that it's probably going to feel the same if you played a totem build with investment. Like, these spell skills got buffed, my dude. They got buffed. Yeah, I just think that you're focusing on one thing, and you're not considering the fact that the spell skills all got, like, basically a 20 to 25% damage increase. Like, I don't think you're taking into consideration how much more damage some of these skills do now. So, like, let's look at an oldie but a goldie. Yeah, like, look at Flame Blast of Celerity, right? This is what Mathel did his totem build on, right? He did his pizza stick, like, totem build or whatever, with Flame Blast of Celerity. It was like a league or two ago. Now has 1 meter instead of 0.8. Mana cost has been reduced by 20%. Does 140% effectiveness of added damage. That got a 40% effectiveness of added damage increase, and it now deals 800 on the top end versus 665. This was Mathel's like really successful totem build from like 3.27 or 2.8, and it got 40%, 40% effective added like damage, and it has almost 200 more flat damage at the top end. I don't think you're taking into consideration the buffs that these spell skills themselves got. These spell skills got buffed. Not slight buffs, pretty juicy buffs. Pretty considerable buffs. Like, yeah, like what did Winter Orb get? Winter Orb is one that I really enjoy doing totems with. Yeah, Stormburst is just one skill, my dude. You can play so many things with totems. That's just one fucking skill. Winter Orb now deals 2 to 3 projectiles. They gave it 2 more projectiles at level 20 instead of 1. What? Has a chance to freeze, which it didn't have before. They added chance to freeze on every cold skill inherently, so you don't have to build crit to get that. So it freezes more reliably. It gained 2 projectiles. 2 at level 20. That's fucking huge. And they increased the base crit. 539 cold damage over 450. That's fucking crack, dude. I might try playing my Winter Orb build again that I did with totems. That was actually a lot of fun when I played that. But the 2 extra projectiles is fucking insane. That is fucking insane, dude. That is actually cracked. No, I tried this as totems, Benny, and I went into projectile scaling. Like I did this on. Did I get rid of this character? I think I still have these characters in game. Oh my god! Do your update, dude. I don't think you like. Once again, Benny, I don't think you understand just how like this is a self-cast. I don't want to say self-cast, but this is a spell league. This is a spell league. Like, this is a spell league. And 2 extra projectiles is insane. That's actually crazy. But the thing to me that's more impressive about this right here is all the new crafting system is update killed the stream. Oh my god. Oh, the update is killing the stream is what you're saying. Ooh. Alright guys, we should be back up and running. Yeah. All right. Yeah, cannibalize this guy. Shit. Maybe this is my totem build that I tried out. Is this it? Arcanist brand? I think so. Yeah. This is my winter orb that I played. All right, so here is my winter orb. Winter orb totem. I haven't played this in a while, so I really have no idea what this is going to feel like. Yeah, well, I needed, I can't remember what the problem was. I think it was the single target. And I think it was like, oh yeah, I probably need to go like Ice Spear or something. But like as a mapper, it was really good. I remember it mapping really well. And with extra projectiles, dude, this build was so much fun, I'm remembering now. Like, just the mapping aspect of it. So imagine this build, Benny, but with more projectiles and more damage. You're gonna take a hit on the totem stuff, but it has extra projectiles. Like, extra projectiles, and yeah. Well, in my eyes, this is better than... In my eyes, it's better than... Yeah, but I mean... I hear what you're saying, Benny, but like... That's where you decide if you're going to play like Ice Spear or something else with your totem setup. Like, you don't have to play Winter Orb for bossing. I guess what I'm trying to say is like... Most of the game is mapping, and as a mapper, this is really good. Like, if you just want to map, if all you want to do is just do bosses all day, then sure, you'd want to use another skill. But here's my question to you, Benny. Do you log on to PoE every day and just do pinnacle bosses? Or do you spend most of your time in maps? This build did not have issues doing Maven. I think what you don't understand, or that's not what I meant to say in that way. I think what you're not getting is that when I had single target issue with this build, it was with killing pinnacle bosses, not killing Maven. I didn't have an issue doing something like Maven or Shaper or that with this build. Where I ran into issues was trying to kill, like, you know, Uber Cyrus or something like that. Yeah, that was like, you know, that's where I had issues with the build. I'm curious, actually, is Maven's Writ something you can buy? Yeah. Can you even buy this right now, or is the economy just fucked? Okay, good. I don't even know how this will perform against Maven right now, but we can try. Like I said, I wasn't having issues doing bosses with this build or single target. I was having issues doing pinnacle bosses. It's two very different things. Keep in mind, I have pretty min-max gear on this character right now, so my damage is kind of like overkill. This isn't like a league start character's build, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have gear on this character that's relevant to like what you'll have on league start. You know, this is, you know, I've got like pretty decent gear on here, you know, like really good gear. It's... I'm not gonna remember all that. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Yeah, we're just gonna die here. It's fine. But yeah, like the single target damage is like fine on this build. It's when I was doing like pinnacle bosses that I was having an issue, like Uber Pinnacles, which, I mean, we can even test the damage out now and see. I don't know if I've got the frags to do it. I kind of want to try out like Eater or something and just see what it feels like. One devouring frag is 8 divines right now. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? This league is dead, bro. This league is so dead. That's fucking ridiculous. Nobody's playing this game right now. I don't even remember what this boss does. I have no idea about this fight.
But later never came. The tangible day.
Oh, it's this guy. So this is where the single target was kind of lackluster for the investment that I put into the build. You can see right now, like, it's like they're doing damage, but it's not like, oh, his beams are killing them. That's what's up. Like, it does damage, but it's not like fucking amazing, you know? So this is what damage is like on an Uber Pinnacle boss with the build.
You cannot hide from fate. Negligence. Irrevocable fraud.
So for like what I was saying, like for the investment that I had in this build, it was like a little kind of like underwhelming. Am I supposed to be? Oh, I just did it. Yeah. And this is with min-max gear. No, I hear you, Benny, but that was damage on an Uber Pinnacle boss. If you don't do Uber Pinnacle bosses, that's why I was saying, like, I didn't have an issue with this build doing maps and void stones and stuff. It's when I tried to push into like Delirious T17 maps or Uber Pinnacle bosses. That's where the damage was starting to hit, like, you know, a low ceiling. So I think what you need to understand with this is, like, I was playing this build at a much higher level, and I think, like, as a league starter with the buffs and the changes to the projectiles increase and stuff, like, I think just doing mapping and void stones, it would be probably pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. I guess what I was trying to say is, like, you might have had the impression that it doesn't do single target damage. It does single target damage. It just doesn't do great Uber Pinnacle single target damage. But if your concern is killing Watchstone bosses and just doing T16 maps and shit like that, like, it's fine. You're gonna have a pretty good time, I think. Yeah, Stormburst totems are tried and true at this point. They're pretty good. Alright. I think I'm pretty happy with the POB. I don't think I'm going to add the deep delve stuff in here, Chris. I think I'm going to do the league mechanics starting out, so I might just demo the new POB and showcase the SSF character in the video. Is there a downside to it? It looks like I just gained damage and speed. 6% loss of movement speed. I think the damage increase is well worth it, actually. I'll just rename this to Endgame, like you suggested. Comms roots with the Breach enchant for early mapping over Stampede. Assuming it's not super RNG gated, can be traded. The Legion enchant. I like the Anoint on the Stampede boots. I don't know if I'm going to suggest not using Stampede if you're going to run it, because I do like the Anoint that you get from it. And I feel like if you're going to... You get stun immunity from your chest anyways, so... Yeah. What 5 tattoos can I drop? The block tattoos? Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay. I might level another test character for a few hours, and then when I'm able to record my video tonight, go do that. I did need to take a look at potentially swapping my character back over to the regular build. I guess I could ingest a delve loadout and talk a little bit about that in the build video. I wish there was an easy way with Path of Building to import a full loadout into another build without having to move everything over manually. You added Herald of Thunder in Act 2? I didn't think to test Herald of Thunder. I was using Herald of Ash. We didn't take any nerfs, Lord. Everything's good. Import, export, build. Yeah, I don't think they have a feature that lets me just add it into an existing thing. This is just gonna import to this build, import to a new build, import as a comparison. Yeah, import to this build, right? Lets me do it. Do I need to make a new loadout, or do I just put the code in here and put import to this build? Did you just copy the code here and put import to this build? You need a new loadout? Okay. Level 100 Giga in-game deep delve. Alright, so the loadout exists. And then you just import it to right here, right? Oh, you just import it from account. I guess this one would give it to me already configured, right? So that does a full new. Got it. Okay, let me do it like you did it then. New loadout. We'll fix the name later. Swap to this. Import. Start. Mirage. Nice. Sweet. Yeah. Yep, no, that's good. I like that. Let's go ahead and do the config. Nice. Chris, you know, it'd be really helpful. It's up to you. I can swap my gear. I collected back a lot of pieces for the regular build, but if you were able to record a couple boss fights with your Cyclone guy, I could incorporate that footage into the build video. I don't mind doing it. I'll just have to respec my whole character and regear it, but I could do that. If I leave my character as is, I can just film some delving stuff with this guy for the build video. Otherwise, I'll just have to slap this gear back on and respec a bunch of stuff, and I can try to do some footage of some in-game boss stuff, but up to you. I can take care of it later tonight. I do need to also get this guy to 1500. I would like to be at 1500 for the video. Would be nice. Dude, I'm so excited for the league. The reveal was so good. All right, so here's the question. Am I playing... let me just fix one thing real quick. Am I going to play hardcore trade and go deep delve, or am I going to go hardcore SSF and just do the league mechanic? That is where I'm currently at right now. Oof. I vote Delve, but that's because I play Delve. Maybe here's what I do. Maybe I go hardcore trade and I do both. I play the league mechanic, but I also do Delve. You know what I mean? And as I get better gear, I push further into Delve. Oh, am I still playing on this Texas server when I should be on California? California was giving me issues the other day. Sounds like a fine plan. Yeah. What's the furthest that you've gotten in Delve, Arc? $900. $1K? Well, I mean, if you're trying to just get to 1K, this loadout would do it for you, because I'm almost at 1500 on this guy. This is a very expensive loadout though for the build, but I may just do regular shallow delve if the league mechanic is heaps of fun. Yeah. Yeah, basically the way socket colors will work is it doesn't matter. You can slot gems in white sockets, blue sockets, red sockets. It doesn't matter anymore. There's no restrictions. But if you socket gems in the right colored socket that matches the gem color, you get a quality bonus. So it's all upside and no downside. Crit resistant. Extra life. My in-game networking is just fucking shit the bed. Oh, that's everything. That's stream died and this. What is going on, dude? The fuck? Alright guys, sorry about that. Yeah, I had to adjust my network settings. I had to run after the reveal. How was your experience? Do you like the patch? Yes, the patch is very good. I am very excited for the patch, actually. We were just talking about what my plans are going to be for the patch moving forward. And then my network settings shit the bed and I had to adjust a few things. Yeah. Right now, I'm just trying to get to 1500 depth because I'm going to showcase off my Dell version of the build in the update video, and I want to be at like a nice round number when I do it. Dude, the crafting system that they're introducing is so good. Have I ever touched the Bannerman builds? I have not played those. Tempted to try? They look really fun. I've watched footage on them. They do look fun. I'm currently at almost 1500. I'm at 1480. The Delve build prioritizes a lot of defense, Benny. So right now I'm at like almost 1500 depth, and it's largely built around as much defense as possible. So it might be hard to see in the POB right now, but in my POB, this is my current character I've imported. I have with Immortal Call up over 230,000 max fizz hit, over 430,000 elemental max hit, 50k chaos max hit, and like capped on block and all that kind of stuff. I also have life recovery on block on the shield and all that kind of stuff. So it's just a much tankier version of the build designed to survive deep delve, you know? So I'm just, I wanted to get down to 1500 for when I showcase it in the build video. Yep, it's going to be in the POB update later tonight, tomorrow, when I do the build video. It's very expensive, Benny. Like on a PC, just on the PC market, this is about 2 mirrors worth of gear right now. And it's not even fully min, and I don't even have the fully min-max version on this character. The fully min-max version is probably several mirrors. But any build that does any kind of deep delving is going to be multi-mirror. So. Yep, Purity of Fire Sublime. And then we're stacking strength on replicas. Replica Alberon. I'm never going to get that kind of scratch. You play console, right? That's we've talked about this multiple times. Yeah. I mean, these items. So just to give you an idea, Benny, when I bought this jewel on the market in Mirage on PC, this was almost 700 divines. Oh, you went to PC? Okay. So this one jewel right here, which the build is based around, this is a chase item for deep delvers that do this stuff. This is a like 500 to 700 divine jewel. Just this one item. Oh, I went down a rabbit hole. We gotta go this way, I guess. But I've had fun playing with this this deep delve iteration. I've had fun doing this. Yeah, like I said, any kind of build that does anything past like 1k depth, you're starting to get into very expensive gear, you know? That being said, this is the tankiest version of Cyclone I've ever played. Like, it is very tanky. It is very nice. Oh, you just started learning the alteration into recombination? Yeah. Now that I'm playing Delve again a little bit, I'm like, dude, I really kind of want to do Delve again as the plan. It's fun, dude. And you're just so tanky, you know? Dude, the new League mechanic looks so good. Like, it looks really good. I think I'm gonna play exclusively the League mechanic for a week or two, and then when I generate enough currency to start to spec into something like this, I would probably go Delve. It's probably what I'll do. His League mechanic looks really fun. I don't know if I can kill this boss. This guy is pretty rough now at this level. It really depends on the mods on the zone. But this guy is pretty cracked at this level. Yeah, he hits super hard. Yeah. My first and only mirror drop was in Sentinel League. He did his Warba build, and it was a lot of fun. Yeah. Got really lucky whenever chest that became meta. Affliction, double mirror. You got a double mirror drop. What the hell, dude? That's crazy. Was that using the Abyss strategy before it got nerfed? That's crazy, dude. Divination or 5 mirrors from divination cards. I'm gonna say that's a negative on that one. The darkness resistance is no dice here. It's gonna be a couple days before, yeah. I'm not sure the exact date, but probably. That sounds right. Cyclone's untouched. The change to General's Cry is any skill that General's Cry would use, right? So auto exertion isn't used by General's Cry. Auto exertion is used by your character to automate General's Cry. And the skill that we use with General's Cry is Ground Slam of Earth Shaking or Sunder, both of which don't have a CD. Hey, thanks for the follow. Thank you. Left my ass off in Yemenis. Appreciate it, guys. Got to level 99 this league with your build just from beast farming. I still have 4 quad tabs. Holy moly, dude. Are we still going with purity and ditching GC at higher level? Yep. So the updates to the build, Benny, by the way, I was talking about this earlier. So I think you were here. Yeah, you were here because I remember you asking about Static Strike. It's mostly the leveling loadouts that have changed. We are doing something different though. In the bossing version, we are running a petrified setup now, petrified blood. So we run petrified blood with our purity of elements and pride, blood and sand and purity on an enlightened setup. And then we're reserving some life with precision, vitality, and flesh and stone. So the end game loadout has changed a bit because we've incorporated petrified blood into it. But we still forsake General's Cry for a bunch of auras. Go all in on Cyclone. Oh yeah, the regular, like, lesser bossing, I guess lesser bossing loadout, you could call it. Ooh. Yeah, that darkness fucks me up now. Yeah, no problem, Yemenis. Yeah, I did a hardcore SSF leveling last night on a character, which I'm probably gonna mess around with a little bit tonight too. Ooh, that darkness hurts. Darkness does hurt. Cyclone's good to go. Yeah, no nerfs to the build. They're never gonna nerf Slayer, dude. Slayer doesn't get nerfed. I can't even remember the last time they adjusted the Slayer ascendancies at all. I think they will remove the mana cost SP for mana efficiency. I don't know. Was there anything in the patch notes about mana cost of attacks on the craft for the chest? I didn't see that. Like the stun immunity and mana cost attack, is that still a thing? Is it just stun immunity and mana cost efficiency now? Negative 20. I don't think the chestcraft's getting affected because that wasn't reduced mana cost of attacks. That was negative 20 to mana cost. Well, they changed all mana cost reduction to mana cost efficiency, right? This it's not on this chest, but we don't use a chest that has mana cost reduction. We use a chest that has negative X to mana costs. Those are two different things in PoE. You got to remember there are a lot of modifiers that are similarly worded that aren't the same. So yeah. Respinning since restart. Yeah. What do you mean respinning since restart? They didn't remove flat mana costs. They changed this right here, reduce mana cost of attacks, right? Like, am I crazy? Did I read those patch notes wrong? Mana costs of attacks. Reduced, not flat, reduced mana costs. And let's just look up mana costs in general. Mana cost efficiency. Mana and reduce mana cost can mana and reduce mana cost. So I guess maybe this is mana and reduce mana cost can no longer be unveiled. Reduce. These are all percentage based. None of these are flat mana cost reductions. This is all. So this right here is percent based. These are like two different things. So like if I go to hideout, this right here, 5% reduced mana cost of skills is a different thing than to total mana costs. Those are not the same thing. These are two different modifiers, right? We don't have that on the skill tree, right? We have reduced mana cost of attacks. It's not the same as a chest like this that has negative to total mana cost. That is something else. I don't think that is going anywhere. And it's very simple. Total mana cost. Like, none of that changed on the benchcraft. None of that changed. If they were changing that, it would surely be in the patch notes, because that there are so many builds that utilize, like, total mana costs has nothing to do with Cyclone. Total mana cost is specific to like many builds that need mana cost reduction that way. The Helm enchant isn't negative mana cost, it's reduced mana cost of attacks, and it hasn't been removed. It's been replaced by mana cost efficiency, and they said the calculations are appropriately the same, which means it's probably off. But this enchant isn't gone, it's just now mana cost efficiency. It's something else. But this chestcraft is not going away as far as I can tell. They did not touch flat reduction to mana costs, right? Total mana cost isn't reduced mana costs. Those are two different things in this game. Now, what I'm wondering is the changes to reduced mana costs might affect earlier leveling with Cyclone, because the calculation might be slightly off. So we are, instead of our Cyclone only doing like 0 or 2 mana, it might do 3 or 4 mana. I don't know. But that chestcraft makes it so that we don't have to worry about mana once we do that anyways on the regular version of the build, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I'm not really worried about the mana changes in that regard, because I don't think total mana cost is going anywhere. There hasn't been any major changes to the build. The build is effectively the same. How old are the patch notes? The patch notes have been around for... I think it's the old version. They've been around for like 2 hours. There is nothing I really need to update in the POB based on the patch notes. Like, the POB is fine. The edits I've made to the POB are based on changes I'm making to the build for other reasons. The patch notes basically affected nothing in the POB. And without knowing the exact calculations for mana cost efficiency instead of reduced mana cost of attacks, I have no way of simulating that in POB. And that information probably won't be available for a while, so yeah, the POB is fine. Yeah, there's nothing that's broken in the POB right now. Oh, I'm definitely using the Ghost Flame Cyclone for the event, 100%. We have to be appropriately themed for the content, right? Yeah, the POB is solid. Not much I need to do with that. I just got to record some video footage later tonight when I can without disruption. So build update video should be out in the next, like, I don't know, 10 to 16 hours, somewhere in there. Oh yeah, dude. And it's not just another league. It's going to be an expansion and a league. It's going to be super good. Super good. Full Celestial for this MTX. I'm doing the Ghost Flame, guys. We're going to do the Ghost Flame. I'm doing the most MTX I have, which is none. You don't give GGG any money, Chris? Would you just get stash tabs and that was it? Yep. The bare minimum cost to entry to properly play the game, for sure. It's respectable. Can't see my character anyway. Oh, dude, it's for when you're just chilling in hideout, you know? And you're working on crafting gear. Oh, you swapped your ascendancy to the bigger AoE? How do you feel about it? I will have the POB out with the video arc. I don't like releasing my POB until I do the video. I do it all at once. Mostly because I'm going to probably still make some tweaks to it over the next couple hours. I'm probably going to make some final tweaks to it when I'm off stream later tonight, and I'm like putting the whole video together. For the most part, it's done, but yeah. The other reason I don't like posting my POB early is because there's some big changes in the POB, and if I post it, then people inevitably might be like, oh, why did you do X, Y, or Z? And if I have the video out, I can be like, hey, just watch the video, I explain everything. Otherwise, I have to answer questions, and usually it's the same questions over and over. Why are we doing Petrified Blood? Could be something like that. It should say already owned if you own the MTX. You're not wrong about that. It should definitely say that if you own it. You're using the same account, right, that you played on Xbox? Are the MTX shops different between console and PC? That'd be weird. You don't think they share? I wouldn't be entirely surprised. They probably use two different backends for that. You can transfer it? Okay. Yeah, like I said, Chris, I'm assuming the calculation's not going to be appropriate, and we'll just have to adjust it. But I'm not really worried about it till we test it out. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, even if you're saying tax from helm of the Toma version of the build was crafted body equip results in a 1 mana cost. Even if they mess with the conversion, the new mana efficiency of X, all we have to do. Oh yeah, you're saying that it will fix it because it's just I gotcha. Because without it, we're at 1 mana. Yeah, that's fair. I think the reduced mana cost was more important when we had the imbue, right? Because that's where it added on a little bit extra. So to be fair, we can run a different helm implicit now on the build. We could actually swap it to something else on the build right now and squeeze out some extra damage. Still need without the imbue. I guess if you want 0 mana, yeah. Gotcha. Ooh, baby. That darkness is dangerous now, guys. I'm at negative 309. Yeah, my flares don't have like any resistance either. When you get this deep, like you just can't keep up with the costs. It's just, that's why deep delvers have thousands of deaths, Chris, because eventually you're just rushing nodes and then you have to either dodge the stuff that causes darkness or you die and you bomb rush it again and eventually you get it and you move on to the next node. But there is no keeping up with the cost of flares, and yeah. I'm just saying, like, flares don't do anything for deep delving. Like, you get to a point where you can't keep up with the cost of anything. Like, there is no flares, there is no source of light. Like, if you get put into darkness, you're dead, and then you just rush the node again, and you rush the node again, and then eventually you break through, and then you move on to the next node. That's delving. When you start to get this deep. That's why guys like Steve have thousands of deaths just getting as deep as they do, because it's just literally dying. No, I understand what you're saying. I'm saying that I'm just referring to the flare comment. Like, I see what you're saying. Like, there's an enemy that negates that, like flares, but I don't even. Steve's got a full team too, though. Probably, yeah. But yeah, it gets to a point where you don't sync. Like, I'd be buying resonators at this point. No. There is no flare option for me, Chris, is what I'm saying. If I see that monster and I drop a flare, my flare has no light radius. I have no get out of jail free card. I die. I die and I rush the node again. I die and I rush the node again. There is never a situation now where I have flares available to me. I should just be using dynamite on this guy. I forgot I have dynamite. Your flares work when you're at like 150 to 200 negative light radius. Maybe. I can try it. Maybe I'm throwing it too far away from me. You might not be wrong. Yeah, maybe I'm just throwing it too far away. Yeah, I probably have my cursor too far from my character, and that's what's happening. Even then, if there's like degen and other stuff going on, I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things where I don't think flares are gonna realistically always help me. Oh, like go into some darkness and see? Yeah. Alright. We are good to go on that front. So we go into just a little bit of darkness. Let me kill these mobs real quick. Yep, okay, as long as I'm right on top of it, I'm okay. Yeah, just be right on top of it. I'm gonna probably test it out with totems. With the extra projectiles, like with the extra projectiles and the increase of damage, even with the totem nerfs, I think it's gonna be pretty good as a mapper on totem. Like, I don't think it'll be great for single target bossing, especially like in the late end game. But I think just for like blasting maps, it's gonna be a lot of good, like a lot of fun as a totem build. So I'm probably gonna check it out. Is that? It'd be Hierophant and going totems if I do it. We did it, guys. 1500 depth. This is the furthest in delve I've ever gone. 1500. If you play it as yourself and not as totem, Slayer's best. That's funny. We did it, guys. 1500 depth. All right. So I'll show off doing this in a video later. That's pretty good. Yeah, 1500 I feel like is a decent accomplishment. I think I could probably get to 2k on this brute forcing. Damage is going to be something I have to figure out. I don't know how to squeeze more damage out of this build. There is a way for me to double my damage, but to double my damage I have to drop my life on block shield and run a squire. If I run a squire, I can put my the way we get more damage, Chris, is we craft the weapon that has all of the support gems on it. We run a squire for 3 additional support gems, and we put our Cyclone setup in here, and essentially we run like a 10 or 12 link Cyclone. But if I do that, I lose the life block on the shield here, which is like really nice recovery. Yeah, it's not much more damage than I already have. I think this probably caps out around 2k. I mean, it'd be interesting to see, but yeah. It really depends on the modifiers of the nodes. Like, if I'm really picky about how the nodes on the, like, because it's only the modifiers that make the nodes scary right now. When I go into some of these and they don't have like many mods, like this one right here, for instance, would be incredibly easy. Right, I would just steamroll this versus like, you know, some of these that have like lots of mods. Right now, I'm currently at 1500 depth. So I just hit 1500. Before I took Delve seriously, it was like, I think we did 700 on the... I did 700 on... Oh, what's the record depth from anyone? There's a guy who does deep delving. He's at like 30,000 depth right now or something. He's hit the max. The max is like 65k, and he hit that. But the build that he hit 65k depth on, he had 5 billion damage on that build. It was a 5 billion damage build. He had 5 billion with a B, billion damage, and he got down to 65k. Alright guys, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I think I'm gonna test leveling up another character for a couple hours, and then I'll probably cut stream off. I'll probably just do to Act 5 today. We might just test rush Act 5 on a fresh hardcore SSF character. And just do the first 5 acts. And then I'm gonna break away from stream, and I'm gonna put my build. I'll start working on the build video. I'm gonna make some final edits to the build POB. And that way you guys can see the static strike leveling and some stuff that I plan on doing. I've never gone a foot in Delve. That's funny. I'll be right back, guys. All right, guys. So I think what I'm going to do is I don't want to touch really this character too much. I'm going to show this guy off in the video and be like, hey, here's my fresh right out of the campaign level 65 like character, and I'll demo a map on this real quick. For those of you that weren't around, this guy, do I even have maps on this guy? I don't even have maps on this guy. That's hilarious. Oh, I haven't done the quest yet, that's why. Did I not? I did. Let's buy a map. So this was the hardcore SSF character that I leveled last night. Ooh. Let's get awakened up and running. So I leveled this guy last night, and I guess we got to maps and I was done. Yeah, I did a map. I guess I only had one map I guess drop. So I'll show you guys what this looks like real quick. So this is what you can expect the build to look like fresh out of the campaign. I'm level 65. I only have 2 4-links, one for my General's Cry setup and one for my Cyclone. And we have basically a 330 PDPS staff. And this is, I'm not going to trigger the Delirium right now. But yeah, this is basically what it looks like coming out of the campaign.
You die rather well. Approach, challenger.
I didn't have the colors yet to do mark on hit, huh? With assassins, yeah. They're still just using vulnerability. Also, I think I skipped the quest during the campaign to get a crit flask, so I don't even have a crit flask right now, which is kind of funny.
Greetings.
Godslayer. Business. Not bad. Not bad at all. Could do worse, Exile. More wealth is always a good thing.
I've been muted this whole time. Sorry, guys. I was gonna say this is I was saying like this is my Cyclone build that I leveled last night. I'm just showing you guys real quick what it looks like before we do a fresh run. So basically, yeah, this is I leveled this character last night. And I just got out of the campaign with it. This is kind of what you can expect the build to look like after a really quick campaign run. Dude, the reveal is pretty good. I'm pretty excited about everything. And that's basic map. So not too bad. I think what I'm gonna do is I don't want to have access to this stash if I do a fresh run. So I think I'm gonna make another quick private league just for myself, not the community one I made. You guys lose the sound completely? It should still be, Oh, no, the music did change, yeah, hold on. So I closed the window. Yeah, give me a sec. Give me a sec, I'll get the music up. Okay. Alright guys, I've made my own personal test league separate from the regular hardcore SSF one that I've opened up to people. We're gonna make a fresh character in this.
You were born to be swift and strong. What did you do with your gifts, Duelist? You squandered them on self-indulgence.
Alright.
Sin has led you here. Your path into the blood of gratuitous murder.
Alright, so we're gonna test out probably the first 5 acts, and that'll be it for tonight. It's gonna be weird practicing considering that I don't have to worry about sockets in a week, but yeah, sure. Just do I have a do I have a 3-link is all that matters, but yeah, we will push with this and we'll see. Leveling should be quicker next week. It'd be pretty good. Hey, I ain't complaining. I'll take a win when I get one. It isn't as unethical like that unwavering stance. What is it? As it might peak helm. That shit was ridiculous. Just goes to show you, man. You could get a mirror off the first mob. You know. I don't think there's a level restriction on a mirror dropping, is there? How much bonus damage with the quality give if you give correct sockets? I think, Chris, you did the math on it. What was it, like 10% additional attack speed on Tumult? Is what it's going to work out to for the main skill. That is perfect for our Spectral Throw. No runner's boots though, that's fine. We got to make sure to buy Spectral Throw. Purchase. Spectral Throw goes here with chance to bleed. We'll sell the remainder of this stuff. And that's it. Slayer's untouched, Cyclone's untouched. The build is solid and ready to go. I will have a build update video out either really late tonight or tomorrow, as well as the reworked POB with a full explanation of my thought process behind everything. Should be pretty good. Oh, dude, I'm so excited to try out the new content. They should just carve Slayer in stone. It's perfect as is. Slayer, I think, yeah, I don't think you could really do anything else to just perfect it. It is probably an ascent, and it's one. You know, I'd be curious if you don't mind, Chris, if you or someone wants to do it. When was the last time they actually edited Slayer? Like, when was the last time they adjusted any of the ascendancies for Slayer? I feel like it's been a long time. I feel like it's just one of those ascendancies that they got right and they just haven't had to touch for years. I mean, that's kind of like what it feels like to me, at least. For a noob, 7 hours in campaign is good. 7 hours is actually well ahead of the average for a noob. I'd say you did very well. That's your personal best. Where is the other fossil? Is that it right there? I think that's the zone and not the actual fossil. No, that's gonna be fossil. Okay. This is a very weird layout. Oh, it took me into my other character. Rip. I'm starting over. I don't like the vibe. I'm starting over, guys. I don't like the vibe. That one thing threw it off for me. Bye. We're gonna try again. I always forget to follow the little rivers in that zone. So it's been 5 years since they've touched it. Yeah, that's an insane amount of time when you think about it. Like 5 years they haven't touched an ascendancy.
Sin has led you here. Your path into the blood of your children's murder. You have
You speedrun DTU R and more, yeah. You're probably gonna be way better than me with practice, because my best was 5 hours in the past 2 days. That is on hardcore SSF though, right? I'm not playing softcore. I do all my stuff hardcore. That's what I like. Yeah, I feel like, in my opinion, Chris, though, it is a mapping league. The mechanic is basically how quickly can you get through all of those like charts. It's a mapping kind of league. The charts are basically like mini maps. I feel like if you're trying to make the most money possible in a trade environment, I would go the speed variant. You're just gonna clear quicker, make money per hour faster, all that jazz. But I think honestly you'd be fine doing the other version too, if that's what you want to do. I think at the end of the day, either or. Need to learn more of the layouts, yeah.
Farewell.
Now there's a fake lionized
Warp Mapper sounds a lot of fun with the changes. Like 100% sounds pretty good. Cyclone Bossar and a Warp Mapper. That might be the play.
Not the most pleasant of arenas, but it'll have to do for now.
This might be the smallest zone I've ever done. Oh, it's because it's like all the way the other direction. Or do I still go this way? I don't know. This looks like a dead end. Yeah. I got baited. Really no changes to Cyclone at all, or the build. It's pretty good. We got a whetstone already. It's crazy. We got our axe for Brutus, unless we get a chopper. Get to the chopper.
Stay sharp out there.
I'd almost stop you.
I was gonna say, I don't think that really affects it. Let's go to Blood and Sand. Start running this, and... Sure.
While we live,
Alright.
we are blessed.
Oh, did he post something, Chris? So on hardcore, I actually run Sand Stance until I get to around Act 3 when I get Fortify and Infused Channeling and some stuff on Cyclone. Then I swap over to Blood. Cyclone Slayer again? Yeah. Well, like I said, nothing really changed with it, so... So not to have to care about socket colors again? I guess that's fair, yeah. He uses it in his final loadout still. What's his final loadout's DPS? Like, how does it compare to ours? Yeah. Because he's not running Stampede, right? He's using Tailwind Boots. What's his max Fizz hit at with guard skill? The only thing I don't like about our build is how low our max Fizz hit is on the bossing loadout. I know we're running Petrified Blood, but compared to like the speed variant, that's like there's like a 6 or 7k difference. It's a little scary. But I guess we do have like 60 to 70 more damage on ours, which so it's less defense and more. There's changes to my build, but I'll have a build update published, video and all that in the next like 10 hours or so. Oh, he doesn't have a POB you can look at? Gotcha. I'm actually gonna pause the stream for 1 second, or pause the timer. I should update my title just to reflect Hey bro, any ideas on what you want to start? I haven't seen anything about the update, anything big. Cyclone as always, my dude. Cyclone as always. Imagine if PoE did a PTR. Nah. The PTR is week 1 of us playing the league, and then they do their patches. That's the PTR. Come on now. Don't get it twisted. Imagine if PoE did PTR. It's a wild thing to think. Imagine testing the game. Imagine testing the game. Imagine testing the game. What's up, Ad Hoc? We're doing pretty good, man. No major changes to the build means I'm very, very happy. We are very happy. I just need like the proper colored stuff. Proper colored stuff, please. Won't have to worry about this in a week. I'll tell you right now. Won't have to worry about this.
While we live, we are blessed.
I guess they are always good to us. They've been consistently good to us for a while, so there is truth to that statement. I mean, Cyclone's in the best state it's been in since Legion, 100%. Didn't see the chrome change coming? Yeah. Ooh, almost lost it on that one.
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
My spirit is spent.
We need flasks. Flasks we need. Really bad. I don't know why I get lost in the sauce fighting these guys. The lost cause. Brother, can you get the fuck out of there? Sir, can you just get out of there? Be amazing. Can't wait till we get Static Strike going. I love when it does that, when it like it clips on something and doesn't actually populate my totem. It's a fun time. Alright, where's the boss room? Where's the boss room? Take me to the boss room, please. Get me out of this hell. This is the worst part of Act 1, I think. I hate this zone so much. I'd actually take, I think, mud flats any day over this godforsaken zone.
I recognize that pretty face. Grand Arena. The opera.
Nice. It's good. I wonder if they adjusted the drop rate of chromes to be rarer. They made it kind of sound like, jokingly, like chromes replacing chaos as, you know, a standard base currency for trade. If they adjusted the drop rate of chromes, I could see that 100%. I'm just gonna play it safe and use the one portal I have. Ooh, a rare rustic sash. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yeah, but they've changed currency, so I suspect I suspect chromes might be getting rarer. It's I don't have any real proof for that. It's just something I'm thinking might be a thing that happens.
Be well.
almost feel sorry for these doomed sea dogs.
Beautiful. That's what we like to see, game. That's what we like to see. Give me the things I need. But I'm gonna have to check vendor for them. Huge W's. Huge W's.
I refuse it.
If they use synth implicits, then I'd say yes, they got nerfed.
I believe in treasure.
No.
Welcome. Stay sharp.
Alright, so we need a Jade Chopper and a Static Strike, and yeah. Those things would all be nice in that order.
still alive.
What a lovely day.
It is indeed zappy time.
I believe in traveling light.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what I want to do here. And I'm thinking... I don't think I have the currency to buy any support gems right now like that. I'd have to probably do chance to poison. For right now, because I just don't have the currency.
Welcome.
I can't get any decent weapons. We're just gonna push. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna push for Maryville now. I was hoping I could get a better... I kind of screwed up there. I should not have ID'd those items. I wanted to sell them un-ID'd to get transmutes, and I just didn't think about what I was doing. It is what it is. So I was really wanting to get like a better two-hand weapon. That would have been the ideal thing. But yeah, we're just gonna push for Marvel. Okay, where is Marvel? Brother. I jump. Oh yes, dude! Look at that! Look at that leap! Look at that leap of faith! Nope! Nope! No! 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 This could be bad. Ooh. Almost was the end. That was almost a goodbye. Alright. Want to buy Ancestral Call, please. Want currency for support gems, please.
We stand at death's door. Ladies first, fair Mervale.
It doesn't matter. I'm gonna enter all this stuff when we get to town. Now I get a transmute. Now I get a transmute. Thanks, game. Thank you, game.
Goodbye.
Aye. Roy, there'll be time for that soon enough.
I didn't hear your reply. If you did, I went with the poison, Chris. Yeah, I just went with poison.
Shine boldly, so that all may find you when the night falls.
We went with the poison. I can't see the question you posed above on my other monitor. You don't mind re-asking? Last thing I remember was we were discussing gems. Oh, I think it would be, I usually do like Eater, Exarch, and then, I don't know, anything after like Eater, Exarch. I think Cyrus would be good. Those are like the three I usually like to showcase. If there's anything in particular you think they're strong showing off for that iteration of the build, maybe like a 100% Delirium map, whatever you feel like recording at the end of the day. You're helping out, so it's whatever. Dread would be good, yeah. Any content you think that's worth, like any valuable thing you think we could show off with that iteration of the build and its strong suit. So nuking down a boss or, you know, anything like that. I like doing Eater, Exarch because those are like iconic for the end game, and then yeah, Dread could be good too. I'm kind of partial to Cyrus. I hate the fight because of the hurricanes, but he's such a cool fucking character in the lore. Like I'm drawn to him for that reason, but the fight sucks, you know? Like those hurricanes are so dumb.
Your mind wasn't as swift as your blades, Brit. A place of soiled dreams. I have to tread carefully here.
consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear.
I waited too long.
Farewell.
Did the patch notes change anything for your POBs? Nope. POBs are intact. I have changes to the POBs I've made that are separate from the patch notes though. So I'll have a build video out soon with a bunch of footage and updates coverage for the POB changes. Yep, the quality basically gives us 10% more attack speed, so technically it's a buff overall. It's a slight buff. It's not like anything to, you know, lose your mind over, but yeah, it's good. Thanks, man, for the follow. Also, thank you, Booze, for the follow a while ago. It's overall a very good day for us. Oh man, thank you for the prime. Thank you. Actually, it definitely looks more interesting than Sunder. It's to me, it's like nicer because I can hit them. I can hit a pack of mobs, and then I move on. You know. It's multiplicative. All the better. Go for ashes. Honestly, you can kind of use whatever for your amulet. I generally prefer Carnage Heart early on. I feel Carnage Heart is like one of those like super OP for playing Cyclone and Slayer, especially with Leech. Orb. That's random. That is random. I feel like Carnage Heart's like one of those like really nice early on items that's just like, yeah, synergizes so well with the build.
Go with the spirit.
You and that
I go with courage.
make it. Travel far.
How can I help?
Yes? Farewell.
feel like that's a dead end. That feels like a dead end to me, boss. Trying to figure out some stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could use an Ashes. I feel like they're cheap enough now that, like, you could just roll with an Ashes. But generally speaking, I find Carnage Heart is what I'll use for quite a while. And then eventually I'm going to segue into just a amulet that has, like, high attribute stacks on it, or, you know, a really well-rolled rare. We end up with a Strangle Grasp in the end. But that's, investment. Yeah. Getting stats on Amulet and Ring is pretty important for this build. Alright, game, we need an axe pretty bad right now. So if you want to help with that, that would be pretty amazing. That would be a-okay. Check for a weapon real quick before we do boss. Still leaving my buddy back there hunting alone? Look, dude. Buddy's got to pick up some speed, you know what I mean? He's got to pick up some speed.
Travel far. What? Travel far.
Need my buddy to get quick on his feet.
How be?
I'll take it. Alright, guys. wow, that is huge this early on. That is pretty huge. What mechanics are generally good for Cyclone on League start? I'm kind of partial to, like personally, I'm partial to Ritual. I think the new, like, honestly, I think the new League mechanic is going to be what I'm going to primarily farm on Cyclone. I don't know how rewarding it's going to be versus like a farm strat, but like it looks like it's an all-around just loot pinata of various things. But if you're looking for specific farm strats, Ritual is usually pretty good for this build. Breach was really good, but it looks like they nerfed the shit out of Breach. Strong boxes are really strong on this build. I highly recommend strong boxes. Am I missing, like... Yeah, Breach got... Our boy Breach got taken out back and shot. Yeah, I mean, the truth is like ultimately you can make money doing like any content in this game. Obviously there's farms that are better, more efficient, more profitable. But at the end of the day, I just always tell people do what you're gonna have the most fun doing, because you're gonna be spending the majority of the time playing the game doing that, right? So if you really like Ritual, but it's like 25% less efficient than something else, or you like another mechanic and it's 17% or 5%, even if it's just like whatever, like at the end of the day, just play what you enjoy playing. You'll make money doing whatever in this game. If you want to make money, the more important thing is understanding items and itemization. Like what mods are people looking for on what bases, so when items drop, you can either flip them really quickly, especially like on day 2, 3, or you can craft stuff very quickly. Like a lot of money actually comes more from the bases and those kind of things, and not from like just raw currency drops. Unless you're specifically doing farms that target raw currency. That's generally my advice to players, is learn what people want. Like a really good way to make money the first few days is like with rings and amulets and boots. Everybody wants movement speed on boots. Everybody needs life and resistances on rings. Even ES builds are playing like life hybrid the first few days. So generally speaking, like understanding itemization and ways to like make money off items is probably actually the best way to make money the first couple days of a league. If you just want to like, you know, talk about real money. You often joke around like the hideout warriors make the most money. Well, there's truth to that, because every build wants certain generic resistance, movement speed, life items the first like, you know, few days of a league. And if you provide that, you can make good money. I don't know how good Expedition is nowadays, but Rod Crafting used to be really profitable too. Like Rod Crafting used to be like a good way to make decent money first few days. Just crafting stuff with him. Another blacksmith stone. Tend to play off meta shit and then sell to the meta players. I mean, that's what you do, right, Slayer? Like you just, I like your name, Team Slayer. That's nice. Yeah, you just basically, you know what people are looking for. And yeah, well, I was just pointing out like ROG crafting, right? Like ROG crafting is actually pretty crazy. I've made items with ROG like the first 2 or 3 days of a league, and I've made like 4 divines off an item, 7 divines off an item. It's pretty crazy the kind of shit that you can, you know, you can RNG yourself into if you understand bases and mods. But yeah, you also then have the downside of doing Expedition. Expedition on Cyclone is actually really good. Yeah. If you want just consistent money, if you're looking to make like just solid consistent money that never really goes down in value, Harvest is actually a really good league mechanic. Like people are always going to want the juice from Harvest throughout like the entire league. So just farming Harvest and just pumping out life force, you're not going to make a ton of money, but it's consistent, solid money. It's like always profitable. Oh no, what did they do to our boy? What did they do to Harvest? Oh no, dude.
Yes.
First they hit Breach, now they hit Harvest. Is that what's going on? What are they doing to our boys? Alright, we're looking for red, green, blue, and or staff base.
still breathing.
So Royal Staff is what we primarily want. That's what I like. And we're looking for a red, green, blue base. I'm not a pro player, so I don't have filters. It is what it is. Or regex is set up. I really like Static Strike over Sunder. It just feels a lot more comfy zooming through packs using Static Strike. I can just basically hit something like this and let the AoE just passively kill stuff. I'm curious what they did to Harvest. That makes me sad. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things that is a little unfortunate about my test runs now. I'm very happy for the change, obviously, but I'm expecting I'm going to gain like 15 to 20% extra speed on my runs, simply because I don't have to worry about sockets and colors anymore. I just have to worry about links. So like, I'm basically, my best time in the last few days was I leveled to Act 10 in 5 hours, right? My slowest has been, what, 5 hours and 40 minutes or something? So I suspect like my slowest now is going to go down to easily 5 hours, just because I don't have to worry about colors. I can just like grab links and that's it. It's like whatever is the best base and the best links, and not having to sit around and figure out chromes and all this other shit. I just can ignore all of that now. That's like such a huge net positive that they're doing. It's really good. Bro, I went completely the wrong way for trial. That's fine. Because we're going to do Piety, and then we're just going to teleport back, and we'll knock out trial. So I'm not going all the way back to that waypoint. Not doing that nonsense. Where am I going, dude? Where am I going? What am I doing right now? What am I doing with my life? Yeah, the socket stuff's actually insane.
Those fetching features at all. Cheer up and dance with me. Oh please, harder than that. Enough of this.
Thanks, Slayer, for the follow. Scroll past the thread telling people volatile vows are from Sanctum and was all sad over. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, but you just buy them on trade. I mean, a lot of the stuff's going to go up in price no matter what they did, Chris. Like, I don't see a world in which volatile vows are going to get cheaper or even stay the same price. As soon as you move something behind a global drop, like, and you put it behind a league content, it's like, yeah, they're gonna go up in price. They're definitely gonna become more of an in-game thing that you're gonna engage with. It won't be something that you're doing as early as you were, like real in-game. It is an interesting choice that they're putting it on Sanctum. That is an interesting play on their part. I actually have 2 Regal Orbs. It's kind of insane. Sometimes you do these runs, man, and you get like really good drops, and sometimes you get like shit.
Bring me back something.
It's actually kind of bananas.
Why
Why are you still standing there?
All right, let's grab a purity.
Hello. See you.
I mean, they were a rarer currency than Divines, though, right? So I don't see them being more common than Divines and Sanctum if they were already in Mirage, a rarer currency. You know what they really should have done? And, like, I'm sorry, but if it, like, this fits the vibe better, they should have put those into Temple with Alva. They need to, like, rework, like, or port over the Temple stuff from 2 to 1. But, like, yeah, Alvas and Incursions could use some love and reworking in PoE 1 too. They're just an ancient mechanic that, yeah, it fits the vibe too. Like, they're volatile Vow orbs. Temple is all about the Valve, you know what I mean? Like, it just makes sense that they would come from there and not from, like, Sanctum of all places. It's definitely a choice. I've never been a Sanctum enjoyer, so I will not be doing any of that. Yeah. I like roguelike games like Hades. I don't think PoE does it well. Yeah, I don't think PoE does a good job of that, in my opinion. Sanctum is like, you need to have, like, you gotta play certain builds. I don't like really anything in this game that decentivizes a ton of different builds. It's why Tota wasn't appealing to me. Like, Tota's really only good if you push it on certain, like, very specific builds. It's the same with Sanctum. I prefer Elite content that's more accessible by a variety of builds and is not gated behind some dumb shit that you have to run to be truly profitable with it, compared to people that are running that. Nope, Cyclone is good to go, my dude. We are good to go. Level to 100 in Tota League with a cheese build. It was degenerate gameplay. I mean, that's kind of what it is, right, Kim? Like, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, but those are your options, right? Like, if you want to do it right and do it efficient, you have to do something like that. If you try to do your own thing, you're probably gonna have a really bad time with it. You know what I mean?
Surety in the right.
Blast Abyss, yeah. Should always be checking vendor actually for my stuff.
How you doing?
See, right now where I'm looking for colors, won't have to do this shit soon. So easy.
Be well.
Oh, I appreciate it, Slayer. Yeah, I'll have an update, Slayer, probably in the next day for 3.29. It'll be a deep dive on my revised POB, as well as a bunch of footage just showing off different end states of the build and what my general plans are for 3.29. Probably the biggest news, honestly, was the sockets. Like, I can't think of anything more important than that. It's definitely like the the best thing from the reveal, as it should be. Oh, where is my... quest item? The reworked Abyss looks super nice, as expected. I don't know. I will have to decide what I want to do. I'm still kind of leaning on pushing Deep Delve in 3.29, but the League mechanic looks so much fun.
What is it? Be careful.
It's going pretty good. Going pretty good. We're just looking for various things I need to be able to make the swap to Cyclone.
Don't do anything on it.
Yes.
Not having the best luck right now with a lot of this. That axe though is okay. So we got that. We can use that soon. Yeah. Yeah, dude, not having to worry about socket color is huge. I guess I'll replace the helm, armor evasion. We got a 4-link, so if I can color this with the right stuff, we can use this for our Cyclone. That'll work.
Come over here.
Alright, essentially we just need a weapon and we can go Cyclone. 28. I'm gonna craft attack speed on this guy, I think. Just in case. Oh, I can't do that. Alright, well we're just gonna run with the axe when I can use it. It's an upgrade. Yeah. One more level. Yeah, leveling is gonna be so nice with the socket changes. Just like freaking give me a link. That's all I need. I need a 3-link. I need a 4-link. You guys think they're changing the drop rate of chromes to be more valuable? Since I think chromes are going to have an incredibly low drop rate. Cyclone got a slight buff technically. Not like anything crazy. It's like a technicality buff. It did not get nerfed at all. Yeah, I have a feeling chromes are going to be super rare. I have a feeling like getting the right colors on your gear is going to be a lot harder than people think it's going to be. I wouldn't be surprised if they have the rarity of like an Exalt in the next league. Or like a GCB, yeah. Like incredibly rare. But then again, you don't need, it doesn't matter. Like, that's more of like a maximization thing later, a min-max thing than an actual, like, you need this to function. I'm totally fine with it, it's so good. Ooh, condemned essence. Let's go. Yeah, it's pretty amazing, dude. It's pretty good. Is this like Land of the Essences? What did I just walk into, dude? So many essences. You don't know how you're gonna do your leveling without rolling magma? Yeah. Yeah. Anybody gonna do any test runs over the weekend, or are you just saying screw it, I'll wait till League? Dude, I told you guys they're cooking. Like, everyone was like, oh, it's Abyss. And I'm like, no, bro, that ain't the League. Like, it's... And I said it was gonna be water themed. I was like, that is an insane fucking deck. Ooh, I need decks. That's fine. Boop, boop. Just like that. And we got the decks we need. I was like, dude, I'm telling you, it's going to be water themed, and Abyss is just like a side thing. I said that like 100%. Gonna do it raw on launch. I was like, I did this. Yeah, I knew they were gonna cook, dude. I had faith. I had faith they were gonna cook. They did indeed. We might actually just go do library first. I think that's going to be a better plan here. My current gear situation. If I hit at least another level. So my thing with the mercenary thing is, I don't know what I would play with it, because I guess I could try to do a Cyclone build. It seems like this is how I think it's going to play. Correct me if I read into this wrong. You're always going to have a permanent mercenary, and you're always going to have a temporary mercenary, right? Like, that is how that is going to work. So you're always going to have two mercenaries with you in every map, right? Like, that's... You might have to spec into your Atlas to guarantee mercenary spawning, like in SSF, so you always have an additional one. But you're going to have two mercenaries, right? That's what I heard from the reveal. One permanent mercenary and one that you pick up randomly in maps that runs with you for X amount of attempts. I could have sworn I heard that in the... So it's kind of like group play, basically. I feel like it has to be... I feel like it has to be something like that to be able to do it as... To get no other power gain from your ascendancy. I feel like that has to be the thing. Yeah. It sounds really interesting, because essentially you can set up your permanent mercenary to be like the buff guy in the party, and then you can essentially, you know, run a pure DPS mercenary that's just cracked, either trade for the warrants on trade, or you know, you just use whatever you find. You just go Orbot for them. You would have to build an incredibly juicy mercenary to be your permanent mercenary, I think. Yeah. Orbot for them would be interesting, actually. Yeah. It could be fun. I think I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try something out with it for sure. Give me a green. Oh, you failed me, game. You failed me. Is it Doriani bot? Did they nerf that tech for this implementation? Or is that going to be something people do with the permanent setup? To get Orbot SSF, that's funny. I mean, playing an Orbot and SSF actually kind of sounds like a vibe, I'm not gonna lie. Actually sounds a lot like a lot of fun. Let them do all the work for you. Alright, we're going the wrong way. Wrong way. Lightning Tendrils got buffed. Did it now. Wait, is that a poor link? It is. Get rid of that thing. Alright, let's go do some quick vendoring. Let's look at our gear and see what we got for making a transfer here. We still need a weapon. We still need a weapon so that we can effectively run Cyclone.
Yes.
We are still doing purity developments. We don't use Storm Shroud anymore. I think I use Storm Shroud in my speed variation of the build.
Be careful.
I can't remember. I know we definitely don't use it in the regular main one.
What's up?
Bro, no staff? Are you kidding me, dude? Hey, all you have to do is complain, guys. Just complain and the game will make your life easy.
Yes.
Maybe not. Alright, cool.
God.
Vendor recipe, and we have a regal. We are ready to swap into Cyclone, guys. It's that easy.
Yes. See you.
And we're gonna have our 2-4 links going at this time too, I think. Yeah, we are. Let's go ahead and just boop. That goes there.
I am. We will. Hello. Remember what we did.
Not a bad roll. Not a bad roll indeed. That's not great. That's also not great. But those are suffixes, that's fine. We're gonna go ahead and craft on some flat fizz. We don't have the stuff for it yet. That's fine. It's still a decent starter weapon. I think I accidentally ventured my Cyclone link. That's rough. We do have a red, blue, green on boost that we could utilize for it if we need to. It's rough. I also have gold to gamble.
Stay out.
I'm gonna gamble for gloves, armor evasion. I don't have gold. Oh, because I use it on weapon. Okay.
Goodbye.
Let's go ahead and grab stuff. We're gonna go pick up the gems we need to make our swap. Do this. Okay, fortify. Grab generals. Auto exertion. As well as sunder. Grab infused. Let's grab we get Cyclone as a quest reward. I think I'm going to, yeah, let me think about how I want to do this. We're gonna kill the guy and get that, and then we'll swap over. So I have my General's Cry set up. Alright, we need a Desecrate, and use channeling, fortify, melee fizz, and cyclone. Melee fizz is right there.
Let's speak again.
It took me way long to process in my head than I needed to. I'm tired. We get Cyclone from killing this guy. Okay. I believe there's an option to allow you to equip all uniques on your mercenary. We have our Cyclone, our staff, thunder, faster attacks and leap slam.
What's going on?
This is a rough swap over to Cyclone today. Holy moly, we're just not getting anything we need. We're not getting anything that we need, guys. It's rough today. Okay. That was ridiculously harder than it needed to be. Yikes. Okay. Craziness. Craziness.
He's home away from home. Let's see if the sick witch is in.
Would you like to leap slam to where we need to go, preferably speaking?
So you've chosen to end our affairs. I shall cherish your memory. Damn you!
Sorry, beautiful.
See you.
Valakora.
Right, he's on. Stay out of the shadows.
You quiet.
Watch yourself. See you.
Precisely where he stands.
see something really good in the patch notes for your builds? What's up, Mike? I mean, nothing like that's actually gonna like fundamentally change anything. It's a good no nerfs. No nerfs, which is like I didn't expect any nerfs from for Cyclone anyways. We got a slight buff due to the quality rework with sockets. That's about it, but nothing like crazy. The build has a lot of changes to it that's going to be in my update video in the next day, and there's a lot of updates to the POB. But yeah, nothing from the patch notes that's going to change my plans in any fundamental way. So obviously we're gonna have Cyclone on, you know, priority will go to Cyclone, and then I'm gonna want Assassin's Mark, I think, obviously on the right color, because that's 10% more quality. That's just gonna give us even better power charge sustainment. So those are the two that come to mind, and then, you know, Sunder and General's Cry and Auto Exertion, if I can get that all colored properly. That's it's a lot of damage for the GC setup, so I think my resistances are fucked, which is why I'm getting tapped so hard right now. I think my resistances are not good. Thoughts on the reveal? I'm super excited for the league, dude. The reveal was really good. I'm actually gonna check my resistances real quick before this guy fucking nukes me. Yeah, let's see what we can fix on gear real quick. So it's really just fire resist. I think I was just getting clobbered by something doing fire damage. There's that. And put some life on gear. Oh, let's actually... That should be better-ish. What's up, man? Thoughts on reveal? Yeah, it's pretty good. I didn't realize that was you, Corbin. I'm so tired right now, Corbin, that I didn't like even put together that was you. I think it's pretty good. I'm really excited for the league mechanic. I was talking about this earlier. I was planning for a long time to do deep delve for 3.29. The League looks so good though that I might have to spend a week or two just doing the League content, and then I'll probably transition into Deep Delve. I've actually put a I actually put together a Deep Delve build, Corbin. So I've added a new loadout. It'll be in my build update video tonight going in tomorrow, but I've got a Deep Delve version of the build. This is an import from my character Mirage that's got like 250k max fizz hit, almost 500k elemental max hit. It's the tankiest Cyclone I've ever played. So this is like my aspirational Deep Delve that I've been testing in Mirage right now. But then I've made some updates. We've done some stuff to the build. Leveling, we're going Static Strike now over Sunder. And we're doing like a Petrified Blood setup for some additional Aura reservation and shenanigans in the regular endgame build. And it looks pretty promising without imbues. We've taken all the imbues out, and we're almost at 250 million damage on the regular endgame state of the build. So it's looking pretty good. Yeah, Delve is crazy, dude. I'm only at 1500 depth right now. I'm trying to go deeper, and yeah, the damage is crazy when you start getting pretty deep down there. But it's a lot of fun. I've been enjoying pushing Delve. Yeah, I think the League mechanic's gonna be a lot of fun. A lot of people were like, oh, it's just gonna be like Abyss League, and I'm like, dude, they're gonna probably for sure port Abyss over, but there's no way the League mechanic is just Abyss from PoE 2 with a rework. And yeah, they cooked, dude. I think the League mechanic's gonna be really good for us playing Cyclone. Yeah, the support stuff's pretty crazy. When you say 30% quality on all slots, how does the quality work on sockets? I thought it was, is it up to 30% potentially on each socket, or is it just a flat 10% for each socket if you match color? I didn't really read too much into the patch notes about it. I've been testing in-game like a madman. Because I probably should sim the quality rework that we're going to get for each, matching each socket. Yeah. So it will be interesting to see how that affects different support options. Orb of Alchemy. What else was in the reveal? The mercenary stuff looks kind of good. I typically play SSF. I think the mercenaries are going to be really good because you can essentially juice your Atlas with mercs and then you can farm them for gear, which is really nice from like an SSF perspective. Mercenaries typically have decent items, so being able to target farm mercs for different base types and items could be a really nice way to get some gear early on. Oh, the crafting mechanic is cracked, dude. Like the Hinakora's lock, the splits. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Being able to just like, it's so good. Yeah, it's going to be really fun crafting gear. Everything I saw was actually like just a net positive for SSF enjoyers. He bugs out. Damn. Yeah, being able to remove and add one mod, being able to like add remove one mod or blanket remove all suffixes or prefixes is pretty crazy. Yeah. I mean, so let me walk through this in my head for a second. So typically, if I wanted to remove all prefixes from an item, I had to do prefixes can't be changed in Scour. So did we just save 2 divines whenever we're metacrafting because of the chaos change on the bench? Like, we essentially just saved ourselves money with that, right? Or that saves everybody money with that crafting process. Like...
Right. I'm watching you.
$60 life. What is these cracked items, dude?
Good luck.
And 2 orbs of binding. Dude, this is like the blessed run. This run is blessed. I should pick up another Blood Rage so that way I can run that. Yeah. I think with the new bench craft, you can do you can remove all prefixes, or you can remove all prefixes, or you can remove all suffixes.
It's so.
Is it 3 random mods? If it's 3 random mods, that it behaves exactly like PoE 2. That would make more sense. The removal of the synthesized stuff is interesting. I think they're just trying to go after metacrafters. I think by taking out that, you can't like essentially dupe the best items in the game anymore, right? By putting I'm really happy they kept in like implicits like +1 to max endurance charge and things like that. Now they just are gated behind corruption, so you can't like dupe the items. But yeah, I think it was to curtail the far end of the market. Gamba time. Dude, it's always a ride when you bout orb items in this game. When you finally hit something that's like crazy, it's like really quite the experience.
Actually, I'm really not sure I like the sound of that. Always happy to help the
I think we're going straight up this way, actually. So much soul fight. The game heard me talking about deep delving, and it's like, oh, we're gonna get you ready, dude. We're gonna get you everything you need. Gonna miss the 7 links. Mirage was a bit OP to go core. Essentially would need it for most farms, somewhere just city maps. Yeah, the problem with Mirage is exactly, you hit the nail on the head. It was a multiplier for like every league mechanic in the game. So if they put it in the game, you're like forced to run Mirage no matter what you're doing. I think if they bring it back, it's gonna be like what the one guy mentioned. It'll be like just a random thing that can spawn in your T16s or something. I don't know. It sounded like they're not bringing back Coins of Power. They weren't super like on board with it. It sounded like. that's like power creep I think they don't want in the game, to be honest. I'm not really surprised. It was pretty OP to have the 7 links. But it was fun while it lasted, you know? So we'll always have that. It's kind of crazy we have to wait 1 week for the league, dude. I just want to play it now. Oh my gosh. The other thing that I thought was like a crazy good change was you don't have to farm Nameless Seer anymore to scry your maps. You just get a scrying orb. That's so good. Like, that was so annoying having, like, if you had bad RNG and you had to run like 150 of a map just to get the Seer to spawn so you could move. Like, not having to do that anymore is so good. Yep, Andy. I'm only doing to Act 5 tonight. I got work tomorrow, so I just wanted to do to Act 5. I got my other hardcore SSF character that I'm going to demo in my update video, so I might show this guy off as like a here's an Act 5 character, and then show off like a here's a I just completed the campaign character. Yeah, the quality of life stuff is like amazing. It almost makes you wonder, like, how can they continue to keep adding these quality of life features? You know? Is there really no other? It's a dead end. I went a dead end. I need a bleed flask. The whole removing colors thing makes me, as a not so great player, happy. Oh dude, it's good for everyone, dude. There's nothing more annoying, especially like if you're playing SSF, than having to like worry about chromes. Chromes are actually a currency that when you're playing trade, you don't really think about too much. You just buy them off the currency exchange or whatever. But like, they're super annoying to have to like manually farm. And you go through so many chromes trying to get your gear like the right colors in the current state of the game. Like, not having to worry about that anymore, outside of like crafting your in-game items to optimize the quality, is like insanely good.
Do you need help?
Yes?
Bye.
May fear guide you.
lie, please.
I once heard a kind of legendary. Perhaps this is it.
No, so the benefit to them being the right color is you could use your skills. That is... Oh, you're talking about in the new iteration. Yeah, so if they're the right color, the gem gets 10% quality now. So any gem can work in any socket, but if you match the colors, you get 10% extra quality to that gem. Which is pretty crazy power creep when you think about it. Like on Assassin's Mark, that's just like X amount of extra percent to generate power charges when you crit. 10% multiplier on attack speed for Cyclone, for Tumult. Yeah, it's pretty good. Oh yeah, for like flicker, yeah. It's good for so many things.
Do you need help with something?
How are my overall resistances looking? We're getting close to
Before the gates of the Lord's
way too much cold resist. Okay.
these walls, the Lady of Justice doth preside. Justice.
Dude, one of my biggest problems with PoE 2 is how you ascend. I don't think the answer is lab from PoE 1, but like this is so much better than doing that shit. Like holy fuck. Oh, you like the new thumbnails? Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've been trying to... I'm not really great at making videos, you know? Like when I post my build update video, like tonight or tomorrow, it's like me just recording, you know? There's no flashy editing. There's no like... You know, it's just like very, I don't know. It's not my thing. But I've been trying to work on the thumbnails, so I have been trying to work on the thumbnails.
Wisdom is the offspring of
I think there was a time I hated lab. Yeah. Huey taught me to appreciate it. See patch notes, check for Cyclone, no changes. Go to Santa's stream, YouTube, because it's Cyclone time. Appreciate that, man.
when the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without.
You're fine with the bad one, but that's just me. Yeah. Yeah, you know, you never have to doubt what am I going to be playing. You know for a fact, yep, I'm playing Cyclone. We always playing Cyclone.
Only one of your lessons was complete.
If you remove everything, yeah, just remove everything from the trial and it's like great, right? I think you're to Slayer Cyclone what Pox is to RF. I appreciate that, man. That's a high fucking bar. I think like playing one build consistently all the time has, you know, like when you do anything in life over and over and over, you become just like obviously pretty good at it. So like by playing Cyclone like over and over and over and just making that my thing in this game, fortunately I like playing the build, right? Obviously. Yeah, you do like, it becomes like something where you don't even really think too much about what you're doing. Like you just kind of know, okay, when I hit this level, I need to do this, I need to do that. It's, I don't know. And when you're playing a complicated, like to me, when you're playing a game, like I think I'm a relatively sharp guy, right? But like there's so much knowledge to understanding PoE that by becoming just really efficient at playing one build, I can focus more on understanding all the other aspects of the game. Whereas like, if you play a lot of different builds, I think that you have a broader knowledge of things, but I think like ultimately it can be a detriment to a lot of people because there's so much fucking information in this game and not having to worry about knowing what I'm playing versus everything else. Yeah, it's pretty good. I always hated lab 2. You never know how good you got it till it's gone. You know what is my problem with chaos? The instance is deleted if you log out. PoE 2 to me is like, how can I describe PoE 2? It's like a cake that's half-baked. Like when it's done baking, it's gonna be like a Michelin star cake, right? It's gonna be like a Michelin star cake, but it ain't there yet. Like if you cut into the cake, it's still raw in the middle, you know? There's just a lot about it that's like,
Goddess of justice,
you can see where things are going, but they're not there yet. And 0.5 was the best that game has been. I mean, it's phenomenal what they did in 0.5, but it still needs some work. All right, man. This is how easy it is to get Ground Slam reverse shaking. It's that easy, guys, to not get it. I was having really good luck with that the other day. I've been cursed since yesterday to not get what I need.
What's up?
I'm playing with the Winds of Fate Cyclone of Tumult build with Diamond Shrine Belt. Yeah. There are a lot of different ways to play Cyclone. I feel like, and this might just me being biased about my build, but I feel like every other way to play Cyclone involves a bit more investment than, I feel like Pure Fizz and Pale Slayer Cyclone is about as easy as it gets for playing this build. There's also so much stuff Each update to learn on top of how deep the base game goes can be really intimidating. Yeah, for sure. So it's one of those Bennett cakes that didn't. I mean, they're still cooking, dude. Like, they're still cooking. It just needs time. But I need that boot flask. Would be pretty good right now. Vow summon skeletons. That was my build for a long time, man. Before I played Cyclone, I always played summon skellies. It's actually still in my tag right here, skelly builds for the win. It's been like my in-game status for like 8 or 9 years. Summon skellies was like my Cyclone years ago. I played it every single league. It's the only thing I ever played in this game. The 2-click and clean when you pull it out for the PoE2 cake. Yeah, it needs time. I've only ever played witch builds. Having a set league starter build, I've now played enough to know the content and gameplay. I think that's one of the things I like about playing Cyclone, right? It's like obviously my build, but I do play other builds occasionally in the league. I was showcasing off actually not too long ago. I made a, so I don't know if you guys saw the changes they did to Winter Orb. Winter Orb now has 2 extra projectiles at level 20 versus just 1. And it got, you know, it got buffs to its damage and everything. And I made a Winter Orb totem build this league that was a lot of fun. It was a phenomenal mapper. Not great for like doing Uber Pinnacle bosses or like juice T17s, but if you just wanted to do like T16 farms, it was fucking a lot of fun. And with the update to Winter Orb, I know they nerfed Spell Totem and they nerfed the Hierophant Totem Ascendancy, but I feel honestly like a Spell Totem Orb build would actually be really fun as like a mapping build, you know, like if you just want to fucking chill and map. Like I feel like Winter Orb Totems is going to be something I'm going to play around with in 3.29. Once again, it's not phenomenal for like single target in the high end game, but if you just want to map, it's pretty damn good. Looking over the patch notes, think the new Mana Infused staff gem might be working into the build at all. Nah, but I did see, I don't think we're going to be doing that, but I did see that they added bench crafts for, putting block on your stuff now, which is pretty crazy actually. We'll be able to craft block onto our, I think, 2-handers. Heading out, Drift, see ya. Yeah, that change in particular, like prior to Shaper Slam, and obviously easy for you, Corbin, right? You're playing trade, you just pick up a roomies. But for me, I have to farm Earth Drinker cards to get my roomies, or I have to gamble them with Harvest, you know? So prior to even getting a roomies, it's really good in the fact that like, oh, gotcha, Drift. Yeah, so just like even before you get a roomies flask, like it's actually pretty insane. And then obviously, yeah, until you get the craft. Might try to go craft a bleed flask real quick, even though we're kind of past that. More than one skill gem anymore? What do you mean, like not running General's Cry? General's Cry is pretty OP for the campaign and early mapping. It really falls off later on, and you should go pure Cyclone. In the end game, like at the highest level, going pure Cyclone with an aura setup is by far the best thing you can do. Oh yes, dude. Put that on here like that. Bleed Flask acquired. Oh, he means Forbidden Flame. Gotcha. They are expensive. Yeah, they're like crazy expensive. Gotcha, Hector. Yeah, they are pretty crazy expensive. $36. We're not too under leveled. I really should be fixing my resistances on gear before I do Shav. This seems sketchy. Still couldn't afford the matching set. The amount of money that I put into my deep delving build is insane, dude. Like, I thought like getting Forbidden Flame and Flesh was expensive. Just one of the jewels for my deep delve build was 700 divines, just for one jewel. Like, I didn't really appreciate like scaling builds for deep delve and how much money that costs until I started doing it the last few weeks, and it's pretty insane. So like for me, getting a Forbidden Flame Flesh now is like, yeah, okay, we'll do that. Ooh, this is not what I want to be doing right now. I need you to chill, sir. I need you to chill. Okay, just give me your loot and let me move forward. Don't resist. Accept your fate. I find the mini bosses here to always be like tankier and harder than the actual boss. It's kind of interesting. She is by far the most terrifying of the bunch, without a doubt. She is fucking terrifying. Her demon balls will just destroy you. So you just spin in a circle and you pray. Oh, I'm being bled, yeah. Ooh, baby. Woohoo. Oh, shit. This isn't good. Cole. Yeah, the economy, like, the inflation doesn't really keep up with the price of those, because everyone and their brother wants Forbidden Flame Flesh with more than skill. It doesn't really, you gotta get in early like that. Let's see what we can do for gear real quick. I feel like really squishy. What's my armor at? It's got to be incredibly... Actually, it's not bad. How much gold do I have? What's my worst piece of gear? It's got to be boots, right? Okay. Let's do Gamba. Armor evasion, I guess. It's gonna be the easiest to color. Give me movement speed, please. 64 life and 24% movement speed? Okay, thank you, game. Thank you, game. Ooh, what did we lose? Dex? How much Dex? Oh, we can fix that super easy here. We fix that by doing this and this.
What do you need now?
It's just that easy. Sometimes it works out, you know?
What do you need now?
I feel like I save my... I feel like we craft weapon when we get to next act. And I feel like we just push now.
What a pleasure to finally meet you, duelist.
My thing with taking the different ascendancies outside of Slayer is there isn't really anything that I feel like Slayer is the perfect package. We were actually talking about this a while ago, but like they haven't changed Slayer in like almost 6 years. That's kind of been crazy. Like when you look at all the other stuff in the game, I'm pretty sure they've touched every other class in Ascendancy, right? I mean, they probably, one or two have probably escaped me here, but like Slayer hasn't been touched in almost 6 years. It's that like, it's just that solid of a package. And I think that like, it's very hard, especially when you're playing a skill like Cyclone, to justify like not running the Slayer kit. Because it's such a well-rounded package for melee. So my problem with a lot of the alternate ascendancies is like they don't offer me anything that's like really better than what Slayer does.
Let us see if you truly
You chuckled on the Slayer nerfs. I think secret. I don't think it's really a secret, right? But I think GGG is like, we nailed Slayer. We don't need to ever touch Slayer. I think it's just something where they're like, they perfected that formula, right? And I think like I wouldn't be surprised if they have conversations like in production meetings and stuff where they're like, whenever they're doing a rework on ascendancies, like the goal is to get it to Slayer level. Like, can we find the perfect synergy and harmony from like a class design, fantasy, you know, all that kind of stuff with actual gameplay? Like, it just, nothing is just as pure to me as Slayer in that regard. And I think that's the gold standard that they probably hold the other ascendancies to. And the fact that they haven't touched it in like 5-6 years, I think that's a lot of leagues, guys. That's a lot of leagues that they haven't done anything to, you know, Slayer. Cyclone didn't really get buffed. Everything got a slight buff with how sockets got reworked, but there was definitely no nerfs to the build, so wasn't really worried about seeing nerfs on Cyclone anyways. So the build is it lost some power creep because of imbued. However, there's some new tech that might be useful with how Legion uniques work. We were talking about potentially moving, you know, there's a thought process of moving, you know, Stampede's movement speed modifier onto like another unique pair of boots and what that might look like. The only problem with that is we lose an anoint by dropping Stampede. But yeah, I don't know. I thought Slayer might take a hit because of Ellie hit, even with the nerf. Nah. So here's a question for you guys, because I didn't really read too much into it. Did Minion Pack get nerfed? Or like, they had to have fixed something, right? Because BV Minion Pack was insane. And I didn't really see any changes to, they buffed BV, so what did they change with Minion Pack that makes it, how did they adjust it? Like, what did they do? They just reworked it completely? Okay. There was no way that was staying in the game. That was some of the craziest shit I've ever seen. Is it like reworked to useless, or is it just like reworked it'll be fun for minion builds or things that are minion adjacent? Because it's sad if they keep it in the game, but they just gut it so it's like something nobody uses. I hate when they do that shit, that you might as well just remove it from the game, quite literally. after playing minions, melee, and so on, last time I really enjoyed one was Cyclone. The only builds that come to mind right now are Absolution, Cyclone, or Toxic Rain. Ultimately, I always tell people this, do whatever you think is going to be the most fun. Don't overthink it, just trust your gut. If you think you're going to have fun playing, like, you know, Toxic Rain, play Toxic Rain. A league starter should be easy to come online, and it should be something fun and, like, something you don't have to really think too much about, and just, like, you just blast, you know? If you're someone who only likes playing, like, one build the entire league, you might have to put a little bit more consideration into what you want to do. But at the end of the day, I would just do whatever you think is going to be the most fun.
Freedom comes.
That's one of the reasons why I really enjoy SSF, is I don't have to focus too much on the meta. I don't have to focus too much on, you know, the trade economy and all that bullshit. I can just play the game the way I want to play it. I have fun doing it. It works out usually in my favor. Decide an hour before launch. Yikes. Alright, so this has Fizz Hybrid on it. Ooh, I should Regal this. And if we're lucky, this is actually kind of a crazy weapon. That's fine. We can craft on increased Fizz. I don't have any eggs to slam it, but thanks, Maz, for the follow. I'm a melee enjoyer. Decide on character create screen. Dude, we got a perfect 59. It rolled perfectly. It's 200 PDPS versus my current 121. Alright, we'll take that. That's crazy good. I'm gonna save that whetstone. We don't even need it anyways. Alright, can I hit sockets? Because I need... We're kind of socket starved. That's fine though, because I can move a red to boots. Okay. Guys, that's a crazy weapon we just made. Crazy. What is this zone I just walked into? Can I not jump down there? I gotta go all the way down here. That's disgusting. Decide a week before practice it every day, then change your mind while waiting in queue. I'll tell you what, guys. Here's my suggestion. Are you asking if the staff is any good? It's like 200 PDPS, which is not bad for right now. Just play the same thing every league. You know, think about it, you know? Just do the exact same thing all the time. What level am I? So I got 3 levels before I can use that weapon. Oh, it makes me so sad. Any changes to Cyclone? No changes in the patch notes to Cyclone or any of the core elements of the build. There are changes to my build in general that I've made that I'll go over in my update video. But yeah, the patch notes didn't affect any of my plans or the build itself, which is pretty good. I'd rather have that or buffs, but definitely not nerfs, and I don't think we ever have to worry about nerfs with Cyclone. Another Sanavix League then, yeah. You can really invest into Cyclone and Absolution. Yeah, I mean, you can basically put as much money as you want into Cyclone. I've done that with my Deep Delve version of the build that I'm working on. I put like 2 mirrors into that thing. It's the tankiest I've ever been playing a build in this game. Kind of crazy. It's not immortal. That'd be objectively the tankiest. It's just the tankiest I've ever played. Especially as Cyclone. Yeah, there's a lot of, you bring up some good points, Matt, that like just leveling the build's going to be easier. That's going to be the case for everyone with socket change, but it's just going to be easier to level. It's going to be easier to craft gear, especially like, you know, playing SSF. Like, it's just all around going to be a more enjoyable experience playing the game. And that obviously is a multiplier on how fun a build feels to the state of the core game. I think the league mechanic's going to be really good for Cyclone. We're going to be able to spin around pretty easily, kill everything in those little air bubbles. It'll be fun. We're just going to be spinning through the seas. I got to be careful because I'm going to be playing hardcore. I got to make sure I don't get myself killed doing that. I might watch somebody do the mechanic first. Like, I guess I should just be a man and just do it. Like, because the truth is, like, they made it pretty clear that you'd have to try to get yourself killed to drown, but until you see it, like, you might misjudge something and accidentally drown your character, which would suck.
Be cleansed of impurity.
The QA so the bubbles won't start collapsing until you place the final all flame. Yeah, my only worry is like the first time you place the last lantern, like how quickly do they collapse, and like is it like when you're not in the bubble you get like a massive slow debuff or something? Like I saw the debuff that was stacking, does it slow your character? Like that's the kind of stuff where I think once you see it once or twice you're gonna be like, oh okay, I understand what's happening here. Obviously. You don't get second chances in hardcore. This is very true. You get one chance. That is it. One chance-a-roni. That slam almost took me out. I'm getting tired. Yeah, we're gonna kill Katava here in a little bit, and then I'll probably wrap things up. I gotta start recording some footage and doing some stuff. Put my notes together for everything. Doing ball. Alright. The ball.
They saved me the trouble of burning
Thank you. You deserve it. Once Kita.
plan is.
I can't do this just yet.
I refuse.
I do love the sting of victory.
Yes?
You can ask.
Thoughts on tri-charge stacking Slayer with the corrupted charge implicits? I don't have any thoughts on that. Sounds like it could be good. I've never played it. Alright, that'll have to do. Let's go kill Katava. I think Lance did it with Cyclone and Herald of Ice scaling. Was that Lance's like Cyclone build? I didn't look too much into what him and Faustron did when they played Cyclone in 3.28, but is that what he did? Yeah. I'm sure it's good. It looks like it was insanely expensive. So if you've got the currency, I think it's for sure good. I did not look closely into what other people did with Cyclone, especially the ones that were, you know, playing it mid-league and sinking like 500, 700, 1,000 divines into it. So I'm not a good person to ask about those builds. They looked fun and powerful, but at the same time, I prefer stuff that doesn't require really any money to get online and really do, and then scale it out from there. Is generally what I like to play. Also, I know they were using the belt. I don't know if the belt's core. Did anyway? I think they were both using the belt. Is belt going core? Was that confirmed or not in the patch notes? I didn't see anything in the video about it, so not quite sure. Alright, first half of the campaign done. 257, not my best time. I think our best was like 240 or something. So, but I'm also really tired. So. But yeah, not a bad first half of the campaign. Alright guys, I'm going to start working on putting together stuff for the build update video, so appreciate everybody stopping by. My plan is to be streaming tomorrow and over the weekend. I think what I'm probably going to do for tomorrow and the weekend is actually level a character up into maps. I actually have my other build. We'll probably play that tomorrow. Or I might level a new fresh character. We'll see. But I did make, this is the guy that we leveled to maps yesterday in about 5.5 hours. So I might push this guy. Maybe we just play this guy tomorrow. I want to like farm some heists, get boots going, get all that kind of stuff going. But yeah, 65 finished the campaign on this guy yesterday in the hardcore SSF, and that was pretty good. So yeah, I will catch you guys tomorrow. You can expect the build update video soonish, and yeah, feel free to stop by this weekend if you have any questions about updates to the build. I'll be around streaming. I appreciate everybody's support. I'm looking forward to the league, man. It's gonna be a lot of fun. But I'm gonna go get some sleep. I gotta bang out shift at work tomorrow and then hit the weekend. I'll catch you all later.